I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. Yeah, you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, Dad? With a crowbar, you said?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sara, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another live debate. This evening, I have with me Martae Ruelas and Ryan, the Radical Coder, both streaming, by the way. Feel free to head on over to their show, show some love, support, like, subscribe, and share it all the way around. The debate topic this evening is stay-at-home husbands are not a prescription for society. Martae, if you'd like to begin with your opening statement, please.
Oh, I get the illustrious opening statement here. Me. Okay, let me get it straight. So, Ryan, debating this guy. So I'd like you to go to the mystical town of Patriarchyville with me right now. In the great switcheroo debacle in the sleepy town of Patriarchyville, a cosmic glitch, blame it on a rogue feminist asteroid, by the way, swapped all the spouses' roles overnight. Husbands, suddenly thrust into homemaking, discovered they were domestic gods. Wives, meanwhile, were shipped off to infrastructure gigs, building bridges, wielding pipelines, and jackhammering roads. Chaos ensued, and society teetered on the brink of hilarious collapse. Take Bob, for example, a former accountant now ruling the kitchen like a Michelin star tyrant. With his engineer brain precision, he timed the laundry cycles to milliseconds, folded fitted sheets into origami cranes, and baked sourdough that rose higher than the Eiffel Tower. Kids, he homeschooled them in advanced calculus while whipping up gourmet lunches. Honestly, and this is what he was saying, honestly, why did we ever think women had the monopoly on multitasking, he mused. As his neighbor, wives, pre-swap, would have burned toast just looking at it. Husbands across town, suburbs, basically turn this into a utopia. Spotless homes, zero tantrums, and dinner parties that shamed five-star restaurants. Men, it turned out, were wired for this. Patience of a saint, strength for lugging groceries, and an innate knack for turning chaos into choreographed bliss. But on the job sites, oh boy, the wives, bless their hearts, meant well, but were hilariously outmatched. Sara, no pun intended or coincidence intended, a former yoga instructor, was assigned to crane operate a skyscraper build. How hard can balancing be, she thought. Cue the crane swinging like a pendulum in a hurricane. Steel beams dangling, workers screaming left, no right, as she mistook the joystick for a smoothie blender. Bridges sagged like wet noodles because the gals, lacking the raw upper body grunt men, evolved over eons of hunting mammoths or changing tires, couldn't torque bolts tight enough. One crew tried girl power chants to lift a 500 girder, but it ended up in manicures ruined and the girder winning gravity. Roads cracked faster than eggs in Bob's flawless omelets. Pipes leaked. So these are pipelines blowing up all over the place like gossip in a beauty salon. Women's detailed-orientated eyes spotted fashion faux pas but missed seismic stress fractures. Construction delays piled up. Traffic jams became permanent fixtures, with commuters stuck forever because of new intuitive traffic lights designed by wives who preferred vibes over volts blinked in Morse code for Morse code for namaste. Bertha, also the next door neighbor on the left, tried manifesting a leak away. Poof. Nothing. Instead, she hammered a valve so hard it burst, flooding Main Street into a chocolate river. Cars floated like ducks as they declared a poop emergency. Society crumbled comically. Economies tanked as infrastructure failed. Trains derailed into koi ponds. Dams burst, flooding yoga studios. Husbands, lounging in apron glory, sent care packages of cookies to their stranded wives who radioed back, "We surrender. Bring the men." So all the Andrews in this patriarchyville said, hey, we're going to reverse the effects of this asteroid, swap just in time, but lesson learned. So needless to say, my opponent here is going to argue at some point that dads provide better outcomes at home. I would agree with this. I'm going to concede this, that dads are great home, but the problem is, what do you do with the wives? We're not talking about single men here. But, if you look at the outcomes versus like single moms and single dads, we're talking about married couples, meaning husbands. If you take one at home, you have to do a swap. What do you do with this swap? I'm begging to hear what Ryan's outburst would be, or even his rhetorical response would be, to even counter any claims as to how this would be optimal for society. And that's the thing, though. Men are better in every way when it comes to things. In my story, in my hypothetical universe, where Dane Cook, a failed comedian, is now a debater now, never funny in the first place, now debating this whole thing. And I'd like to see if he can make a joke out of this, which is what's going to happen at the end of this. So, literally, the debate's over. I'm just going to make this assumption right now, as I'd love to hear how this swapping position would ever work out in society, because there's a biological I would say a biological imperative that I haven't even touched on. So, but I'd love to continue, and that's my time.
Thank you, Martae. That's quite the story. Ryan, to you, please.
Yeah, wow, that was something. So tonight's prompt is stay-at-home husbands are not a prescription for society. That's what Martae tweeted at me a couple of weeks ago, claiming that I'd run from it. Unlike our mutual friend Rob Noor, who decided to quit 20 minutes into our debate last night, I have never been known to run from challenging conversations. So here I am. Let's talk about it. But first, let's be precise. The question is not whether stay-at-home husbands are the prescription for society, some universal rule that everyone must follow. The question is whether they're a prescription. This is what Martae asked. Whether father primary caregiving is one legitimate, evidence-backed way for families to thrive. And the answer is obviously yes. Now, we just listened to Martae open with a fictional tale of a horrifying dystopian reality where reshaping his preferential gender norms led to doom and destruction. I am going to base my position in the real world while he pontificates about fairy tales. According to Pew Research in 2023, about 7% of United States fathers are stay-at-home dads. And they now make up nearly 1 in 5 stay-at-home parents nationwide. That's millions of families, not some fringe anomaly, not some social experiment, not some fictional fairy tale, a functioning, proven reality. Now, Pew defines stay-at-home very narrowly. It means not working for pay. So that excludes fathers who are the main caregiver while working part-time, running a business, or working remotely. So even these already significant numbers undercount how common father primary caregiving really is. So let's talk about why these dads are at home. According to Pew Research again, 23% of stay-at-home dads say they're there to care for the family. I would prescribe exactly that for them. If your family thrives when you stay home, that's a good reason to do it. Therefore, it's a prescription I'd make via their discretion. 34% of them are home because of illness or disability. Again, I would prescribe the same. If health limits your work capacity, but not your ability to parent, stay home. I prescribe they provide that presence, provide that stability as they already are, again, in the real world. 13% of them are retired. I would prescribe that too. These fathers already served their careers. If they choose to spend their retirement raising their kids, that's their legacy. 13% of them said they couldn't find work. Even here, I'd prescribe prudence. When childcare costs an average of $13,000 per year, sometimes staying home is the economically rational, at least short-term choice. You don't fix that by shaming the dads. You fix it with affordable childcare and good jobs. The next 8% are in school. And again, I would prescribe that as well. Investing in education while providing daily care is responsible fatherhood in action. These are not some signs of decay of social order. These are signs of adaptation, families reorganizing around economics or health or caregiving realities. So the question isn't whether men should be stay-at-home dads. The question is whether we as a society should recognize that for many men, they should because it's the best fit for their family and because they already are. Martae is the one prescribing a one-size-fits-all formula. I'm prescribing discernment and best fit, and the evidence supports it. There are multiple studies and decades of longitudinal data that show father involvement improves children's social, emotional, and cognitive outcomes, as Martae conceded in his opening. We also know that fatherhood literally reshapes men's biology, increasing their bonding hormones and preparing them to be more nurturing. And from policy experiments in Quebec and Iceland, when fathers are empowered to care, marriages are strengthened and divorce rates fall. So when someone says that stay-at-home dads are not a prescription for society, they're not arguing from the evidence. They're kind of arguing from a nostalgic fantasy, as was demonstrated again in Martae's silly story. Because the data, the biology, and the families themselves all point in the same direction, that stability doesn't come from these rigid roles that he prescribes. It comes from flexibility. I, again, don't prescribe a one-size-fits-all blueprint. That's his thing. I prescribe what's best for the family standing in front of me in the real world. If a stay-at-home dad provides his children with time, care, and stability, he's not defying his nature. He's arguably fulfilling it. So stay-at-home dads are not some social error that needs to be corrected or that's going to lead to a society collapsing. They're a reminder that strength in a family isn't about who leaves the house. It's about who shows up.
Thank you, Ryan. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through the debate. Then we will move into closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, your favorite part, we will move into open panel dumpster fire. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
So you mentioned the economic status, and I don't think that that's really a good argument at all. I mean, we also have societal evidence. So in egalitarian countries like Sweden, where stay-at-home dads are subsidized, uptake by men is still low. Only 14% of parental leave is taken by fathers per EOCDs, and that's in 2024, suggesting innate preference for females for male provider persists. So this is what's making it normative. So if fathers make more than mothers, when it comes to, like, we would say even the generality, we all know this, the income would definitely take a hit, and all of a sudden you would lose income as well too. So we also have a biological imperative I'll get into right now, but economically, this isn't really feasible right now that we can see. And the studies show this.
Well, can I respond to that first of all? I mean, you just said that this innate preference is being demonstrated, but it seems like, at least for some subset of society, those people are embracing a different dynamic than the one that you think is "quote unquote" optimal. So why, like, wouldn't we prescribe it for those people? It seems like it's fine. What's the problem?
So
why should they listen to Martae? Yeah.
So if we talk about the economic structure of, if we're doing the swap, and I'm not saying a one size fits all, but you are definitely arguing for the minutia, right? You were talking about the minorities of society, like the small percentages.
One in five husbands. 1 in 5 dads are stay-at-home.
You're not. That's not the majority. You're talking about an extreme minority when we're talking about stay-at-home husbands, right? I can give you like instances where, like, let's say there's a boss babe, but I doubt that marriage is going to last that long. Statistically, they don't last that long. This builds resentment in the home as the mother's thinking that she wants something better, i.e., hypergamy. David Buss has entered the chat. So when we look at women, they want something better, bigger, and stronger than them. So women over time are definitely going to go into the marketplace where they see men out earn their men, and they see men who are probably more competent than them in the boardroom. So we see this. So not only this, but we have biological basis that we see. So there's stress from defining, I would say, stress ontological activities like cortisol responses that bear differently than men under feminized roles. I mean, let's look at telomere shortening. So these are like age marketers that we could see. And these are per PNA studies for 2020 from my analysis. While women in provider roles have a higher risk of heart attack risk, mind you, men have a higher rate of depression when they stay at home and don't fulfill this biological imperative. So are you going to do anything about reducing harm reduction as far as, like, so I don't even know how to say this, taking yourself out rates at home by men and depression rates? Like, how do we fix that, Brian?
Okay, so you said a lot there. I'm going to try to engage with some of it, right? Because obviously you're kind of like throwing paint at the wall, and we'll try to make something
I
out
gave
of
you
it.
a biological.
Okay, well, can you like make one specific let me respond to some of the things I wrote down, and then if you want to make a more concise point, like I'd appreciate that. But one of the things you argued is that Ryan's not defending the majority. Well, yeah, congratulations, Martae. I never argued that I was. I said specifically it's not the prescription for society, as your prompt suggested. It is a prescription for society, which means there are at least a significant portion of people who are living under this dynamic. And as I pointed out, according to the Pew Research, it's nearly 1 in 5 dads are stay at home. And that's just if we isolate to the dads who are actually not working. Okay, so again, if we move on to people who are working from home, people working part-time, people running their own businesses, people are doing X, Y, and Z, these guys would not be included in this research, which means the bucket expands even more. So I don't know, what is your issue with these guys exactly?
I don't have an issue with those guys, but I have an issue with the prescription. So if 87% of men work infrastructure jobs, like there's no way around this. There's also a biological premise that we have. So you can ask me, well, why is this not prescriptive, right? So I'm going to talk about longitudinal data from the Grant study. This is Harvard ongoing since 1938, I presume. It indicates men in non-provider roles have shorter lifespan, going back to this depression that we have of men that stay at home. Because they're not fulfilling this biological imperative, guess what? Depression rates skyrocket. They're like, this is overwhelmingly showing in abundance in Grant studies and everything else. We can look at all the data and all the metrics that supports this. So even when men that choose to stay at home because they believe that it's optimal because the woman makes more, depression rates skyrocket. Alcohol abuse amongst men goes up big time. Cortisol rates amongst women in those boss babe positions skyrockets. Also does heart problems and all this because it's not the biological imperative that they have.
So I mean, I guess first of all, I'd point out that it might be true that depression rates are higher for stay-at-home parents in general. That probably is true for mom
Not
and
in
dads.
general, more for husbands.
I mean, I'm happy to look at the data if you want to send it over. We can maybe we can peruse through that. But again, you're conceding that there are a large portion of society that do live under this dynamic, whether or not you like it. And
Never
I would
said
prescribe that. I would prescribe. Well, I mean, do you not acknowledge the Pew Research on this? Or are you denying that?
No, it's saying men. It's saying that the men that do choose to say this. I didn't say the majority, and I didn't say a number or any of this. That's what you're saying, Ryan.
Wait, are you denying, yes or no, that about nearly 1 in 5, I believe the number is 17% of dads in America,
a small minority,
stay at home.
And even if you look at marital
small
success
minority
rates, they're really low. They're plummeting through the basement, Ryan.
I'm sorry. I thought we were not interrupting in the middle of sentences, but I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe that 20% is a tiny minority of stay-at-home parents. I believe that's a large, significant portion of stay-at-home parents, and it's nearly 20% of dads in America, or excuse me, nearly 20% of parents in America who are stay-at-home are the dads. So that's not a tiny minority at all. It's not the exception. It's nearly 20% of them. It's huge.
No, so I mean, here's the thing though. While contraceptive, we have a lot of issues right now in society that affect this. So we have economies, we have feminism. So we are also having all these little constructs that are enabling stay-at-home dads. So one thing though is these create inherent tensions amongst the sexes. So it's evidenced by lower satisfaction rates, health risk, and rarity. I've already pointed out the health risks that we see. And also your 20% means it's more rare. So also societies thrive on flexibility, but ignoring these imperatives leads to instability, Ryan. It really does. Equity doesn't mean interchangeability. This is something that you're going to argue. I knew you're going to argue for interchangeability, but that's not exactly equity, because all of a sudden, when you take men and you put them at home, you're robbing them of their biological imperative. This is something you can't get around in this debate. It's something that's going to constantly stomp your ideological position that you do have right now. And it's something that we have to look at, because if we look at the numbers, why are the divorce rates sky high for people that stay at home as men? This is something also that's also evident in the stats and research that we see. So we also have to look at outcomes of this as well, too.
Yeah, I guess number one, that last thing you said, I don't think that's true. And the data I've seen,
Very true.
Especially the Quebec and Iceland, I think, as I referenced, those specific examples showed that the stay-at-home dads who had access to parental leave and stuff, these marriages were much longer lasting. So I mean, again, I'll ask you to see the data that you cited earlier. I'll ask you to see that data as well, or at least mention like where you're citing this data from. That would be nice. You said we have economies, we have feminism. Yeah, True. You said that I'm going to argue about interchangeability. I'm not. I don't think men and women are interchangeable. I think there are many situations where women are just as capable as men. Doesn't mean all. Doesn't mean that women are going to be all our Navy SEALs or whatever. I think. Okay, well, I don't think it's interchangeable in every case, so I don't consider that interchangeability. I would say that there are certain fields where men are just always going to be overrepresented, if not exclusive, and I don't think that's a problem. And I don't think that limits there being men who decide to be stay-at-home dads. And again, there seems to be a large portion of stay-at-home parents, 20%, who are doing exactly that. Seems to be working out fine for them. You're arguing that increases their depression rates. I'm interested in seeing that data, but I suspect you're not actually ever going to provide it. So.
I can't provide that data. Actually, I've also provided the citation when I was talking about it, where I got it from and the year. But back to this, I want to ask you a question. Ontologically,
can you provide it again? I must not have heard you earlier. Can you provide it again real quick?
Okay, I'll mention that again, but I'm not going to interrupt my tangent, just so that way I can go ahead and provide you this data, which I can provide to you later. So ontologically, I have a question. Do you think males are designed for primary domestic duties like females at home? Who have oxytocin surges post childbirth, bonding with the kids and nurturing. Do you think during this period, do you think that's optimal?
Okay, so you said you were going to stop and give me the data, and then you decided not to. So I'm still waiting on that data. But I don't believe that human beings are. I don't believe that human beings are designed. So that's not really.
You don't believe they're designed? What do you mean by that? You don't believe they're designed?
I don't believe in God, so that doesn't really make any sense to me. It's a weird question.
I thought the question was referring to like the biological pieces of a mother.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
I think dads are perfectly biologically capable of being stay-at-home dads. I think they're just fine at that. Yeah.
I think you were referring to like those first stages, correct, Martae? Like
yes, the first stages.
Mothers.
So
oh yeah, well, to be clear, then I'm not arguing that mothers shouldn't be with their children when they're first born. No one here ever said that.
Oh shit. Okay, so they shouldn't be with their mothers with their firstborn, or it should be.
I never said anything about that, but until just now, where I said that I didn't argue that they shouldn't be. Yeah, I believe that mothers should be with their children when they're born. I believe both parents should be able to. I believe in parental leave, like many countries have offered to both parents.
Because we're looking at a prescription.
Are you not hearing me? Is my mic on? I'm literally saying that we should provide parental leave so that moms and dads can be with their children when they're first born for extended periods of time.
I think he's agreeable to those first stages of the mother being. He's okay with that.
Right, but I'm asking, like, if Ryan had to choose one because somebody has to work, somebody couldn't get parental leave, who would be more optimal during this first stage, Ryan?
Okay, that's not what you were asking, but I will answer that question now. I believe the mother would be better, sure.
So you're saying the mother would be better, right?
Yeah, for those first few months, yeah, for sure, no doubt.
So, okay, here's the other thing too, and I'm going to bring up hypergamy as well too. So women have a preference for resource providing partners. Would you agree with that?
I think everyone has things they want from a partner. Yeah, of course.
No, I'm saying as far as hypergamy, do you think women have a preference for resource providing partners? Or do you think men overwhelmingly prefer this more than sex and everything else?
I think women want both good sex and good resources, but sure.
Which one do they talk about more in society?
Depends on who they're talking to.
Hold on. I'm going to present the hypothetical. So let's say that me and Sarah are dating. Please don't nobody clip this, by the way. Let's say we're dating. And Sarah goes to her group of girls and she says, hey, I met this guy. He's handsome. He's a bodybuilder, all this other stuff. Do you think the women are going to be like, hey, I was wondering what he looks like? Or do you think women overwhelmingly say, hey, what does he do?
Well, they said he's a bodybuilder, so they probably already know that he's like a handsome.
Okay.
Attractive guy.
There's ugly bodybuilders out there all the time.
They might start to ask about other things, but they're already getting that part of it. And I didn't even mention like looks or anything. Like you just brought in. I was talking about both.
Right.
Like, good
he
sex
just happens to be a bodybuilder, but then
I think a lot of women also. A lot of women. I'm sorry. I thought I was answering the question.
Hold on.
Yeah, my bad.
Martae wanted to clarify. I think if you.
So do you think women overwhelmingly ask about? So here's the thing. And let me make this easy and bite-sized for you, Ryan. So when men are asked by a group of men, and I go to my boys, the first thing they're going to ask is, what does she look like? They're not going to care about what she does. Whereas on the other side with the women, they're going to be like, what does he do? That's going to be a huge question. And that's going to be a big judgment call, whether or not he's a janitor. And they're going to use this as a metric, whether or not they want to judge whether or not, hey, Oh, what is he? Oh, he's a doctor. Oh, great. This is status, which men primarily look at. And this is something that also coincides with depression rates with men because their status lowers. If they're a stay-at-home husband, guess what? Their status in society isn't that of a doctor or anything else. Their status is like looked at as like, oh, so you don't contribute to society. We overwhelmingly know this. This is something. So that's why I brought up the hypothetical, whereas like me and this fictional woman that I'm with right now, when we go to our I would say these groups of peers, when we looked at what's asked because of hypergamy, women want somebody that makes a lot of money or at least decent money, and status, it matters a whole lot, whereas men don't care about jobs and work. It matters to us so much. That's why the depression rates rise at stay-at-home husbands. We look at this, and this is overwhelming evidence.
Okay, I'm still waiting for that data that you keep saying you're citing. I'd never heard where you got it from or any of that. I'm looking forward to that. But I mean, yeah, I agree. And to be clear, I do agree that men tend to be more interested in looks, and that women tend to be more interested in status. Is that satisfactory for you?
Yeah. That's a big thing. So that's the thing, though. In society, if we look at this, we haven't even touched on the biological imperative that much. So let's go ahead and pull this up. So Sarah, where do you want me to put
in the
this?
back? You don't have to. We don't have to like go and read it together.
That's fine.
But yeah, if you want to do that,
yeah,
we can.
or I can take a look. Sorry, my words. Is it data stats?
Yes,
okay.
Data stats.
Ryan, are you okay with just pulling it up in the private chat?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Do you guys need to? Do you need to review it, Martae?
I just wanted to have it on hand, so like I can dig through it at times. Like I'm just curious.
So if you have a link, Martae, and you want to just drop it,
I'm gonna put the link in the chat, in the back chat, so that way he can see this.
Okay.
But
and
while
I'm
looking this
the
up,
regular chat for the viewers as well.
I guess while you're pulling it up, I guess what I'm curious of is like how drastic is the difference between stay-at-home moms and stay-at-home dads? Like, what are the specific numbers that you're referencing here?
So here we go. I'm going to pin this right here. This is going to go into our backroom chat. So this is not only just one piece of evidence, but this is all over the internet, where studies overwhelmingly show this because men have a societal stigma, if you will. Whereas, like, guys will ask each other, what do you do for work? Women will all of a sudden ask this. You see this on dating sites and everywhere else. Well, what do you do for a living? This is probably like a big conundrum in which men, because women are now trying to out-earn men graduating from colleges. This is a big thing. But even then, women will overwhelmingly ask, like, what do you do for work? And this is a big thing because I guarantee you, in two worlds, there's two Martaes. One that's a husband, or not even a husband yet, but wants to be a husband and says, hey, I'm a telemarketer, which is least respectable job on earth, by the way. Well, one of them. And the other one says, hey, I'm a structural engineer. Which one is going to have more status in society? Meanwhile, none of them have any status in society by their peers or any dating sites if they don't have a job. So even in marriages, if you look at husbands that don't have any status, aren't contributing to society, all they're doing is helping out at home, it just begins this big resentment battle at home. And we can overwhelmingly see this because if a guy isn't bringing any money or helping out in society, isn't doing more as far as outside of the home, the rates of resentment rise in the home.
Sure. So I see what you're referencing now. This Helpline article that says that that men are more likely to have these stay-at-home fathers are found to have higher levels of depressive symptoms. I'll accept that. It seems like it's true. Now, what I'd be curious about, since this obviously isn't the exact study, I'd be curious about like what the actual rates are between the two. And I would be curious. It seems like there's a lot of evidence, or there would likely be evidence supporting this, that a lot of these are because of social pressures on men, not because of some biological imperative that you keep alluding to, but because when men are asked, hey, what do you do? They're ashamed to admit that they are a stay-at-home dad, but that doesn't mean they're ashamed to acknowledge that within their families or to their children or to their wives. They might be perfectly happy with that, but they might be embarrassed to tell it to other men who might shame them for it, which would mean that it's the other men around them who are the problem, not the individual man who's deciding to be a stay-at-home dad.
I can actually demonstrate why this isn't the problem, because one of the biggest indicators when you're trying to get married is having some status. That's huge, because I guarantee you, if I went to a woman and said, I do telemarketing for a living, I guarantee you this is probably going to make her drier than a Popeye's biscuit if we're talking about jobs and occupation as far as statuses. But if I tell her something like I'm a structural engineer, which means I could just be working on just some crank job where I'm just turning wrenches at some lowly job. It sounds way better, right? So I think that when it comes to like status in society, it means a lot. Women put that on us as well too. Overwhelmingly, this is done by women because guess what? Women want guys to make more than them, or at least be on par with them, or make more than them. Women are hypergamous in nature. They want somebody that's going to be doing more than them because they want to feel safe. They want to feel protected. But if you don't have any of this, guess what? Your status is coming from a biological imperative, because I guarantee you what, 500 years ago, if you didn't slay the mammoth, if you weren't tall, if you weren't handsome, you didn't survive a harsh winter. And we could talk about traditions as well, too, that come from biological imperatives, too, because the reason why we have this, and this sounds like a side tangent, the reason why we give women roses is because guys used to have different floral arrangements with daffodils and everything else because it shows the ability to forage. Do you think that we've lost this over time? Or do you think that this comes from a biological imperative, how we have these social structures that we have that actually helps society, and it stems from all that? That's survival here.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're talking about families that are already established, right? We're not talking about like people who are dating, who are looking for partners. We're not talking about people who are in the dating market. We're talking about families that are together and they're deciding how they're going to adjust and handle themselves when raise their children. And 20% of the stay-at-home some families who have a stay-at-home parent, that is the father. And so they are deciding to do that for a wide variety of reasons. Maybe some of them are expressing these depressive symptoms, maybe they aren't, but they are deciding of their own accord that this is the best thing for them. And I would prescribe that they do what is best for them and their family, and you would prescribe otherwise. And I want you to defend that.
So here's the thing. I can defend that, and also I will. So here's the problem that you're going to run into. We have a biological imperative, and I'm going to keep going back to this. So when moms stay at home and they're very nurturing and there's two parents in the household, would you agree that this is very successful as far as like the formative years? Do you think that's more successful for a mom to be at home than a dad?
For the formative years, I mean, the data I've seen is definitely within the first few months, but I think after that, there's kind of that is kind of a large decline in just how important it is. As long as they have a parent around, I think and also just having a father around in general is also like extremely good for children's outcomes. So I'm not so sure I would bite that bullet in the way you're framing it.
So that's the problem, though, is that when we see this, there's a problem that we have. So, and I'm going to go ahead and cite this data. That's matter of fact, I'm going to put this in the back chat so you can see this.
Please. Yeah.
So here you go. Boom, shakalaka. So you can go ahead and eat that up while we talk about this. Not only do dads that stay at home have a 23% more likelihood of having a divorce, but the problem with this is that this leads to that. So I know we're not talking about the dating market or the dating pool or any of this, but all of this stems from a biological imperative that leads into marriage. Do you think it stops once you get married? No, it doesn't stop. This continues and becomes the mainstay of the foundation, because I guarantee you the person that she wanted while you were dating is the same person that she wants while you're a husband, leading to resentment in the home. If you don't have any of this, if you don't contribute to society, and still, do you think women stop becoming hypergamous once you're a husband? No, they don't. This continues well into husbandry at the home. As women, we want them to be good matrons, good mothers. I think that's a great thing. The last thing we want is women to become resentful of us because we're not fulfilling our biological imperative, because they do want us to still be the man unchanged. We can have a change of everything else in a marriage except for our ethical principles and morality. But here's the thing that never changes is our biological imperative, which you see right here.
Well, I don't see right here whatever biological imperative you're suggesting. What I do see is, according to this Daily Mail article about some study that I'm trying to find the actual link to the study. It says that there are, was it 2.5%, or what is it? A slightly like a 0.8% larger rate, like likelihood of divorce if he works part-time or does not work at all. So what I'd be curious to see, and hopefully I can find a link to this actual study, is what I'd be curious to see is if they're conflating or if they're adjusting for things like poverty, which stay-at-home parents in general are much more likely to be impoverished, and that's one of the reasons that they end up being a stay-at-home parent in general, because they can't afford the childcare, and it's a financial decision. So, like I mentioned earlier, on average, childcare in the United States costs about $13,000 per year. So, if that's making up a smaller, if that's making up a smaller portion of what they would be able to earn, then why would they work instead of taking care of them? They would actually be losing money, which would be a worse financial decision. I don't understand why we would make that.
Ryan, do you think men make more than women right now, on average?
Not. I mean, yeah, sure, on average, yeah, but we're not talking about like necessarily everything on average. We're talking about
hold on. This goes to that, okay? Because as a result, those who don't work full time may be perceived as breaking a central component of the marital contract for husbands. This goes back to the societal agreement that we have as far as like leading to this biological imperative, because a woman wants a guy that makes more, that does more. She doesn't want him to do this because it's perceived as breaking a central component of this marital contract, because you don't want to become the guy that she ends up presenting because, oh shit, I have to work every day and do all this. What are you doing at home? This happens overwhelmingly, which leads to divorces. And I'm telling you right now, money worries increase overwhelmingly. So if men make more on average than women do in the household, wouldn't it be more fitting for the guy to be out of the home making more money? You know, if he's going to make more money, wouldn't you want the breadwinner to go out of the home? And the problem with this is, and I know I'm throwing two things at you right now. If women are working and the breadwinner gets pregnant, you're kind of screwed a little bit, right? And it puts you in a little quandary. So there's so much here that I can untangle right here, but just can you at least contend with these two things that I just told you right now?
Yeah, so number one, I agree that when there's a stay-at-home parent, or if you have a wife that's a major breadwinner and she gets pregnant, obviously that is going to cause some issues, which is why I advocate for programs that would support that. I advocate for parental and maternal leave for both men and women in general. I don't say this is a problem. The thing I was pushing back earlier about the people in poverty is that I'm curious about the average. If we're talking about stay-at-home dads, I suspect that on average, almost definitionally, the wife is making more. So she is the breadwinner in those scenarios, right? So we're talking about a very specific, different dynamic already. So I don't know why we would look at the averages to try to predict divorce rates and stuff with regards to that. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, the problem with this is you've already conceded that men make more than women. I don't think that you want the person that's not making, that could possibly make more money to stay at home. This, to me, doesn't even make sense on its face. So what you're talking about is like shifting family roles right now. And I don't think that that's a good thing. So let's make this very simple. If men make more money, you wouldn't want them to be the one making the money out of the home?
It seems like when they make more money, they are more likely to be the one making money out of the home. That's
right.
I don't care about I think what I'm advocating for this whole time, please, I'm still answering. What I've been advocating for the entire time is for people to do what they see as the best fit for their family dynamic. And again, it seems like for at least 20% of families that have a stay-at-home parent, that seems to be the father who is the one who is the best fit for doing that, according to what these families are deciding. So I don't want to prescribe something different, because I don't feel like my idea of gender norms or whatever should be like held over these people, because I think I know what their family should look like. That's your position, which is the silly one here, frankly.
No, it's not silly. What I'm arguing is for biological imperatives, which is a reality that we have to contend with. Also, I just sent you another study. This is by a law firm right now that specializes in divorce. So, you can take a gander at that. So here's the thing, though. The initial thing that I sent you was a component of a Harvard study that was done. That was the first thing I sent you. So before 1974, the more housework a woman did, the more solid her marriage was. Would you not agree that this is common today, if it's happening? And now, because we're switching roles right now, the nuclear family is breaking down more. I'm telling you right now, conforming to the traditional expectation, that's a wife's place in the home, in my opinion. But back to this, a wife who did 3/4 of the housework in 1968 had 1.1% chance of her marriage ending, which is super low. Now, what do we have right now? It's increasing over time now that women are leaving the home. We can see this overwhelmingly. And right now, this is also in the study I also sent you, which is also a component of the Harvard study, which the Daily Mail also takes all these abstracts from as well, too.
Yeah, so I guess first of all, I want to point out that, number one, you just mentioned divorce rates before 1969, which is like literally before no-fault divorce was introduced. So, there's, sure, we've seen more divorces since people have. Yeah, of course, because people were allowed to get divorces after that without having to prove that they did some other random shit, which is a good thing, because people aren't stuck in marriages they don't want to be in.
No, it's not a good thing.
Exactly. That's a whole different conversation. We can debate about that another time. You want to force women to stay married to guys they hate or whatever. I don't vibe with that. And you also want to force guys to be married to women they hate. I think that's disgusting. I think that's bad for children. That's you. That's your position. Well, I wanted to point out that you keep saying you're sending me studies. I wish you were. What you keep sending me is articles, like a Healthline article, which, to be fair, Healthline is generally pretty reliable. The other one, Daily Mail, a little bit less so.
Now it's reliable.
And then the last one you just sent me is a blog post from a law firm. But like, I just wish that when you were sending, this is just a personal complaint, right? But I wish when you were sending me data, you were actually sending me the data, because it doesn't seem like you actually looked into the data. It seems like you looked into people who were talking about the data, which is a little bit frustrating to engage with, but sure, I'm trying.
So here's the thing, though. This is one thing that you can't contend with. You've already admitted that stay-at-home dads who would be the breadwinner and make more money, you're saying that this is a good prescription. Can you give me a reason why a woman who works out of the home, which would make less than her husband, should be out of the home? Can you tell me a good reason why the person who would make less than the man be out of the home working?
Well, yes. So to engage with that, you're kind of like begging the question a bit, right? Like you're packaging in a bunch of stuff. Like you're saying that you're assuming that you're describing a family dynamic where it's guaranteed that the husband could make more money than the wife, just because the average man makes more money than his wife. But there are obviously women who are just in great positions where they're making a lot of money, and they might want a dad, or they might want a husband, who can father their child, who can stay at home because they enjoy their job. This is perfect common. It seems to be happening with millions of United States families, and I would prescribe that they do what they seem as best for their families, and they're doing it in reality. Not, and again, in your fictional fairy tale world that you described, where chaos and the world's collapsing around us, it's just happening fine. People are living their lives. People are raising their kids. If anything, the stuff that I advocate for, like paid parental leave and stuff, would make it better for these families, would make it easier. So
it's not a fictional reality, because 87% of men work infrastructure jobs. So if you took all the women and put them in these positions, guess what happens? It's not a fictional reality. Where in my fictional reality that you say is fictional, I swap all the jobs, right? And if we swapped all the jobs, guess what would happen? Do you think these bridges would be built? I mean, it expedited the way that they are with men compared to women. Do you think that these roles are equal when we talk about this? You have to agree with this, because this is a nonsensical position to hold and say that it's completely fictional. It's not.
Well, hang on. So you're asking me if in a world where all men were replaced by women, which would be a fictional world, right? We don't live in that world. You agree with that? We don't live in the world where all. Okay, so I'm correctly describing your hypothetical as a fictional world, right? You agree with that?
How would this be fictional if we really did this?
It's fictional right
How would
now.
this not play out like I said.
You're saying if this happened in the real world, would it still be fictional? No, it wouldn't be. But right now, what you're describing is a fictional world, a hypothetical world, right?
You said it was ridiculous. You said it was a ridiculous premise.
Well,
How ridiculous would it be if women all of a sudden got into 87% of the infrastructure jobs and we switched places?
I think that would, I wouldn't prescribe that, but I didn't come here to prescribe that all.
This.
I didn't come here to prescribe that all women invert their jobs with all men. Nobody is here prescribing that.
You said it was crazy, and you made a mockery of it. It's not a mockery.
It's non-existent.
You're literally agreeing with this fictional world that I just presumed and gave it to you. Like, to me, that doesn't really make any sense.
I'm agreeing. What do you mean I'm agreeing with it? I'm agreeing that it would be ridiculous, but I'm also agreeing or pointing out that I never advocated for it.
It's
not the prompt of the debate. It has nothing to do with the prompt of the debate. What we're talking about in reality is that there are, again, nearly 20% of families who have a stay-at-home parent. Let me finish, please. There's nearly 20% of families that have a stay-at-home parent. They are men. They are husbands, and that's in the real world, not in a hypothetical, not in a fucking fairy tale. That is right now in America.
So I'm going to send you the Census Bureau that says stay-at-home husbands are rare. About 2% of U.S. married fathers per Census Bureau of 2023, often situational, where this is what it is. So job loss, partners, high income, because of those situations. I can assume that this could be correct because I'll pull this up right now where it's from the Census Bureau, where it adopted. Success is anecdotal and conditional. So this is what we're seeing as far as family setup in these egalitarian family setups that, I mean, you're alluding to, saying, okay, well, we should have a preference for this, but I don't think it's optional as a prescription, because that's the thing, though, is like flexibility of prescription as far as stay-at-home husbands, you could say is a valid choice for consenting adults, fostering equity and, these specific contexts that you're alluding to, but they're not a societal prescription because they ignore diversity, economics, culture, and they're imposing risk of inefficiency, which is why I brought up the 87% of infrastructure jobs that men work. It also increases unhappiness, which you saw in my depression study, and also division, which it also increases divorce, which you saw in my other study, which you also conceded to and agreed with, which also leads to division in society. So instead, society benefits from options like better support systems, like, you know what I'm saying? Like roles that evolve organically from these biological imperatives that we have, not something that's forced as constructs that you're alluding to. And you say, no, this can happen. No, because divorce rates you already agreed to climb up higher. Depression rates for men for stay at home, you've already conceded to this. And you said that this is already happening. It's like, what's left there to even debate, Ryan? Because it's a bad prescription.
Yeah, so I don't know what data you were just alluding to. You're talking about the census, but it didn't sound like you were saying that it's 2.3% of fathers or stay-at-home fathers. I think my understanding is it's about 7% of fathers in America are stay-at-home. So again, millions and millions of families. I just posted the Pew Research in the back. I'd be interested to see the census data you're alluding to or describing, but that doesn't, it doesn't sound like we're that far off, but it sounds like I think you're looking at a smaller, more specific sample of that 7%, which we can talk about. But again, this is millions of families who are doing exactly this. You're talking about it being organic evolution of the biology. This is organic. I'm talking about an organic thing where there is, in the real world, we have people who are making choices that are best for them and their families, and they're not basing them on like the rigid gender norms that you're specifically prescribing. They're doing it based on what's best for their families. That's what I'm prescribing, is that families do what is best for themselves and their families, and they are doing that. And what it results in is 20% of stay-at-home parents are men. And you are upset about that because in a fictional world, maybe hypothetically, if we replaced all the men with women, that would be bad. I agree, that would be bad. We wouldn't do that. We don't need to do that for 20% of stay-at-home parents to be men. We didn't need to invert any crazy shit. It just seems to be working fine. These people are raising kids. They might have higher depressive rates. I don't know how much higher that rate is, but it could be for a wide variety of reasons. And I would prescribe treating that depression via therapy and maybe SSRIs if appropriate.
Also, you want to put a Band-Aid on this instead of treating the original source of this. By the way, Sarah, can I share a screen with you real quick?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
And why you do that? You're saying it's a Band-Aid. I mean, I'm talking about like treating things as they arise. Yeah, sure. But you're alleging you know the original. Real quick, you're alleging you know the original source.
Ryan, if we know
you're alleging you know the original source.
Hold on. I think Ryan was offering a pushback on that one, and then Martae will come back to you. And you're going to get the screen up anyways too. So.
Yeah, and I'll be quick. You're alleging that you know the original cause, and you're saying the original cause is that they're stay-at-home dads. We don't actually know that based on what all we know is because you acknowledge correlation does not equal causation, right, Martae?
What does every causation have? A big ass correlate. Every causation has a big ass correlate. Anyways, back to this. Can I share my screen real quick?
Absolutely.
So you do think correlation equals causation?
Look, Ryan, I can argue semantics with you right now.
It's not
right now, you've like already
fundamentals of the scientific method.
Ryan, you've already conceded that depression rates are high, and your example is like, well, they could just get counseling. Well, they wouldn't need counseling if we've already had this mainstay of men working out of the homes and not being stay-at-home dads. This is already remedied by that, so they don't need counseling. We already know what the solution is by avoiding this and basically keeping these traditional values. I would argue and actually agree with you that in extreme situations where if the guy loses the job, things happen, or she happens to make more than him, yeah, that could probably happen. But guess what happens? We've already seen the statistics on divorce that you've already agreed with me on. So I'm going to go ahead and share this real quick. Let's get to it.
Yeah, so just to respond to that, you're asserting that you understand like the root cause of these things, and in this example, you're saying that you know for a fact somehow. I'm really interested to find out how you figured this out. You know that them being stay-at-home dads is the thing that's causing their depression. What we don't know, because again, correlation does not equal causation. Well, the reason we don't know this is because it's fully possible, right? And you would have to acknowledge this. I'm sure. Real quick, you would have to acknowledge that dads who decide to be stay-at-home dads might just also already be predisposed to depression for various other reasons.
Yeah, but you're also making another assumption. Like, this is the thing, though. You're making a blatant assumption, actually. So really, that doesn't even reconcile your position or even counter anything I've ever said. So, all right, let's get to it.
Except for the conclusivity of it.
Is my screen being shared right now?
I see it back there now, yes.
Okay, what do we see? Okay. So the share of parents... What's that?
This is the Pew Research data I posted, right?
So, okay, 7% of fathers.
That's funny.
Right. Yeah, well, hold on.
Yep.
The share of parents in the United States who are not employed for pay has been fairly stable over the past 5 years. So we're seeing that 18% of parents who didn't work for pay. So if we skip down here, the share who are stay-at-home parents differs between men and women. 20% of mothers and 7% of fathers. I don't see your 20% here.
Wait, didn't you just read that? 20% are fathers? Wait, it's 18. Hang on, sorry.
26% of mothers and 7% of fathers. Yeah.
26% of mothers and 7. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, okay. I see the issue you're having. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to correct
you. Oh my
okay?
God, bro, this is crazy. All right. Anyways,
when you're done,
back to this.
Are you done? Okay. Can I explain what you're crying about right now?
It is a stark minority, Ryan. It's not your. What the hell are you talking about earlier?
Go ahead.
Can you reconcile that for me?
I absolutely can if you'll stop for a second. You're freaking out, but I can.
Stopped. So go ahead, talk.
Yeah, I will. So what I've been saying over and over, maybe if you open up your ears, you would have actually heard me, is I said 20% of stay-at-home parents, not 20% of parents, not 20% of parents, right? That you understand the difference between 20% of stay-at-home parents and 20% of parents. You understand there's a difference between those two things, right?
So stay-at-home parents, if we look at the data and resources and everything, it's such a minority. So you're making this out like, so if I gave you a prescription, in a prescription, even if I give you the 20%, we say it's 20%, do you think that this is a better prescription for society than the overwhelming agreements that everybody agrees with in society right now, that's happening right now? Do you think that it's a good prescription for dads to be out of the home in working compared to like mothers being out of the home and working and dad staying home in a marriage? Do you think that this is good, knowing that the data that you've already conceded to saying that depression rates are higher regardless if they have depression prior to or during the marriage? We've all seen the numbers, and you've already conceded that the depression rates in stay-at-home husbands are higher. You've already agreed that husbands make more than the women, and you're saying that the people that make more and would be better breadwinners stay at home. None of this really makes sense to me, Ryan. Can you reconcile any of this and tell me why this would be better?
I'll do my best. So yeah, what I pointed out is that we don't know the cause of the depression, which you pretended to know earlier, right? You were asserting that it was because they were stay-at-home dads that they were depressed. You don't know that. It might be the case, as I suggested. This could go either way. I'm not asserting that I know because I have a little bit more epistemic humility than you. What I'm saying is I'm not sure whether that's causing the depression or that depression might make them more likely to want to be stay-at-home dads, which would be a separate problem, right? And we can engage with those in a wide variety of ways. But that wouldn't mean that all stay-at-home dads are doing something wrong, right? And to once again, just to correct what you're, it's kind of funny that you are hammering down on this when I was so specific all throughout this debate about the 20% thing. So what I'm referencing, I'll read directly from the article you were just looking at, the one that was the article I cited over and over in my opening statement. That was where like almost all of the numbers I talked about came from. And it specifically says, due to these diverging trends, dads now represent 18% of stay-at-home parents, up from 11% in 1989. That's what I was talking about. So these millions of American families, they have a stay-at-home dad, okay? And those people seem to be doing that for one reason or another. They've decided that's the best fit for them. And it might be possible that some of them are more likely to have depression. It might be possible that that's because those people were predisposed to choosing to be stay-at-home dads, or maybe because being a stay-at-home dad increased their rates of depression. We don't even know because your article didn't cite the difference between stay-at-home moms and stay-at-home dads in terms of depression. So it would be interesting to see just how much that rate goes up. But again, it wouldn't really address the fact of the matter, which is that many families are still viewing this as the best fit for them. And additionally, when you talk about how, if men make more on average, then why wouldn't men be the primary breadwinners? Well, that's fine. On average, 80% of stay-at-home parents are women. So on average and beyond, that's what they're doing. And I would prescribe them as well to do what's best for their families, right? But for the women who are making more and the husbands who are willing to be stay-at-home and the women who are interested in having a stay-at-home husband, they are doing what I would prescribe for them, which is the best fit for their families. Does that follow for you, Martae, or are you still lost?
No, never been lost here. I still don't think really you're making a good argument as far as like why men should stay at home compared to women, because if the depression rates, and here's the thing though, you keep alluding to like, we got to see the percentages though, but you've already agreed that men suffer more with depression. I already need to agree to this, and you've already agreed to this. If you wanted to argue semantics like, but to what degree? to me, already conceded. You've already conceded and said that, hey, I've already acknowledged that depression rates are higher. That's all I need to do to win that point. And then when we go to like men making more money, you've already conceded this already. So it's like all you're doing is saying, all right, but to what degree? To me, I don't care about the degree. I care about the happiness of home, which leads to like the happiness of marital stability and happiness, which you would obviously think in a logical entailment to think that this would lead to less divorces in the end. That's all I'm saying. So to me, you could say I'm lost all you want, but I'm not lost. All I've done is present a logical argument that you've never been able to reconcile as far as like these 2 points already.
I feel like I've reconciled just fine all throughout this. I've illustrated that right now there are once again, I'll say this over and over and over again. There are millions of American families right now who've decided the best fit for them is having a stay-at-home dad. They seem to be doing fine. You haven't showed any data that suggests that these families are collapsing as you outlined in your initial like fantasy. Again, the best data point that you've brought up, the strongest one seems to be this correlation between depression and stay-at-home dads. That doesn't even necessarily speak to the family outcomes, although sure, people with depression might have might be more likely.
That's crazy. How would that not speak to family outcomes? So you don't think depression affects I'm literally
about to say it probably would.
You don't think any
before you interrupted me, I was literally about to say that.
Did you have a clarifying factor at the end of that, Ryan? I apologize.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah. I was literally about to say, like, as I was finishing that sentence, is that we might see other issues that arise from there being depression, which is again why I would advocate, by the way, for like universal healthcare, which would allow people to access these people who are in poverty, who are way more likely to be in the situation, who are more likely to be depressed in the first place, and who are more likely to become stay-at-home fathers. They would have better access to therapy and to treatment for their depression, which would handle this issue in the first place. So I just don't see why this is an argument against people who have these family structures, who view these family structures as best for them, why Martae should be able to walk in and go, no, you need to go to work and you need to stay home because I think that's how it's supposed to be, because biology, that's your argument.
Yeah, biology is a massive component. So you've already argued that the formative years are extremely important. So I think, why shouldn't we continue on this trend? You've never told me the bad thing. So if I ask you, why would it be bad for men to be at work and women to stay at home? You can't even tell me a concise point of like why that would be bad. But you have everything to say for when a dad stays home and a woman's at work. You want to promote this, but I can tell you all the bad that can happen out of this as far as like depression rates, all this. But when you look at this knife doesn't exactly cut both ways. It doesn't at all. So I think one is more optimal than the other, and I could present this good case, and I've already presented the good case why this is more optimal. You can't present to me why we can't continue on this legacy into this tradition of women staying at home, nurturing because they have to breastfeed. There's also oxytocin releases because the bonding of parenting is extremely important. And for them to continue this, why should we have to sever this tie? No, I don't think that that's a good thing for them to sever this. I think it's more optimal. And even the women in the chat would agree with me that they want a guy that's efficient, makes more money than them, is the protector of the home. I mean, protection is like financial stability. It isn't just physical protection. If a man makes more, he's out of the home doing this and providing, instead of raising cortisol levels of women, increasing heart attack risk and all this, and aging fast. All this happens. We all know this. This is an evident fact.
Yeah, so you're asking me, why would it be bad for women to stay at home? I don't think it's bad for women to stay at home if that's the best fit for their family. If they decide with their own autonomy that they decide that's what they want to do, that's the dynamic they want. Seems like 80% of parents seem to, 80% of families that have a stay-at-home parent, they are deciding to do that. And I encourage them to do that. That seems to be the best fit for their families. I would prescribe that for them. Additionally, for the other 20% that have decided to do something different, I would prescribe that for them to do the best fit for their family. Once again, you're not disputing that. You're just saying, no, I think this is how it has to be, and you're alluding to a bunch of other things that like are allegedly bad about this and biological reality.
Optimal,
it just doesn't matter. More optimal to who? Not for them, apparently. They don't seem to agree with you.
I've shown how it's more optimal. Who are you talking about? They don't agree with me. So when we talk about
the people who are those families, the people who are living, who are deciding to have the dynamic that you don't personally approve of, they believe that their position is more optimal.
You don't
know. Martae wants to come in and tell them no.
You're just making an empty assertion. You're making an assertion, Ryan, by saying they don't agree with me when we've shown that the depression rates are higher. So I highly think it's improbable that a guy with a higher depression rate is going to say, damn, I love staying home. I wouldn't want to be out there. Of course, we have some cuckoos out there that are probably going to say this because we have I would say that male feminism has proliferated society a lot, but I don't think that that's a good prescription because they themselves are more higher likelihood of getting a divorce. And if they do get out there and get a divorce, these aren't the men that women want. I guarantee you they aren't. Like, if you want a woman that's a boss babe, more power to you. But I don't think that's optimal if you want to have a marriage and you want to have these good gender roles that are better for society.
Yeah, so Martae is again saying, I don't think. I talked to all these people. They agree with me. I don't care who you've talked to. I don't care who.
No, they would all agree against you. They would all be against you, Martae. You literally just said that right now.
Okay, so are you going to let me finish this time?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So I'm not talking about people I've talked to. I'm not talking about what I am talking about is the data, right? I keep pointing to the 20%
no, Ryan,
of
you
families.
Said the people that you're arguing against would disagree with you.
Hold on. Well, you can clarify afterwards, Martae, but I do want to at least let him say what he's needing.
Yeah, I think I see where Martae misunderstood me. I'm not saying the people you're arguing with, the people you're talking to, your friends will actually secretly agree with me. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to. I don't frankly care. The only thing that I've been referencing is the Pew Research data that there are 20% or 18% specifically of families that have a stay-at-home parent. They seem to have decided that their best fit is for the father to do that. They would probably disagree with you asserting that they need to do a different dynamic. Okay. And I'm saying, why should they care about what fucking Martae thinks?
So here's the thing, though. You're saying they would probably disagree with you. You're basically saying that I'm saying that when you're the one that's saying that. You're saying, well, they would probably disagree with you. Who cares about what they would probably do? That's something that's a prescription that I'm arguing against, and I don't think that that's good. Not only do I think this is not good, but I also think it's a horrendous thing to even offer as a prescription and say this is best for society. No, I think that there's a higher likelihood of satisfaction in marital rates when the husband's making more, he's out of the home, and comes home, and the woman's fulfilling this biological imperative of nurturing her families, and she actually has more access to her kids and says, okay, matter of fact, I would make an argument for why homeschooling is more superior and optimal than public schools, which are a propaganda machine. So to me, I can see this happening, but you can't reconcile what the bad would be. You've already admitted this, and I could say, hey, the depression rates are higher, which you've already agreed to, and you've already conceded this already, which you're going to keep conceding to. This is the biological imperative that we keep going to. And women overwhelmingly, even you could agree with me, and you're living in cognitive dissonance if you're saying that women are okay with men making less than them, because also there's studies that obliterate this too, that I can also present. We can go there too, because this applies to marital rates too and happiness.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing that most women would prefer a man who makes less than them. In fact, it seems like most women prefer a man that makes more than them, but that doesn't mean that all women necessarily want that for the entirety of their marriages. Again, I keep telling you, 20% of these families that have a stay-at-home parent, they have the man doing that. So these families have decided for whatever reason, this is the best fit for them. Why? Like, I feel like you're not processing this, and you're saying that, no, this is bad because of depression rates or whatever. You're arguing that the depression rates might be slightly, I think, or the divorce rate, I think, was like 0.8% higher, which is like fucking nothing and can be explained by a whole bunch of different other factors and could be addressed by a bunch of other different factors. And the depression rates are probably a similar difference, which again could be addressed by a bunch of different things. So I'm saying that your prompt that you tweeted at me was that stay-at-home dads or stay-at-home husbands are not a prescription for society. I'm saying that for 20% of these families that have a stay-at-home parent, it seems to be the prescription that they want to work with. And I would prescribe that they do what is best for them. So therefore, it is at least a prescription for society. I feel like this is extremely clear, extremely simple. Even if Martae disapproves of their family dynamic, I mean, honestly, like, who gives a shit? So...
I give a shit. And the reason why I give a shit and the reason why I really care about this is because we're inverting family values. The traditional structure of families has been upended for a very long time in society. And guess what's happened? What's also increased? Marital rates have basically plummeted through the basement. Divorce rates have skyrocketed. Yes, we could say that no-fault divorce has also added to this, which you say, well, this couples shouldn't be forced to stay together. You mean work through their marriages when they have problems? So this is my argument. My argument is saying it's a better prescription for society if men uphold to this and they're staving off divorce when they have a woman that stays at home and they're the person that's the breadwinner and making more money, thus staving off resentment for the future in their home, basically avoiding the treacherous, I would say, the gallery divorce that awaits them, because marriage is a business. Let's admit there's the front end of marriage and then there's the back end. Getting married, there's a shit ton of money. People spent $20,000 on marriages. And I'll get back to the point. Divorce, high-end industry over here. But in order to avoid this, because we're talking about outcomes here and a higher success rate of marriages, which is also part and parcel of this, I think it's a better imperative for us to follow a biological imperative for men to be at work and women to stay at home, because we've never seen this opposite successful. We're trying to have this happen in society, so where we have boss babes go out of the home and while husbands stay at home. Guess what? Marital rates haven't gone up. They haven't increased at all. This hasn't been a thing. But if we go further back in the past where you say women were slaves and stayed at home, marital rates steadily rose and satisfaction among married couples increased also. There's no way you can reconcile this, because it's all going downhill from here when we have this egalitarian society, which you say, I'm not arguing for egalitarian. I'm just saying, hey, it's good all across the board, man. This fits and anybody could do this. No, it doesn't, because overwhelmingly we see that this is such a marginally small community, and you keep arguing for the 20%, which it's like, why are we saying that this is optimal? That's my argument. That's not optimal at all. Not a prescription.
Well, again, it does seem to be optimal for them. Again, like, it might not feel optimal for Martae, but it does seem to be optimal for them, which is why they're doing it. People are generally make rational decisions in many ways about what they want their lives to look like, how they want to take care of their kids. And these families are deciding that this is what's best for them. Martae doesn't approve. Again, fuck it. Who gives a shit? Like, Martae, we don't need Martae's permission to set up society. Additionally, when we talk about the marriage, no fault divorce and all this crap, like, yes, people will be forced to work on their marriages, even if they continue to not work. Like, you want to force that on them. That's not my world. I'm not about that life. Yes, I do actually advocate for egalitarianism. I haven't talked about egalitarianism tonight at all. I haven't ever said that men and women are equally or interchangeable widgets like you keep prescribing to me. I never argued that. What I did argue is that
your dog doesn't even agree with you right now. He's literally like refuting your whole argument when I don't even have to. So not only does your dog disagree with me, but I don't.
Yes, my dog does disagree with you. But
I disagree with your whole argument too. So both of us, that makes two of us. Your dog disagrees with you. I disagree with you. So on your premise right now, when you're talking about, I'm not arguing for egalitarianism. What are you arguing for? If I'm arguing,
no, I am.
It?
Okay. To be clear, I do believe. I do believe in egalitarianism. That doesn't mean that I'm arguing for egalitarianism right now. What I'm arguing for is that there's a subset of married couples who have children, who have a stay-at-home parent, and that subset, a large subset, which means millions of American families, they have decided what is optimal for them is to have the father stay at home. They are deciding that. If we see that, like, all these different outcomes that you don't like, these people are still making that decision. I do want them to be allowed to do that. Do you think they should not be allowed to do that?
In a sense, you're arguing for the exception to be the rule. And yes, I agree that they're arguing for this. They can argue for this and say, hey, this is great. But I guarantee you, and this would be an assumptive claim on my end, I don't think that they would say, hey, this is a prescription we see in society and that should be normalized. When you say this, you're saying, well, no, this is okay. It's fine. It could be normalized. But if people are talking about things that should be normalized, it's because it's not normal. And that's the thing, though. If we look at this historically, we don't see any of this playing out in the beginning. We've always had men outside the out of the home working and becoming the workforce, adding to all this, bringing home the kill, as they say, while women are home nurturing their babies. Now we have this inversion. If you notice on the scales, marital rates are plummeting. Your dog doesn't agree with you. I don't agree with you. And even Sara laughs because she knows that your dog's right.
Okay, my dog, for the record, my dog was barking because someone just came home and he wants to go see them.
Yeah, some claims don't work that well, right? When you're throwing it my way and saying, no, they wouldn't agree with you on this. Well, you don't know if these people have lost their jobs or anything would have happened where the guy got disabled, things like this. We don't know their
Actually, we do know that. I cited all of that in my opening statement. That's exactly what the Pew Research says, that about a third of them are disabled or are stay-at-home fathers because they're disabled or because of illness. And for those people, I would prescribe, if they're capable of taking care of their kids while they handle the illness. Are you going to let me finish talking? Yeah. So while they are dealing with that, they are going to be, I would prescribe for them to treat their kids. You keep saying that I'm arguing for a one-size-fits-all solution, basically, but that's not my playbook. I am not arguing that stay-at-home dads are the prescription for society. And that was not the prompt that you suggested to me. You suggested a prompt, are stay-at-home dads a prescription for society? I believe there are many prescriptions for society, many prescriptions for a healthy family. And for 80% of people, they want to use your prescription, more or less. 80% of families that have a stay-at-home parent, they want to use use yours. Base, good for them. Love that. I'm about that. I would prescribe that for them. What I would prescribe to the people who disagree and want to have a different family dynamic is to use that family dynamic that works best for them, which is what I've been arguing this entire time, and you've never once actually engaged with that.
I'm saying it's not a good prescription at all. Therefore, it shouldn't be a prescription. Although I can agree that there are happenstance cases of people losing jobs. I think that people get sick, can't go to work. I think that people get out earned all the time sometimes because the way that we have colleges literally ostracizing men right now with their educational programs. But here's the thing, though. I think that if we have husbands that make more, I think we're going to lower resentment in the home and we're going to stave all this off. And then not to mention this, but we're going to lower societal shame for men as well, too, in the workforce, because societally right now, we've never seen anything work out to where it's like, this is what we need as far as like the whole prescription. And yes, you can agree that, hey, there's a small subset minority that does do this and is a prescription, but we can map this onto everything else by saying gay people should be having butt babies and this could probably happen. Not successful, right? They can have this happen as a small subset, less than 2% of the population, which you can argue for. And you're saying, well, no, that's a prescription because they can attempt butt babies all day long and have all the infinite butt sex. But I'm like, this produces nothing. Much like if we look at marriages right now, people could say, well, husbands can stay at home, women are out of the workforce. How does this reduce rates of depression? How does this reduce rates of like resentment towards the husband at home or deal with any of this other stuff when we have this switcheroo happen? I'm actually agreeing with you to some part that this can happen. Well, women make more money, but I'm saying it's not a prescription that I would recommend or anybody else in society would recommend, because I guarantee overwhelmingly, if you ask husbands, would you rather be outside of the home and work? Well, there's a couple of feminists here who probably disagree with me that are men, but I'm just telling you right now, should something happen, you want the husband taking all the hits, protecting his family, not the woman. That's what I'm arguing for.
So I think Martae just conceded the debate. He would accept that it's a prescription for some small subset of the population, which has been my position the whole time, not the majority. Obviously, as I agreed, it would never be the majority, and that I don't expect it to ever be the majority, and it doesn't need to be. It needs to be a prescription for some subset for the prompt to be, for his prompt to be incorrect, basically. And he seems to have just accepted that by saying that there are some people who this would actually be a prescription for. So that's pretty funny. And when he asked, how does this reduce rates of depression? My prescription for depression would be therapy and counseling, things that actually are demonstrated by the data to reduce symptoms of depression. You might believe that, I'm Martae and I have conjured up the real cause of depression in these men, and secretly it's because they're not adhering to my idea of what a dynamic between them and their wife should be, but otherwise they seem to be choosing this different dynamic. Well, perhaps you're right for some of them. I don't know. We can endlessly speculate about that. We can ask the magic 8-ball all day, Martae, but in reality what we'd have to look at is more granular data, which you did not provide. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but my position on depression would treat it, would help these people handle that, and they would still be able to be good parents, as they've decided to do, as they seem to be doing. These fathers have perfectly good outcomes, very comparable, definitely not worse, comparable in some cases, better, where there are stay-at-home dads. I just don't even know what we're arguing about at this point.
So here's the thing. You're arguing for a subset, like a minority. What I'm saying, it's not a prescription. So if we look at the subset of minority, you've already said that, hey, I've conceded. No, I haven't conceded at all, because when you're saying this, so to me, how much sense does this make? And I'm talking to the chat and everybody else right now. If you're talking about husbands that have lost their jobs, is losing your job a prescription for society? No, it isn't. This fringe case of like, oh, I'm disabled, would that be a prescription for society? Even if we agree that happenstance, like nobody wants to be disabled, nobody wants to lose their job, hence those aren't prescriptions. So those aren't even good use at all either. So even if we admit those and say, hey, this is what happens, it's not a prescription because nobody wants to be disabled, nobody wants to be out of work. So you're running out of options as far as like, okay, well, what's preferential for even those people? We can't even say that that's preferential, because I guarantee you that these husbands that are unable to work by whatever metric, would this be like disability, I can't work because she makes more than me. If you switch the roles, they wouldn't want to be disabled, out of a job, jobless, or having their women make more than them. I guarantee you overwhelmingly, you're going to have some cucks out there in society that are saying, yeah, you know what? I love being home, making origami cakes and all this while she goes out. That's a fringe subset of society. But I guarantee if you switch this, these husbands will be like, you know what? I love being the man of the house, making more money, being the breadwinner, being eyeballed as like the sex object of the home, coming home while she's like saying, hey, I have the cakes ready and dinner and all this. Guarantee you that this is a better fit for society. I don't think it's a prescription at all.
So I think, first of all, I think the origami cakes meme is kind of a telling and funny it reveals a lot of what Martae thinks about stay-at-home parents in general. Obviously, the 80% of stay-at-home moms he believes are sitting at home making origami cakes all day, doing nothing productive, being basically useless in his eyes, which is kind of curious because that's how he is characterizing these stay-at-home dads who are doing all of the same stuff that they would be doing. So obviously, he believes that about them too, unless he believes that women are somehow doing completely different jobs at the home than men are, which doesn't really make any sense. I also agree that men are obviously anybody who is ill or unemployed and looking for a job, they would prefer to not be, almost definitionally. But we're not talking about whether or not getting sick is a prescription, whether being disabled is a prescription, whether losing your job is a prescription, as you said. We are arguing what should people do in situations where they are. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. We are arguing what should people do when they are disabled, what they should do when they are sick, what they should do when they are looking for a job, and what those men seem to decide to do is take advantage of the fact and spend more time with their kids. And I think that's good. I would prescribe that they do that while they get back on their feet if they can.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say that these are situations that do happen, but is this a prescription for this situation to happen? Would they want to be disabled? It's all part and parcel. You could say, no, we don't care if they want to be disabled or any of this other stuff. These are not positions that they want to be in. While you're saying that this is a prescription, they have no choice. How can not having a choice be a prescription? You don't have a choice. A prescription is a chosen position that you can have. Meaning, like, if you had the choice, would you rather not be disabled or, be able to work? Would you rather not be unemployed or would you rather be able to work? That to me is a prescriptive measure. But if you're injured, these people, you can't have a prescription because you're bedridden. That's not a prescription by saying, well, I have no choice and I'm physically incapable of doing something. No, you'd have no choice. Prescriptions are decided. Like if a doctor gives somebody a prescription, they can either choose to opt out or not. If you're disabled and at home, you can't opt out of this. If you don't have a job, you can't opt out of getting another job until you get a job. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, Ryan, and it doesn't make any sense. Therefore, that's not a prescription either. That's why you have to omit all that shit.
Yeah, so I believe you when you say it doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's because you took a bunch of NyQuil or whatever, like you said at the beginning of this debate. But I'm not arguing that that's a prescription.
I never
if you listen to any, if you real quick, if you listen to whatever you said, Benadryl, my bad. Whatever.
Said that either.
It's literally in the back chat says FYI. Oh, that's Sarah. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're making up all kinds of shit,
Ryan. I misread. I apologize. I just corrected it. I just corrected it. I'm correct. I'm not making up shit. But what you didn't hear clearly was me explaining that being sick is not a prescription, that being disabled is not a prescription, that looking for a job is not a prescription. Or, well, I guess if you are unemployed, looking for a job might be the prescription. But while you're doing these
looking
things,
for a
while
job
you're
might
sick,
be a prescription. Yes.
Please let me respond. While you're ill, while you're disabled, while you're looking for a job, I would prescribe that if you can take care of your kids and the wife can still be the breadwinner in those cases, then that would be a prescription for those people. You agree with that, right?
No. So I wouldn't call that a prescription as much as like, if you're home and you're bedridden, stay in bed. Like that's a prescription.
You would say like it's something they should do. That's what a prescription is, right? You're saying something something should do.
I can agree with the stay in bed thing, but if you're subjected to be in a wheelchair and you can't walk, would you say a prescription is to not walk? To me, that doesn't make any sense because that's what your argument boils down to. So I'm just telling you right now, as far as a prescription, your prescription, which you would say is a prescription to get a job, which means to not be at home. Your prescription is working on getting out of the home. The prescription isn't staying at home. That's what I'm saying. And this literally goes against your whole argument as far as staying at home. Because if the father's disabled, the prescription would be the antithesis of this is working out, staying out of the home. Like, hey, I need you back on your feet so you're not a stay-at-home husband. Hey, you don't have a job. I need you looking for a job so you can get out of the home so you're not a stay-at-home husband. So every prescription that you're talking about as a prescription is, in a sense, working to get out of the home. Staying in the home isn't a prescription. You're literally agreeing with me here when you say, well, they're home, they're disabled, and I'm just saying this happens to be. Do you think they want to stay in this position? No, they don't, because the prescription you're even agreeing with me on is working out of getting out of that position, which goes to my point, Ryan.
So that would be true for the 13% who are in the position where they're looking for work, right? Those 13% of people, are trying to get out of that position. And what I'm saying is the prescription I would give for while they're in that position would be to be stay-at-home dads, which would, again, make up 13% of the stay-at-home dads, right? Which is a good thing for them, right? They are being able to be stay-at-home dads during this time while both parents are probably working, but during this period of time, they are stay-at-home dads. And I would say that's a good thing. They're able to spend more time with their kids while they're looking for work. Similarly, if they're sick and they can still take care of their kids, it would be a good thing if they can take care of the kids while they're doing that. For the other 60% or so, there's going to be a wide variety of different reasons that they decide to do this, but they are deciding that it is the best fit for their family to be the stay-at-home dad or to be a stay-at-home parent while the wife is the breadwinner. And I think that's a prescription for them because they've decided that's what's best for them.
60%?
The other, the 60% that's not the 13, the 30% that's disabled. 34% is people who are disabled or ill, and so the other 60% would be what I'm referring to there.
No, it's not 60%. That's crazy. It's not even close to that, Ryan. You've even seen the stats. You've actually conceded and said, "Oh, it's 20%," and then we saw something else said 7%, and then you're saying 60% right now. Which one is it, Ryan? Because right now it's not even that high.
Let me explain because you're lost again. Okay.
No, I'm not lost.
Please. No, you really are. I promise. I promise you're lost. Wait, when I said 60% just now, what do you think I was referring to?
So when you said 60%, you were talking about the dads who get injured and have to come back to work, right?
No. I'm
clear this up. 30. Clear this up.
Okay. So the 60% was the inverse of the 34% of people who are of fathers who are stay-at-home dads. 34% of stay-at-home dads who are there because they're ill or disabled. And I was saying the other 60% are not those people. That's what I was talking about. Not saying 60% of dads are stay-at-home dads or whatever, which seems to be what you interpreted.
So, okay, I'm glad you cleared this up. I don't think that it's a good prescription. We're going to keep going around in circles. Sarah, this is what it sounds like right now, because right now I don't agree with his prescriptive measure saying that this is what they want to do overwhelmingly, because nobody wants to be home disabled. Nobody wants to be home when their baby's in the formative years. He's even agreed with me, even early onset when babies are born. There is a period that even Ryan agreed with me, but for some reason he doesn't offer a change where they're saying, well, of course, but where's the threshold where men should take over and then women are out of the home and then we're swapping places? To me, I don't think that this is not only feasible, but I think it's more optimal for men to be out of the home as women are continuing on this legacy of saying, hey, you know what? Why should, if I'm so successful at nurturing, bottle feeding, and doing all this at home and staying with my kids, you have also conceded the point to saying there's nothing wrong with a woman staying at home. Now, I would go to this percentage of 34% that you're referring to and saying that these people, I guarantee you a lot of them don't want to be in these positions because a subset you're saying are disabled, don't have jobs, trying to get back in the workforce, which is my point, saying that they're working on not being stay-at-home dads. We can't say that there's a subset of people that have no choice, they're crippled, things like this happen, but that's not a position that they want to be in because they have knowledge that it's not optimal for society. Not in any stage.
Yeah, so I think it's funny. A couple weeks ago, one of the things that one of the pieces of advice that I was given on these panels to try to listen a bit more, and I really think this advice applies to a lot of people in these spaces. Martae, for example, if he was listening, he would have understood that I keep saying this 34% number, specifically referring to the people who are disabled. So you wouldn't say some subset of them are disabled, Martae. The 34% are the disabled and ill stay-at-home fathers. This is specifically what I'm referring to from the data. And so there's, again, another 60% that are being stay-at-home dads for a wide variety of other reasons, whether it's because they're going to school, whether it's because they couldn't find work. Yes, that's the 13%. 13% of them are retired, and the rest, I believe, are doing so just because they want to be the one who takes care of the home and family. That's 20. I think it's 23%. So that's what is that, like nearly 40%, if not nearly 50%, are just doing this basically by choice because it's the best fit for their situation, right? And we can talk about the 34% who are there because they're disabled, but if they're disabled and they're still able to take care of their kids, then I would prescribe that they do that. And if they're not in that disabled category, the 34%, and they decide that the best thing for them to do while they're going to school, while they're or while their wife is just making like significantly more money than them, and they're in going to work, they might make less than what it would cost for them to get childcare, right? It would be a financially irresponsible decision for them to actually go to work. So yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable for this to be a prescription for some subset of people in America, which it is. 20% of families who have a parent who is stay at home, 20% of them are men for a wide variety of reasons. And I would prescribe that they do what's best for their family, as I've said over and over.
No, I don't think it's good. I mean, I'm going to send you a study right now that's talking about paid leave and divorce. So right now, I mean, that's something we can't reconcile. So you could say, well, and here's one thing I'll go back to in this whole debate. You've stated, well, we don't know exactly how many people are depressed and what percentage. The fact of the matter is that we see that the majority of them, or most, it says in the article, it says most of them are depressed and they're leading to higher depression rates. So when it says higher, what does that mean? We don't even have to look at the percentages because we know that this is part and parcel with staying at home and nurturing your kids as a husband. To me, I think that this is a social thing, which you've also alluded to. It said, well, no, it's because of social pressure for men. I've also proved that this is also from women, the majority, especially with the dating market leading into marriage, which goes into marriage because we have these societal functions and these constructs of men wanting to work. And there's an expectation of men. This comes from a biological imperative that men have because we're stronger, we're bigger, we're more competent to go out here and work these infrastructure jobs, which are, mind you, 87% of men work these jobs. Women don't work these jobs. So if you were to do a switcheroo with even some of these, I don't really think it's optimal because of air conditioning. We have women that can now complain about certain things and then swap a little bit here and there. But I think it's a temporary thing. I think it's no more than like an internship until you buy time to get into the position which is optimal for bioavailability as far as like your functions. So I think men are more optimal out of the home because 87% of infrastructure jobs are out there. I think when it comes to cortisol, men are better adapted for these type of stress because we have a higher stress tolerance level when it comes to this. We can argue about pain thresholds and all this other stuff, but I'm not going to get into that. But as far as the workforce, we've noticed when women started getting into the workforce, there's a higher rate of cysts, hair falling out with women, and coronary heart issues. So this is with women getting into the workforce. When you're pushing women out of the workforce, health increases risk in all this. With men, there hasn't been a drop or a raise. Actually, it's been a consistent flow when we talk about the metrics of this. I think it's better for men to be out of the home. We're the protectors, and financially protecting is a part of protecting. You don't want this. If the ship ever sinks and then the family gets foreclosed and the news channel 5 comes over and says the family, why are you guys out in the street? Are they putting the microphone in the woman's face or the guy's face, Ryan? For why you guys are foreclosed?
I don't know. I mean, I guess whoever is closer. So when it comes to the depression,
no, can you answer the
issue,
question?
I really just don't care about who they're going to interview. That's super relevant. Maybe it would be the man. I don't know.
This is a societal expectation
because
I
just wanted to address. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was my turn. But
can you clarify why you wouldn't that wouldn't be applicable, Ryan? And maybe that'll help.
Yeah,
I just don't understand the relevant. Like, why does it matter? Like, who they would put the microphone in front of? I don't know the right. I don't know the answer. They might interview the woman. They might interview the man. I have no idea. There's a wide variety of factors that could play.
Meaning, like, who would they blame? That's what I'm pointing to. Who would society point the blame on for why the family is getting foreclosed? The woman or the man?
Oh, well, it would be reasonable to assume that's the man because 80% of the stay-at-home parents are going to be women. And so if we assume this is a stay-at-home family, I mean, men are on average make more. I never argued otherwise. That has nothing to do with this argument. So
this is my second question. Do you think if
I thought I was
100% of these stay-at-home dads, do you think that society would hold the same stigma to the men, or would they change it automatically to putting the microphone in the women's face?
I don't understand the question.
So do you think with these stay-at-home dads, 100% of these stay-at-home dads, if we look at this, even the majority, do you think society would put the blame and the onus on the man or the woman for why they got foreclosed?
Well,
if the woman's working and the guy's at home.
Well, if they know that the woman's working, then they probably wouldn't put the.
Let's say they don't know, Ryan. Let's say they don't know.
Then it would be probably reasonable for them to assume. I still don't understand the relevance to anything that we're talking about. So I'm going to address the things.
I'll get to the relevant.
Okay, well, before you do, I would like to talk for a minute. You just gave a long spiel and then you get to do like a bunch of questions. Like I thought I was going to get to respond to some of the things you said. I don't care about your question, but we can come back to it. I would like to respond to all the other shit you said before I sit down.
Let's put a pin in that question, and we can always come back, even if it's during open panel, maybe when there are some other voices that might contend to it.
Well, if we're wrapping up, okay, you know what, Martae, I will be gracious. I'll let you finish your line of questioning. Okay.
So 100% of these stay-at-home dads, do you think that they would put the onus on the dad why they're out in the street and their home got foreclosed, even if the woman works and she's the breadwinner?
100%. Would they put the onus on the men? If they didn't know, it would be reasonable for them to assume that it was the man's fault. Yes.
So the reason why I asked this, and I'm just going to wrap this up real quick, I'll be short, I promise you. So if we think about this, there's a societal stigma on men having to work and do all this. This is part and parcel with the depression rates of men rising up because they don't feel like they're performing these biological imperatives that we've had, which has been successful in tradition society, and the traditions that experiment that's proven successful over a period of time. From seeing this, we can then presume that this is that I would say the elf, and I want to basically carefully phrase this, men deleting themselves in depression rates wouldn't be as high. I think that if men were fulfilling this biological imperative working out of the home, which this actually imposes itself on marital happiness rates and actually decreases divorces if men are working outside of the home and being the breadwinner and women looking up to them because of their hypergamous nature, because they're admiring them. The men are making more, they're fitter, doing all this, going outside of the home and then coming home. I think that when we fulfill these biological imperatives, homes are happier.
Okay, so I'm glad that we went through that line of questioning so that you could get back to the point that you've been making the entire debate about biological imperatives. Thank you for walking us through that. That was really helpful. So what I wanted to address was specifically the depression topic, which you brought up again there, because I'm looking back at this Healthline article, and it does say fathers who left the workforce to be stay-at-home parents were found to have higher levels of depressive symptoms than women. So that actually doesn't even mean that they're more likely to have depression. It might, to be clear, it might mean that, but this is why critical thinking skills are really valuable, okay, and why being able to discern what like more granular levels of data are really important. So what it says, again, is that they're found to have higher levels of depressive symptoms. So do you understand that depression is a cluster of symptoms that people experience, right? It's not like I'm sad. It's a cluster of symptoms that manifest. And what it's saying is that the men who are in these stay-at-home dads, they are more likely to have higher levels of these symptoms than women. That doesn't actually mean, again, it probably does mean that they're more likely to have depression in general, but it doesn't actually mean that based on what you've said here, which is why I wanted to look at the actual data, but you didn't provide that. We provided the Healthline thing. But even if it did, I would still argue the solution would not be telling them, hey, you shouldn't be in this dynamic, in this marriage dynamic. It would be to try to figure out what is causing those depression symptoms, and try to figure out how to treat them, how to treat them. And it could be a wide variety of things. You have not demonstrated anything that demonstrates, or you haven't provided anything that demonstrates that it is because they are a stay-at-home dad that's causing that increase in depressive symptoms, which is why I was trying to push you on. I was saying correlation does not equal causation, which is why it's important to understand why people choose different family dynamics and what they might experience in those family dynamics. And we would prescribe, as you accepted a couple times throughout this debate now, that would be a prescription for at least some small subset of families, as it is, in fact, for millions of families in the United States.
It's a bad prescription. I mean, because of depression rates, and all you're doing is making semantical arguments of just assuming. You're just making an assumptive guess and just saying, well, we don't know to what the symptoms are, what it looks like, and all this. All I'm saying is that depression rates are higher, whether or not they're symptomatic, whether or not when we say, okay, to what degree, all this other stuff, it's just saying higher. That's all my argument saying is that it's higher. Whether or not it's higher symptoms, higher rate of depression, there's a higher likelihood. That's all I'm saying, just to make things very simple for you, Ryan. And then furthermore, we've already conceded, and you've even conceded with me, that men make more. I don't hear an argument against why men who make more should be in the home while the woman's outside of the home overwhelmingly. Now, what you've done was you've talked about the minority in trying to make this a prescription by saying, because it happens, it should happen. Could and should are two different things. We can even argue this, but I think all I'm doing is making an ought claim. This ought happen. I think that this is a good prescription for society, and I think it's better. And I think a lot of women would agree with me on this in saying they want a man that makes more for them and providing them an easier life, and they want to feel safe and protected. All of this is just mostly universal. You'd be a crazy batshit lady to say, no, I want to be the man of the house and work and do all this other shit. Yeah, we see what happens in lesbian same-sex relationships with the DV rates and everything else. No, you don't want to be the same as your partner, or you don't want to have to compete in the household. You want people to work together in these gender roles that are more efficient for society and more optimal. I think it's more optimal for women who make less more often than not to stay home with the kids, nurturing. I think statistically in the past, we can look back. It's been successful. It's proven successful. Now that we're having this whole switcheroo epidemic, which alludes to my beginning topic that I brought up in this world where there's a whole switcheroo happening. Look at the divorce rates happening right now. They're plummeting through the basement right now. Marital satisfaction is also plummeting. All the other rates of families sticking together plummeting. Children going to recidivism out of the home. The outcomes are bad. It's just not a good thing for society. I don't think it's a prescription at all. And I think that overwhelmingly, a lot of women would agree that they want a man that's going to take care of them and protect them, especially if they're an honorable man and actually leaning towards Christ. That would be a better prescription.
Yeah, that's great. I agree that most women would prefer that. And that seems like how it plays out. 80% of families that have a stay-at-home parent, that stay-at-home parent is the woman. And I think that's perfectly fine. I would prescribe that for those families, as I've said dozens and dozens of times in this conversation so far. I would just also say that for the 20% that are deciding to do it differently, I would prescribe similarly that they do what they think is best for their families, which again is being a stay-at-home dad. I just want to point out to you simplifying the claim about depression rates are higher. This is what I'm telling you, Martae. That's not what the article says. It may be the case. I'm not. When you're saying I'm making an assumption. Real quick. You're saying I'm making an assumption. I'm actually not. You are the one making the assumption. I am saying I don't know. I'm telling you what the article does say and discerning it between what you think it says. You are saying that it says
higher. What are you talking about?
Yes. Yeah, it says the word higher. Thank you, Martae. It says it does not say depression rates are higher. It says specifically, let me pull it up again. It says that they had found to have higher levels of depressive symptoms. If you understood anything about depression and how it's a cluster of symptoms, then you would understand why I'm making this discernment, right? Because it doesn't mean that they're more. It doesn't mean because I've really you've interrupted me a lot tonight, Martae. Right? Like it's kind of frustrating. It's hard to like keep my train of thought when you interrupt me in the middle of it. Like you've done it a lot. It's kind of frustrating, but I'm doing my best here. You know. So what the article actually says is that they are found to have higher levels of depressive symptoms. That is importantly not the same thing as being more likely to have depression or as having higher rates of depression. That's the thing I'm pointing out. Again, it could be the case. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of advice on critical thinking there. But when you said that men make more, I agree. Some subset of men, however, do not make more. And for that subset of men, it seems like a growing subset of them, in fact, are deciding to do a different dynamic than what you think is best for them. And I think that they should do what they think is best for them, not what Martae thinks is best for them. Thank you.
So there's also evidence that I see that an example of the women's independence effect, the idea that wives are unhappy with their marriages are more likely to leave if they can support themselves and their children, thus that women's employment increases the odds of divorce by not making marriage happy. By allowing women easier exits from unhappy marriages, we can see this. But here's the thing. There's a clear implication of this theory that women's employment encourages women's, not men's, departures. And I'm going to send you this. This is a pub article right now. Hold on real quick. I'm going to put this in the back chat so that way you can see this. So there it is. Sent. You can go ahead and review that as well too. And I can review this with you as well too. So all of this is the PubMed article. Yes. That you can look into right now.
Before we dive into that, when we say employment encourages leaving families, this is again, we're coming back to the correlation causation thing, right? Like it could be the case that women who want to leave,
in the article too.
Please, and maybe it does. It's important to note that women who might want to leave a relationship are going to be more able to do that if they have a job. Do you agree?
I mean, yeah, I can even concede that. Yeah,
obviously, right? Yes. Okay, cool. So that doesn't mean that having a job is causing the problems that are leading to the divorce, right? It's causing the solution to the problems that are leading to the divorce.
No, it's not. So this doesn't make any sense to me. So ever since the proliferation of us pushing women out of the home, divorce rates have increased. Do you think that's because women are granted more freedom? Do you think that that's a reason why?
Yeah, probably. But I don't actually agree that we're pushing women out of the home. I think women are choosing to go to work. I don't think it's because we're pushing them to do it. I think we have a system now where we don't bar them from going into certain industries.
No, we are definitely pushing women to go to work. We're pushing women out of the home. And I can tell you this.
I don't agree with your characterization of this. I think that you want to push them into the home.
True.
I want people to choose what they want to do. I want freedom. I'm an American. You may not like that about America. That's one of the things I do like about America is that people can choose how to live their life best for them. And women seem to be choosing by and large that they want careers. They want jobs. They want to go to school. And I say, fuck yeah, dude. We need more great minds in all these different fields. I want to see women in all these fields. I want to see men in all these fields. I want to see non-binary people in all these fields. I think that's based and pog and cool.
So here's the problem, though. I think that feminism has been brought on by rich industrialists. If you know anything about feminism history, Like, we're talking about social stigmas. We're literally taking stigma off of sex work and everything else. There's been a great inversion by society right now. We are literally pushing women out of the home. Songs like Independent Women by Beyonce, all this, it's proliferated music, everything else, with the propagandization of women who are the easiest to propagandize in the country, actually, mind you, because without this, if you took them off the map, the whole I would say, as far as voting, would turn red across the country nationally. So when we're pushing women to go to work, we're now telling them, hey, get your independence, girl. Be a boss, babe. Listen to everything Ryan's saying with his dog that disagrees with him at home, because I think that this is more optimal, because I could be a bad bitch. Well, guess what? Hypergamy is undefeated when we talk about women, because even in Christian households, women are still hypergamous. They still want a man that makes more than them, does better than them, and can pick up the slack wherever they see fit. Women, overwhelmingly, we've seen this, and I'm going to go back to this. Cyst rates are increasing. Hair falling out is increasing amongst women. Stress rates, cortisol rates in women are increasing too. So women's health is being jeopardized because of the workforce as well too. So I think that it's more optimal for women to be at home, because men have been doing this since the dawn of time. As far as working, it's more optimal. And I think that women being I wouldn't say the more nurturing species, because I think that both of them can be nurturing. And you would even agree with me that men can be just as nurturing as women, right? But I think that men who can shoulder the burden of working better jobs, like as far as infrastructure jobs, trade jobs, which are way more vital in America and keep America afloat, because let's face it, if women swapped out these positions with men, society would crumble. Since you say it's laughable, these bridges swaying in my hypothetical thing that I brought up at the beginning, and you think that's all funny. No, this is real, because we're talking about a burden performance that women can't physically fill the shoes of men. This can't happen. So when we're talking about this, women are literally built to stay home and nurture kids. They're built for this. While it can happen in society, and it happens sometimes because of this feminist culture, when women are being propagandized to go out of the home, how is that working for you? How are marital rates working right now? Not too good, right? They're in the tanker right now. Also, marital satisfaction rates are plummeting as well too, with the proliferation of, because they should, bro. This is all good. That's all that's gonna happen. Feminism harder, bro. That's not a solution for society, and I don't think we're on trajectory to make this happen. And actually, the rates are going to continue to plummet at this rate, because we don't see a reference point in the past where this has ever been successful, and we're moving toward a future that's decimating marriage as a construct right now, and even as an institution.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I'll address is you point out that women are more likely to vote for Democrats. I agree. Women are on average more educated, more competent, more likely to understand that the consequences of their votes and how they're going to impact them. Women are seeing what's happening in our country, and they're terrified. They recognize how their Republican congressman wants to make laws about whether or not they can give birth, or like whether they are going to be forced to give birth, rather. And you say that society would crumble if women and men swapped infrastructure jobs. Sure, I agree. I never argue that they should swap infrastructure jobs. You keep bringing this point up, which is it's very silly, because no one here is talking about that except for you. No one's prescribing that. In reality, we have families right now, millions of families in America, who are not instantly swapping infrastructure jobs. They just happen to have a mother who is making enough money to take care of the family while the man stays at home and watches the family. And that seems perfectly fine for them. You say women are built to stay home, but now they're propagandized. I mean, this is like you seem to have this fundamental understanding of what women are really supposed to do. But it just seems like women who are actually, if you can believe it, fully competent human beings who can make their own decisions, they disagree with you, right? They look around and they go, oh, actually, no, fuck that guy. I'm gonna do my own thing. And I say more power to them. I love seeing these women in different fields, whether it's healthcare or education and what have you. I'm happy to see this. You might not be. I think that's more telling about you than anybody else on this panel. But I mean, that's your prerogative. Yeah.
Notice how I didn't bring up education or medical fields. They've always worked these jobs. Women have always worked in health fields, bed sitter positions, daycare, teacher positions, all this, right? I'll even concede you this all the time, right? When we think about this, those jobs haven't changed. Meanwhile, feminism is propagandizing women to do the jobs that men do. This isn't optimal. Since you think it's funny, like you've already conceded that 87% of infrastructure jobs that men work, you say, well, that's not even what I'm talking about. Yet you talk about nursing nursing jobs and education. Hold on, I could say the same thing. This is what we're talking about, Ryan. So if we're swapping positions and we're talking about what men do, trade jobs are also increasing in America and are in dire need in America right now. We see what women graduating colleges amounting to right now because they're just getting a piece of paper and they're getting these gender studies degrees while they're still working at Starbucks after they spend all this money out of this. Like, this doesn't really make any sense. So the whole swap thing isn't really working out right now. So anyways, furthermore, I'll go on to say that men working outside of the home is more optimal because we braved the elements since the dawn of time. We've been doing this, and this is something that we do. I don't think women are built for these jobs. That's what I'm talking about. When you say that women aren't capable of doing this, not one time have I brought up nursing or education. You did this, but you're saying you're only bringing up infrastructure job. Well, this is the reason why, because we're talking about moving society and making this function, which leads to the societal stigma that men have. If they're not working this job or doing anything out of the home, there's a stigma associated with this, meaning like they're looked down upon, and this isn't something good. What status do men have if they're not promoting anything towards society or benefiting? Society's not benefiting from these men. I think this is good. Well, although you can say that men are better at home than women, I'll agree with you on this, but it doesn't mean that I'm making an ought statement that this ought be what men do. That's my whole claim, and that's my argument, saying that men ought be out of the home working. That's my whole argument. I'm not arguing that there isn't a prescription that doesn't happen. I'm arguing that this ought happen, and that's the whole debate. That's the prompt and everything else. It's not a prescription. I'm making an ought claim, even though you could say, well, it is happening. There's like this small percentage, which you say, no, it's not small. It's small, bro. Let's be honest here. It's not small. I'm saying this ought happen. It ought happen, and everybody with common sense on the right, since you say the Democrats are smarter, I highly doubt that because they're thinking that one sex can be another. So anyways, I'll let you talk because you seem impatient right now.
Well, I mean, I'm making notes so I can respond because again, you do this like gish gallop thing, and I'm writing down things so I can respond to all the different points. So some of the last things you said was that I argued that Democrats are smarter. I didn't say that. I said they're more educated, which is true. That doesn't mean you're smarter. I don't have this idea that most people are stupid or whatever. That a lot of people seem this kind of elitist mindset that a lot of people have. I don't believe this. I don't think the average person is dumb. I think they might be uneducated or ignorant about a lot of things. That doesn't mean they're stupid.
That's not true.
I don't believe that you can prescribe. You might think that an average person is stupid. I disagree with you. That's fine. We don't have to argue.
No,
that
Democrats are smarter. Can you prove that?
I literally
let him finish.
Like, first of all, you're interrupting me again to accuse me of saying something that I literally just clarified I didn't say. Like, I'm not saying Democrats are smarter. I'm saying yes, I can demonstrate that. We can come back to that. You say it's small. It's a negligible amount of people. No, it's not. It's millions of families. The data suggests that it's millions of families who have a stay-at-home father, a stay-at-home dad, a stay-at-home husband, and it seems to be working fine for them. And so you say, when I point out the jobs, right? I talked about the medical field. I talked about education, and you brought up nursing. You brought up daycare. I was talking about doctors. I was talking about professors.
You never mentioned doctors.
I'm not. I understand that. I understand, but I also didn't mention nurses. I also didn't mention daycare. I mentioned the medical field.
You did.
I mentioned the education. Please, Martae, come on. You've interrupted me so much tonight.
Let him finish, Martae, please.
I mentioned the medical field. Yes, that's true. I mentioned the healthcare field. Or, I'm sorry, that's medical. I mentioned the education field. I was talking about doctors. I was talking about professors. Another example would be not just flight attendants, but pilots, right? This is what I'm pointing to. When you say the swap isn't working out right now, I'm not arguing for a swap. There are people with degrees right now that make more money, men and women. Most women aren't getting fucking gender studies degrees. This is a Republican brainwashing talking point. Again, Republicans feed you these insane narratives about what's going on in the world. But in reality, people who get degrees, which women are increasingly disproportionately likely to do, these people are making more money on average than the people who don't get degrees. And that's true for men. That's true for women. And that's going to mean that there are going to be more situations where the woman is making more than the husband that she chooses. And those men might decide that it may be best for them, at least for some period of time, to be a stay-at-home dad, which means that I would prescribe that they do what they've decided is best for their family, thus confirming the prompt. Finally, men are looked down upon by Martae, right? By many people in society, but especially Martae right here, who keeps saying that he looks down on men because he doesn't think stay-at-home dads benefit society. He just told you. He just said he doesn't believe that they're providing anything to society. Stay-at-home dads, people who are taking care of their families, raising the next generation of our American citizens. He thinks they're not providing for society. I think that's ludicrous. I think they're doing an amazing job, and I want to encourage them to keep doing that job if it's the best fit for them. And when they decide it's not, then they don't need to do that anymore, because I would prescribe that they continue to do what's the best fit for them, even if it's no longer being a stay-at-home dad, right?
So the reason why I brought up the news example and saying, well, who would society blame? So you've already conceded that society would put the onus on the men and they would make men more responsible. Is that saying Martae is saying that? No, you've literally admitted, you said society would put the onus on men. They blame the man for this. And then when I whittled this down and saying, even in situations where the wife's out working and she's the breadwinner and men are stay-at-home husbands, and you said, well, we don't know about this. And even if they don't know, they'd still put the onus on the guy, which means that it's not Martae saying this. You've already conceded this. So this debunks your whole premise of saying only Martae thinks this. This is stupid. You've literally debunked your own point in front of you. Like, so not only have you contradicted yourself, not once, but twice in this debate. And I'll point it out to you. So throughout this whole debate, we've talked about who's more optimal. You said that it's more optimal for men to be out of the home because it's something that happens, and you're arguing for a minority. While you say it's millions, it's still the minority regardless. And if you talk about the majority, yeah, it's more millions if we think about this. So that's a better prescription for society, and this is something that we should lean to, because I guarantee that the millions of men that are home right now don't want to be handicapped, and I'm going to go back to this point again on you. So they don't want to be unemployed and they do want to work. So when you say that, also your other point that you brought up, that women aren't graduating with gender studies degrees. No, this is actually happening. Women are graduating with degrees that are nonsensical and don't make any sense. While you could say, well, they're the most educated. Yeah. Black women, they say, are the most educated, but that doesn't make any sense. They're the most graduating, not the most educated. So if we think about this, that doesn't really make any sense. And you've yet to prove how they're more educated than Republicans. That's nonsensical, doesn't make any sense. And you're making a political standpoint that you'll get defeated on anyways.
I guess for the last point, again, I'll pull this up in a second, but it is well known that that people who vote Democrat are more likely to be college graduates. Do you actually disagree with this? Just real quick, yes or no?
So yes, they're pushing the liberal agenda.
Okay, so you agree. So you agree. Thank you. That's all.
No, that doesn't mean they're more educated. They're more graduated.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, you might not.
No, Ryan, hold on. They're more.
It was a yes or no question. I wanted to move on.
Ryan, just because they're more educated. Just because they're graduating more doesn't mean they're more educated. Can that be true?
Potentially, but usually when people say educated, they're talking about people who went to school. So,
right. If they're graduating more, it doesn't mean they're more educated as far as like smarter, as far as leaning towards like who has a better education. This doesn't reconcile any of that, because people are pushing people through like factories, through colleges. There are people, granted, that graduate with gender studies degrees and excel with, I would say, psychology degrees, which is a pseudoscience.
I'm addressing a lot of stuff in my response. Okay, so I agree with you. There are people who are getting gender studies degrees. I'm agreeing with you. There are people who are getting psychology degrees. I don't think this is bad. I don't think these are nonsensical degrees. I think that's silly. I think it's clear that if you think that, it's because you don't understand what any of these degrees are doing, what any of these degrees are studying. I don't think gender studies is ridiculous or useless. I think it's rather important. And in fact, if you understood anything about gender studies, you probably would have done a lot better in this debate. But I agree that I would say that most women are not graduating with gender studies degrees. That's a claim I said. I could be wrong if the data proves me otherwise. I would be surprised to hear that, though. What I also said is that men and women who are going to college, who are getting educated, as we say colloquially, who are going to school and getting degrees, they make more money on average, men and women. You mentioned the people, you brought up again the people who are unemployed. I told you I'm not prescribing that people get unemployed. I am prescribing that if people who are unemployed can take care of their families while they're unemployed, while they're looking for a job, they should do that. I would prescribe that they do that, and therefore they would be part of the stay-at-home dads in that situation, or stay-at-home moms, or stay-at-home non-binary parents, which I also think will be based. Okay, so when you say a better prescription would be what you're prescribing, I agree that would be a good prescription for 80% of families. All I'm saying is that there is another prescription, which is why I'm thankful that the prompt you suggested was not that stay-at-home dads are the prescription for society. If you had, I wouldn't have agreed to the debate, because I don't believe that it is the prescription for society. I believe that there are multiple prescriptions for different people in different situations. And for 80% of families who have a stay-at-home parent, that prescription that I would make seems to be that prescription would always be do what's best for you, and that seems to be that they are choosing to be a stay-at-home mom, or with the 20%, they're choosing to be a stay-at-home dad. When you say the question of what's more optimal is what we're talking about tonight, no, that's what you have been talking about. I'm willing to engage on that level. I've not brought up the word optimal at all. You keep talking about this optimal, whatever. But if we talk about what's optimal, we're talking about optimizing to particular metrics, right? And so we have to talk about very specific statistics if we're going to be optimizing. That's kind of how optimizing works. So I think that's a whole different conversation. But like I'm not in the business of optimizing exactly how I think families should look. I'm in the business of having happy, healthy, successful families who are living their lives, who are raising the next generation of our American citizens well. And I think that millions of families are doing that just fine with stay-at-home dads. And to the one of the other things you said, when I don't think I ever said that only Martae is making this. In this debate, it's only Martae. On this panel, it's only Martae, although maybe Sarah even agrees with this. But in this conversation, it is only Martae who's talking about shaming these men. I agree. Many people in society would shame these men. I don't think that's good. I think we should embrace these men who are fulfilling the role for their families that they seem to be best fit for. And I think that's good. I think that's based. I want to see more people, if they are best fit for that role, to do that. Not be shamed by Martae because he doesn't like their biology doing that job.
Nowhere did I say I'm shaming men on this panel, and nowhere did you say on this panel that only Martae is talking about this on this panel. You said no, because Martae doesn't think this, and Martae's shaming them for doing this. No, you outright said that, which is a contradiction. So back to this, I do think that when we talk about people graduating from college, there is this societal norm right now that's pushing women through. We're eliminating programs for men through, taking away shop programs. Other programs, PE programs are being decimated. So college is being structured mainly for women, not for men. If we think about all the new programs that we have, we didn't have gender studies and all these other programs proliferating college at the rate that we do right now. If you look at the rate of women graduating right now, we can definitely tell this. I think that trades are more optimal for people in situation. So when we look at trades, which is a booming industry, diesel tech, all these other industries that make a shit ton of money, I think that this is good. Women can't be in those industries that much. It's extremely rare for women to be like diesel techs, electricians, plumbers, and things like this. This is what runs societies, not like the person that's a counselor, a person that's a gender studies major, things like this. I don't think they're quite running societies, because if we delete one person out of this society, and we would say, who would we take off the map? Would we take out the counselors and gender studies degrees graduates, or we take out the plumbers or anybody working infrastructures? Yeah, you would agree with me overwhelmingly what keeps society afloat. So I think that men being on the road as truckers, plumbers, doing all these jobs that we see, which are also more successful, producing in society, creates this great stigma that we need to run society, because ever since the dawn of time, men have died on sinking ships while women and kids floated up, because we had to be the protectors and the providers, i.e. going out of the home, making everything foraging so that we could survive a cold winter. All of this 500 years ago, this wouldn't have been a prescription, because we modernized society so much so where women can complain because they work air conditioning jobs. I don't think that this is optimal for society or a good prescription. The only reason why you can even reconcile and say this is a prescription is because men are modernizing society and making things capable for women to do this. Back in the day, yes, I can agree, women work nursing jobs and all this, but that's because they probably had to do this. And we could look at this at the big push of women out of society, pushing out of the homes and all this because of feminism, pushing women to do this and becoming the man that they want to be in relationships.
And just to give you a heads up, we'll go for about 5 more minutes, gentlemen, then we'll move into closing statements. So if there's any loose ends you wanted to tie up, now's the time.
Sure. So I guess, first of all, truckers are good. Plumbers are good. I know you guys have this caricature of a Democrat that you've invented in your mind, where they hate truckers, they hate plumbers, they hate trades, they hate all this stuff. I don't actually believe this is the reality. I think that people encourage people to do what jobs are best for them, and many people go into trades, and it's awesome. I love that they do that. I agree that men who are more likely, by far, to do a lot of these fields, that they are making it possible for women to do other things and to be in other fields, and I think that's great. I'm glad that's happening. Yeah, I think that's fine. That a lot of your spiel was just about that, and it's not anything we disagree on, really, except for that you think it's bad that women are taking the opportunity to do things besides staying at home. But I wanted to share specifically, because I've said this a couple times. I'll post an article, not a study. I think it's referencing a study, but I want to be clear that I'm citing an article, and this is from Inside Higher Ed. It says overall, college graduates voted for Kamala Harris by 13 points more than they did for Trump. and that gap was starker for certain demographics. So that's just one example of college graduates being more likely to vote for Democrats because they are more educated, because they have a better understanding of what's going on in our political system, frankly. And Trump constantly loves to say, you guys knew I would bring up Trump eventually, loves to say that he loves the uneducated, and he does, because they vote for him overwhelmingly, not because they're stupid, but because he's lying to them, and they oftentimes haven't gotten the education that will give them the skills to realize that he's fucking lying to them.
No, this doesn't make any sense, Ryan. So I'm writing a book called The Female Warrior Fallacy that's going to be published in 2 months. So in the process of writing this book, I went to 2 colleges. I went to Arizona State University, and I went to our other college that we have right now. In the process of telling them, hey, because you guys have this curriculum that you guys are helping, I'd love to know what you guys are teaching here as far as this. When I asked them that I want the history that literally debunks what they're teaching there, they say, we don't want it. We don't teach that here. This is not what we teach, even though it conflicts with their program right now, which is liberal programming. They're liberal programming machines in factories that produce liberal graduates. I can also prove this to you as well, too, with a bunch of studies, even though we don't have a lot of time for this debate. But I'm telling you right now, I've literally tried to find research to write this book showing that there's no warrior society that we've ever had of women, and we're propagandizing women to say that you're badass boss bitch fighters and warriors, which has never existed. Joan of Arc was also a mascot at best, which we can go into. But that's the thing, though. When I talk about these universities who I've literally approached and said, hey, I want to get more information. Well, we don't teach that here. This is what we have here, which literally is revisionist history that they have. So if you're talking about people graduating, they're graduating with liberal indoctrination through these universities. And this is what's happening right now, because if you go through the history and you tell them, hey, this doesn't make sense, well, that doesn't compart with our studies and what we teach here, we can then see why these people are so liberal. And that doesn't make any sense when you say, well, just because they're graduating means that they're more educated. Yes, through liberal indoctrination that's leaning toward these universities. This is what they're pumping out. And this is what I've seen personally. And it doesn't make any sense, because actually, if you look at this, it's been gatekept throughout history and universities. They're literally doing revisionist history when it comes to all the facts and data. So I can imagine what else they're doing this with. So that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so we can probably start to wrap up after this. I'll just tie off that end that Martae just talked about. Basically, what he's telling you is colleges don't teach what Martae wants to hear, what Martae believes the reality of the world is, and he has very strong feelings about what that is. And the colleges, for a wide variety of reasons, I imagine, disagree with his analysis. And so he calls that liberal indoctrination, which I think is really silly, but...
It is, because when I check them on their feminist studies and when I check them on everything else when it comes to historical relevance, none of this actually works out. They're literally glorifying these women and saying, well, this is what we have, and this is what happened. We had shield maidens back in the past, which Xena Warrior Prince. None of this. They're literally basically saying that some fictional thing happened, which didn't happen. And I went to them, and I was ran off of campus back, basically. And security had to escort me off because I wanted to get some data. And the person who was teaching the class didn't like what I was saying because it literally went against their stuff. What I'm saying comparts with history. What they're saying is comparts with the liberal agenda, saying, no, you're a badass empowered babe, which that's what they teach. To me, that's more liberal than anything else. So when you say, well, it's funny that he's saying they literally they're pumping this out. This doesn't make any sense. So my whole thing is the debate prompt is stay-at-home husbands are not a prescription for society, meaning society, overwhelmingly society. We're not talking about one-off cases or, hey, this is an anecdote here and there. Society is more than just that, meaning if I was to prescribe something for society, this is not a prescription that I would overwhelmingly tell people, hey, jump on board with this, because it fails at a higher rate than it succeeds at. We could look at the stats for depression, symptoms. We can even go with your terminology on this. The symptoms, that's not a good thing, Ryan. If we see this rise and there's higher rates of symptoms, that's not a good thing. Men make more, and I'm going to basically tell you that over and over again, that men are more optimal for society, and this is a better prescription. And matter of fact, this is a prescription that we want men to lean towards, which is a patriarchal structure of a household. You want men to be at the top, and you want them to be the figurehead and fathers, meaning they're running shit, working a job, providing everything, being the provider, support role, and all this. You don't want the woman being in that position, because that leads to resentment of a husband real quick.
Did we want to go ahead and move into closing statements, gentlemen?
Yeah, that's fine
by me.
Perfect. Ryan, if you'd like to kick us off, please.
Sure. Yeah. So, we've heard Martae say a lot tonight But what he's a couple times at least acknowledged that, you can clearly argue that there are some people who this would be a prescription for, basically conceding the debate when he says that. And it is the reality that you can't argue that because there are millions of families who are doing that successfully. We had a disagreement about the language used in that one article, not because there are not increased depressive symptoms for stay-at-home dads, or people who choose to be stay-at-home dads. Again, there's a correlation causation thing there. But what I was pointing out there is Martae's inability to critically think about what he's reading, which is further makes me very skeptical when he says that, he found the truth about all the studies that he's pointing to in the colleges, saying they got it all wrong, but Martae figured it out. Based on everything that's happened tonight, I would express extreme skepticism that that's actually what's happening. What's far more likely is that Martae has no fucking clue what he's reading 90% of the time, and that he looks very silly when he tries to cite it. He, like, for example, at the end of this just now, he said, well, I'm talking about one-offs, that I'm talking about, a handful of people. No, Martae, I'm talking about millions of families. I'm talking about millions of people in the United States right now who are stay-at-home fathers for a wide variety of reasons. You kept saying that I was prescribing people be disabled, or that which makes no sense. What I'm saying is that people who are in certain situations might find that their best option, aka what we would prescribe for them to do, is to be a stay-at-home dad. And I don't know. I think this has been ridiculous. I'm glad that we live in a society where both men and women can go to work and be breadwinners. I think that's cool. I don't have any problem with that. Martae has a big problem with that, and he proposed this entire debate to tell us just how big of a problem he has with that because of biological imperatives or whatever bullshit. But in reality, these families are doing just fine. They might have some problems, like every family does. But the solution to those problems is not completely switching their dynamic to Martae's whim. That I think that would cause way more problems, actually, if you ask me. And I think that's pretty obvious if you think about it for even more than like 22 seconds. So thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Martae, to you.
Okay. So here are 10 short, concise reasons why I feel like Ryan's wrong. I'm going to wrap this up real quick. So if stay-at-home husbands provide equity, why do wives still do 70 to 80% of childcare planning? And this is through peer research as well, too. Why do stay-at-home husbands report higher rates of depression from isolation, which he's also agreed with, too, because of the symptoms, like he said. So in economics, so how is a 20 to 30% earnings penalty on reentry sustainable? So if we look at this, husbands report a higher rate of depression. So reversal, as far as divorce rates, 50% higher role reversal in marriages. So if evil psych primes women for nurturing, but assumes stay-at-home dads match that, like that doesn't make any sense. So also testosterone in men drops, harming men's health and ambition as well too. This isn't good because we already have plastics and everything else contributing to that. So also they face emasculation and stigma leading up to 60% higher rate of substance abuse too. Didn't cover that in the debate, but I'm telling you right now, that's what's also being shown. So if it's embarrassing, if it's also empowering, stay-at-home husbands also report a higher rate of regret of lost careers. So this is also something that's happening. So in recessions, to me, DV spikes from frustrated husbands as well too. Also, I should have prevented this, proposed this. This is FBI unemployment data as well, too. So in a sense, I don't believe that this is a prescription that we should also prescribe. Mental health decline, stay-at-home husbands often face depression from stigma, which I've already put out there, in isolation. So studies also show that a higher rate of working dads, breadwinner wives report increased anxiety from the role overload. This happens overwhelmingly with women, and we hear about the complaints all the time with women and wives doing all the work. So role overload, because this hasn't been something that's indicative of our past or historically prevalent. Now that we do this, it's like a new thing. This isn't an experiment that we've seen the end of because it's brand new. We don't know the outcomes, but we're seeing this. Higher breakups, higher divorce, marital resentments on the incline, arguments escalate due to undervalued labor, leading to higher percentages of divorce risk in role reverse couples, which Ryan would say is a prescription that can happen. I don't think it's a good thing. I've also brought up the financial strain. Income drops 20 to 40% because he said that women earn less, which this is also something. If swapping higher husbands are out there and then reverting back to home roles, this causes debt and wage penalties upon workforce reentry. This is something that overwhelmingly happens. So I'll tie this up real quick. Social stigma is something I'll get back to. Husbands encounter judgment as unmanly. I've demonstrated this through my whole example of who would the news blame or society blame for being out of the home. This is also a stigma. This ties back to everything else. And then also lastly, the child's impact. Kids may face bullying over non-traditional parents, and this also links to higher anxiety, which also adds to men's stresses as well too. The role reversals don't work. If traditional families were basically more successful back then, which we had higher marital rates, higher rates of happiness, why would we want to fix something that's not broke? Right now, we're literally doing this change where we're saying, okay, well, just because it can be done, we're saying that it shouldn't be done because marital unhappiness rates are increasing. Divorce rates are also climbing. This isn't a good prescription for society because we're seeing this play out right now in real time. It's not working because if you had one family, I'm going to end this right now. If you had one family that's traditional where we had the man working out of the home and the woman staying in, if we took 50 and then we took 50 where the woman was a boss babe working out of the home, guess which one would have a higher divorce rate? It's the woman working outside of the home. We've seen this. He's already conceded the depression rates, conceded that men make war of the home. That's more optimal. That's a prescription for society. In the inverse, divorce rates increase. That's not something we want as a prescription, and I'll end it there.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. This has been probably the most respectful debate here on this show, and I thank you so kindly for making it kind of an easy night in that aspect. But more importantly, you were able to have the discussion. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for Open Panel Dumpster Fire. If anyone wishes to come on to further the conversation, you're more than welcome to start dropping backstage now. Jicky getting their YouTube membership now. Welcome to the Mater Nation, my friend. Orca Speaks with the big 5 just to send some tomato love. Thank you so kindly. Vincent says, what if the parents identify as distant uncles in a lesbian relationship? Does anybody have some thoughts to that?
Good for them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, lesbian. So I don't understand this because when you talk about the DV rates in lesbian relationships, sky high, the breakup rates sky high. I mean, anybody can identify as anything they want, but the results are still going to be the same regardless. They're not a good prescription for society either. And you can go ahead and kind of outsource that role to some degree in lesbian relationships. I don't really think it's going to move the needle that much on the rates that are high DV and divorce rates and all that. So.
Okay. Thumping Weevil says, ask Ryan what side of the sidewalk should the man walk on when he's walking with a woman?
Obviously the one closer to the cars so that he can stop the car.
Okay. Minimum Due says, thank goodness Ryan wasted our time demanding a study he had zero contention with and didn't change his position anyways. Peak debating, bro.
I think it's ironic that he's saying peak debate bro there because the real peak debate bro would be asking for a study so that you can then nitpick it and pretend that it says something different than what it actually says. I just wanted clarification. I wanted to be able to dig into the data. And I think it was a really fascinating point that we got to engage with a bunch because what it proved, as I said in my closing, is that Martae has no fucking clue what he's reading 90% of the time. So
fair enough. Josh says, is Martae going to provide studies or just news articles that conform to his view that don't provide their source?
So I can say I can have a logical entailment of my argument and say, hey, this is something that we can agree to, which Ryan's agreed to when I brought up the premise of the reporter who society would blame. We don't need a study for this. When I say that men make more, I didn't need a study for this. Ryan also conceded to this. So we can also agree that he can also agree to concessions on this. He's also agreed to, hey, this study that I've seen that was impactful, he also pointed it out and agreed that this study also is very concise when it says the entailment of depression details or I would say like symptoms, right? When he agreed to this, that's also a study. So it's like, what are you referring to when he actually agreed to that as well too? And also the logical entailments that I also provided.
Okay. Minimum Due says, I don't understand why isn't Ryan spurging and interrupting constantly? I thought this was a raging tomato debate. Where's my tard outs? What changed?
I think I'm riding on a high after Rob Noor realized last night, about 20 minutes into our debate, that I actually understood what the Insurrection Act was about, how it's been used in the past 50 years, and what conditions it was being used. And he could not defend by any means what he came to argue with me about. His best example of the police not doing their jobs was allegedly some video of them not arresting some 15-year-old girl or whatever. It was very silly. He looked very dumb, which is why he muted the stream and talked to his panel for the rest of the night. It was very embarrassing.
I thought you guys did great. You guys were really good at not interrupting too much, and even if you did, you backed off and all of that. So that's great. Martae, you did really good with also allowing clarifications between each other. I like that. Vincent says, just to elaborate, mothers at home for the first 3 years reduces post perinatal infant deaths by about 25%. Exclusive access to breast milk reduces infant hospitalizations by 70%. Ryan, look at 2025 CDC.
I mean, if that's true, cool. I would support women getting paid to be able to stay home during those periods. If that leads to better results, that might be fine. I support maternal and paternal leave anyway, so I'm not against like women being supported as they decide to stay at home. I think that's cool and fine.
Well, hold on though. But if the man is working, like maternal leave and paternity leave, like we look at this paternity leave. So if we think about this, like the woman wouldn't have to be so dependent on that. If the man is stepping up, he's a provider. She also feels safe and protected and is given that space by allowance because the man is granting her access from doing this. And she doesn't have to worry about, hey, I have to rush to get back to work. Wouldn't this be more optimal? And wouldn't this be a prescription that we would say, hey, this is great because the man's fulfilling this biological imperative by staying at home, making her or giving her the space to fulfill this biological imperative that Vincent's alluding to, saying, hey, being at home with the breast milk, the spawning period and all this, he's allowing this. So what could you say against that? Like, what would be bad about that, Ryan?
I mean, for the first 3 years, it sounds like it would be great. And then if things kind of like, what's the word, like kind of teeter off and level out over time, then I think I would be less concerned with it. So
if things level off, why change? If it's working, why change? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
So when I say level off, I mean that the difference between the mother and the father being the one at home is negligible.
All right. I mean, I can move on with that.
Yeah, that was a good head shake.
Okay. Atima says about 1/3 of stay-at-home dads, 34%, were not working due to illness or disability, according to Ryan's sources.
First time I've ever seen Atema actually understand something I said. True, based.
Vincent says Ryan's actually right. Regardless of its optimal or not, stay-at-home dads are a prescription, just not a good one. Ryan wins.
That's actually really funny, but true. I mean, well, I would say it's a good one, but yeah, even on that technical phrasing, I guess I would still win.
I
think I won on the real one, right?
I don't think it's a prescription at all. If you were to say, hey, this is something I would prescribe, I think nearly every guy on the planet that's reasonable and rational on a, I would say, predictive model as far as if you want a marriage to last, if you want to stave off divorce, if you were talking about a prescription that leads in better outcomes, this isn't a prescription. I don't agree with that.
Sarcastic Warlock says, my wife makes $100,000 more than I'm capable. She works from home and I spend time with my kids. The prompt is wrong altogether. Martae, as the only one with an OnlyFans, you should know better than to argue in favor norms.
I don't have an OF. I don't have that. I'm against OF actually too. And I mean, that doesn't really make any sense. You should do way more research. Me and Andrew Wilson literally had a debate about this and all this was exposed. So, I mean, not only are you not doing homework, but you're actually, giving her $20 for just saying nothing. But I can move forward with this.
I'll add, yeah, you shouldn't spread misinformation about my debate opponent. There's plenty to criticize of things he actually said. But I think you're making a good point about how like the idea of stay-at-home dads, even the Pew Research that I mentioned and I used for a lot of the data points I talked about in this debate, it is kind of a blunt and not very clear view of the full scope of what a stay-at-home parent looks like, because it specifically focuses on fathers and mothers who are not working. So that would include people that would not include people who work from home and spend all day with their families, or people who are starting small businesses, or people who are making money on whatever side hustles, whatever. It just wouldn't include them. So I think that it's an interesting point and adds a lot more perspective.
Well, one thing that I will say before we move along is, if you notice the slick language here, my wife makes 100K more than I'm capable. Right, great. I can even acknowledge that. But here's the thing that he'll say, which also leaves out things and also is very slick as well too. She works from home, meaning she's a stay-at-home mom, right? Which leads to my point. And when he says, I spend time with my kids, notice how he leaves out, I'm employed or unemployed. Kindly leaves this out, and then he goes for the gut shot, which is fallacious. So to me, this actually makes my point. I appreciate this comment a lot.
Just one final point on that. This is what I was pointing out about the Pew Research data. It actually wouldn't, his wife would not count as a stay-at-home mother according to the Pew Research data, but we again, colloquially, we might agree that she is, which yes, demonstrates that there are probably far more families, far more stay-at-home fathers than even the millions that are already demonstrated by the Pew Research data. So
no, it can go the other way too, where it shows that there's actually not stay-at-home fathers. So this knife cuts both ways. But anyways, we can move along.
Okay.
No, but okay.
Yeah. Jen says, "Win, Ryan. Just let people live and mind your own business."
Thank you, Gen X.
Okay. What is it with the OF? Like, we already determined he doesn't have an OF. Martae is in fathers being away from their children more days than not. That's his prescription for society.
So I have a response. I don't know what it is with the OF. To me, that doesn't make any sense. I was in law enforcement. I was a federal agent. To me, I'm just like, yeah, I couldn't do this and be a federal agent or be in law enforcement for 13 years, which means, like, how far behind me was that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So back to this, I don't think that's also good too, because if you had a kings and people that worked like farmhands, people that worked, I would say, traditional jobs back in the day, their families actually thrived on this. So we would even look at kings back in the day, when they came back home from conquering another kingdom, things like this happened. The sons were even more grateful because the father had less time, because the time is valuable. Because if the child had exposure to the dad, we would look at this and say, damn, I get to see time with dad. It's rare, which means the value goes up, and it's actually more rare. The value and rare are part and parcel with this. So that doesn't take away from this. You'd have to denounce all of history when you say, no, fathers are away from their kids, which was the mainstay of society. How come marital rates were higher? How come traditional families were more intact? Like, to me, this doesn't make any sense, because that was the norm. That was literally the traditional foundation of the day, where men had to do this, and it was a societal norm. Look at marital rates higher, marital happiness higher. So every prescriptive measure, if we look at the past, maps onto a more predictive model for successful marriages in the future. Right now, they're seeing the predictive model, which you're saying it's not successful with outcomes.
I just want to add one thing that reminded me. Another thing that's been a common thing all throughout history is kings, monarchies. And I want to advise everyone to go to nokings.org and find your local No Kings 2.0 protest, which will be tomorrow, where we are protesting all of the insane authoritarian oversteps that the Trump administration has been doing for the past 9 months, including the abuses that ICE is doing right now.
No, that's completely false, because in the Biden administration, guess what happened? YouTube was stripped, no free speech, the stabby jabby, all this other stuff. So I'm like, so this is bad. You get destroyed on this one too. But anyways, moving forward, let's get to the next comment.
Okay. The low end theory says only one person has asked chat for help in this debate.
True. Also good to see you, Low End Theory. Low End Theory is an old friend. In fact, he and I used to debate Andrew Wilson together back in like 5 years ago.
So I saw Low End Theory on Twitter, and then they said, well, Marte's a Andrew Wilson copycat. He said, or clone, he said, just to be factual. And then in this thing, I said, well, you're welcome to show up on the panel if you want to help Ryan this debate, because he's going to need all the help he can get. Furthermore, I went to go to Low End Theory's X page, and it says, I'm against everything with the right. Okay, bias shown, meaning you're probably going to be bad faith anyway. So yeah, let's move forward.
Based, W Low End.
Okay. Vincent says, Marte, have you ever been prescribed the wrong medication, or medication that's not as good as more expensive one? Less optimal is still a prescription. The only Percocet, I mess with his breasts. Is that what they said?
The only perky set instead of Percocet, the only perky set he messes with, as in like boobs are perky, a perky set of tits, and a Percocet, which is a pill. It's a pun he's making. It's pretty funny. But it is a really good angle Vincent keeps alluding to. I actually kind of wish I would have thought of that, but I'm glad that I engaged in a like fully good faith, because I think I was fully capable of winning without the meme.
So I would actually challenge that by saying this. So if you have a prescription, which is the right medication, and then you get a wrong medication, to me, that's not a prescription, meaning like it's not a prescription that we would see for society. So if I was to say you have two choices, right? All you're saying is it's not a choice. Yeah, I can agree it's a choice. We could say, yeah, that's a choice, but is it a prescription, right? You mean a mistake. That's what we're talking about. So when doctors get lawsuits all the time, I can basically be liable for a lawsuit if I prescribe the wrong medication to a client. So to me, I'm actually increasing liability in society. I'm also increasing malfunctions, everything else. So even a doctor can come and say, hey, yeah, that can be a choice. That's what that means when you're saying this, but that's not the prescription for the client. That's not a prescription for them. Meaning like this can be a choice that we could say, but hey, now I've opened myself up to more lawsuits, liability, and also losing my practice because of this. This is what we're seeing in divorce rates plummeting. I mean, skyrocketing through the ceiling. Matter of fact, breakups, traditional families, all these norms are literally being degraded by society and feminism right now. We see this. If I give you the wrong prescription, you break out in hives, guess what? I lose my business and my practice. Yeah, good job, though.
Okay. Sarcastic Warlock says only one person in this. Oh, goodness. Okay, sorry. Millennial
shit,
Mike. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. I was. Millennial Mike says Ryan wins on a technicality. Should have defined terms more clearly. I agree with Marte in spirit. Fathers need to provide generally, but obviously not in all cases. Win debate, Sarah, like the video.
Yeah, and just a reminder, I mean, Martae chose the prompt. He tweeted at me, said I would run away. Obviously, I didn't, and obviously he took a major L here, so maybe a big mistake. But I would happily debate you again, Martae, if you want to.
No, I don't think it's a major L, because if you think about this, what he means is winning in spirit. To me, I think that's a good gesture of goodwill, meaning like this is a prescription that we want to see in society. Now, technically, if you were to say that a prescription's a choice, yeah, you can say that, but I think we should have went through like our definitions for prescription. I was arguing that this is not what we want for society, which means like this is not optimal. Now, I should have probably made the prompt more optimal. You would have taken a bigger L in that debate, but no, I still would stick to my guns and say it's not a prescription for society. So what people are basically taking this down to is like saying it's not a choice. Yeah, we can agree that it's a choice, but we're talking about a prescription, right? If you give the wrong prescription, like the other guy's super chat, and you give the wrong prescription to somebody and they break out in hives, they have allergic reaction or predisposition for some medical, I would say, contraindication according to the label, guess what's happening? A bad outcome. This is not a prescription, and that's what I mean by prescriptive measures in society. I don't mean like option. That's not what I'm talking about as far as this. It's saying that we don't want this as a prescription. It's not a prescription by that metric of saying I'm producing more liabilities, more broken marriages, less dissolving of traditional values and functions for families. That's what I'm saying in this debate.
Okay. Sarcastic Warlock says literally everything about Marte could be replaced with an AI in a robotic drone's body within 6 years.
I think that's not fair. Okay, an AI would actually be able to have reading comprehension.
No, I think that's false also. So if we talk about a drone's body, I'm also an IFBB professional bodybuilder. Less than 1% of the population is me. And if you talk about people turning pro, I turned pro in 2 world-class sports. So that number actually drops down even lower since I beat world record holders. So if we think about that, so as far as like my comprehension and reading level, no, I think I'm good with that. So Ryan's definitely coming in with a fallacious hit on that. Doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Radical colon cleanser would rather be the stay-at-home mommy so he can breastfeed and slave over a hot stove while fighting for justice and communism.
True and based. So please come over to my channel and give me money so I can be a stay-at-home father to Umbreon.
That's funny. Trib says, pity Dono for having to sit through Marte's torture. Stay sane.
Thank you, Trib.
Marathon Cav sending in the big 50 just to say, Sister Sarah. Thank you, Martae. Thank you. And two more. I think. Oh wait, no. There's a couple more in there. Since Martae loves talking about what is biologically optimal, what does he think about child brides? Don't deflect.
I'm an Orthodox Christian faith believer. I think that I would definitely oppose that. I don't think that that's a good decision to make because societally, even if we have something that's biologically optimal, we have laws for a reason. So we have to also think about morality and we have to think about ethics as well too. So even though something can be biologically optimal because we can, doesn't mean we should, because look at the outcomes. If we look at the outcomes, this isn't good for society. So you're literally saying that this would be optimal for people to do? No, we have societal functions against this because what's normative actually ends up in good outcomes because we actually have less people talking about like child brides and child marriages. We've had a success rate of saying that, hey, this person's of age, they're more knowledgeable. So biologically, let's comport like the whole biological spectrum of this. Would you agree that, I can't really ask you this question, but I would assume that if we marry somebody that's like 21 and older, 18 and cognizant, they're going to be more knowledgeable about the agreement biologically compared to somebody that's a child like 9 years old, not knowing what to get into. They're more easily coerced. Like, so that's the biological component. We're talking about years, age, and all this other stuff. It's wiser. So it actually makes my argument.
I will say I agree with a lot of what Martae said there about the reasons it's a bad idea. But additionally, I'll add it's a common misconception that like child brides or like young underage women, for example, would be like biologically optimal or whatever. That's actually not true. It's actually more dangerous for them to give birth to children by and large. So even if there weren't all the other reasons that people shouldn't do that, it's also not a lot of ortho bros even would argue that's like biologically optimal, and they are wrong about that.
So low end theory, I'd hate to go ahead and look through your computer in the files right now after reading that. But anyways, let's continue.
Werbs over on the Rumble side says college graduates do not mean educated. They are more indoctrinated. That is it.
I mean, colloquially, when people say educated, they're talking about like people who go to college. You might not think that that's the case, maybe possibly because you didn't go to college. But I mean, that's like there are other ways to get educated. I don't disagree with that, but generally, that's like what we're referring to. And you say they're more indoctrinated. You just, again, like Martae was saying earlier, he thinks that he knows better than all these college professors or whatever. Obviously, he doesn't, as we've seen like so many times tonight. He doesn't understand what he's reading most of the time.
No, it's true. I've literally went to these colleges and said, hey, this is what I have showing here through, I would say I'd have to pay through paywalls and all this other stuff. It's literally hidden from colleges and they've suppressed a lot of this data, especially when it goes down to like feminism history and all this. They literally are teaching revisionist history when it comes to feminism, social studies, everything like this. Matter of fact, race critical theory, all this is now into the foray in colleges, and that's also being manipulated as well too. How is this not indoctrination when you're teaching a history that doesn't coincide with the facts that have happened? I've literally addressed this in the debate. You can't disprove this because actually I have a book with all the sites and sources at the end of it. That can be another debate too, which you'll actually get destroyed on wholeheartedly. But yeah, they're indoctrination factories and they're pumping out a lot of people with this groupthink of not only revisionist history, but feminist thinking. And that's literally what they're doing, is indoctrinating the next class of individuals in the workforce.
I would actually love to talk to you about critical race theory sometime. If we can maybe set something like that up. Doesn't have to be a big formal debate, but I think that'd be fun to clash.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Sounds like you guys can actually get along. Low end theory over on Ryan's side there for you. Let's fucking go, Ryan, with the big 5-0.
Thank you so much, low end theory. Appreciate you, bro. Good to see you, man. For real.
The guy who I suspect FBI would have a lot of problems looking through folders in his history. So, anyways,
fair enough. Trib1 says, Marte, everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to you. Your incoherent yapping. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, that's fine. You could say that people are dumber for having to listen to an argument that's pro antinatalism, pro-nuclear families and citing history of saying that we've had stronger families in the past. I don't think that's really dumbing people down when I'm stating obvious facts. When I bring up facts of saying that how the outcomes are going to play, we can literally see that. I don't need to bring up stats or studies showing that we've had stronger families in the past when we didn't have no-fault divorce, when we have men working out of the homes. We can look at the marital rates and we can see a decline happening now that women have had this quote-unquote freedom happening. I don't see how people can be dumbed down from seeing obvious facts that we can see in society, to which Ryan has actually agreed with in part and parcel to some parts of my debate. So to me, it doesn't really make any sense. So that would mean that he's partially dumb too. So I don't understand what you were saying when you say I'm dumbing people down by stating obvious facts and reporting down to a biological factor that universally everybody can agree with.
Okay. Trib says the optimization claim and the world impending doom claim from people like Marte are unserious and don't exist in reality. They're grifters, grift.
You know, I'll defend Marte a little. I think he really believes all the insane, unread shit that he's saying. So, you know,
to me, it's not serious, or like as far as like the silliness of this. Like we can't say that the silliness is serious. What I'm saying, though, is that the reality of the world that we see right now, as far as like nuclear families, that's all going down. So, yes, there is impending doom. So if we see the trajectory of nuclear families being dissolved, how is this not impending doom? Because if we look at the outcome of single mom epidemic that's happening right now that can be a different debate as far as like women initiating divorce. They're not intact families right now. How is this not dooming everybody? Because if we look at the outcomes of I would say children from these relationships have a 65% chance of recidivism, jails, all this other stuff. This is not something that we would want in society. So yes, there's a lot of doom right now. I think less doom would be more intact families. I think men working outside of the home, being the protector provider. How would this be like doom at all? Like actually it's anti-doom that I'm arguing for. It's more doom to go against this that's been proven, I would say, successful over a period of time. We have traditions for a reason because they've been successful experiments, if you even want to call them that. They've been successful over a period of time. We can look at the past for good examples of this. They're eroding with the case of like illegal immigrants coming in, eroding religious faith, belief mechanisms, all this other stuff. That's a whole different discussion. But feminism is also doing this too, eroding values of American belief systems, families, and all this. To me, yes, the doom is happening in real time through propagandization, through, wet ass pussy, Cardi B, and all this. How is this helping? That's also doom as well too. So,
yeah, I would say WAP is a great song, absolute banger. And additionally, the real doom that we all have to be prepared for is Robert Downey Jr. taking on the role of Victor Von Doom in the upcoming Avengers Doomsday. Get your tickets on sale soon.
Yeah, Ryan, that doesn't make any sense because we literally have I covered this on another stream where we had a black hip hop artist and she was twerking outside of an AB clinic saying, I didn't get the plan B, so I'm going to delete your baby. And there was another music video of the woman who sued the Lyft driver dancing outside of a KFC with a 40 ounce. Yeah, none of this is helping nuclear families at all. It's actually pervasive culture that's deconstructing this nuclear family premise that we want for society to have success rates for America and our children in the future. I think that if we want to see a better society for our future, we need to bring Christ back in the home, which brings back two fathers. I think in your world where it's okay for Christ to be out of the home because you're a non-believer, but also with that being said, fathers are also out of the home, which is not a good prescription. I think that this is a bad prescription for society, which means it's not a prescription at all, not a choice that we want. And to me, we can take optimization out of this. It's actually something that actually causes more liability in society and increases degeneracy. And I don't like it at all. And I don't care if you disagree with me. I think that Christ is king and Christ is God, and you should convert someday. That would be a good option for you.
I'll just add the people who are twerking outside abortion clinics are actually they're successfully doing what they're trying to do, which is triggering Marte and people like him. So that's their goal. That's what they're doing, is they're making fun of you, and it's working.
I think just 4 more and then we'll kick off with the panel. Vincent says, you have the flu. Is there only one prescription or is there multiple ways to clear it? Most optimal is the best choice. Your use of the word optimal already contradicts your weird take of only one prescription for a problem.
So here's the thing, though. I'm not talking about that. I've already reconciled this by saying if a doctor gives you something, right, you're talking about the onus of one person by having choice. I'm not talking about choice. I'm talking about, is this a prescription? So if a doctor gives the wrong medication, I'm going to go back to this example to somebody, and the person breaks out for hives, yes, that can be a choice, but it's not a prescription. All you're doing is saying, do they have a choice? Yes, we can agree that they have a choice, but is a prescription? No, it's not a prescription because a doctor is going to give you one. He's not going to mostly say, well, if you have contraindications and there's bad outcomes, he's not going to say, well, we're going to give you the thing that leads to bad outcomes. He's never going to give you that, and that won't be a prescription. He's going to give you, say, hey, this is what I want you to do. Take this and let me know if it works or not. He's going to point you to the most successful outcome based on tradition, based on experiments, and proven success results, which is going to narrow it down to just one.
Smoky Guru getting his membership. Welcome to the club. Marathon Kev says, win debate. Didn't agree with many things, but still a win, bro.
Thank you, Kev.
Then Vincent says, you're smart, Marte. I'd like to talk things with you. You've said 50 times that Ryan's prescription isn't optimal, acknowledging it's a prescription. It is prescription.
Well, I'm using his words. Basically, if he's saying that, hey, this is a choice. Yeah, I'm saying that your choice isn't optimal. So I can say that what I mean is choice. So that's what I meant the whole time when he was saying that. And I can clarify that for you. So when he's saying this isn't a choice, that's what he's been alluding to the whole time. Meanwhile, I'm saying it's not a prescription. So I'm using his own words, and I'm basically being really benevolent right now by not switching his own words. And I'm saying, hey, your choice isn't optimal. And to me, that doesn't really make any sense. We can repeat things back to you. Like if I say that you're a boy and you think you're a boy, I'm just going to say, for courtesy of saying, hey, even though Ryan's a girl, I'm going to say, hey, a boy like you shouldn't be wearing a dress out in public if you think you're like, you know what I'm saying? So we can have this conversation, and I can use his own language just to prove my point. And that's all I'm saying.
Tripp says, does Marte think college-educated people don't do all of the studies he cites, or does he mean just the youth who inevitably turn into adults?
Well, when I went to the university, I went and talked to the professor or whoever was teaching the curriculum, and they were really pissed off. Like to the point where I got escorted off campus by security. So I wasn't talking about like college educated people. I'm talking about the figureheads representing the studies department of these universities. So when I go to them, this is the example that I'm giving, and this is the curriculum that they're teaching overwhelmingly all the students that they're indoctrinating with this revisionist history and all of this that's currently false. To me, this doesn't really make any sense, and it exposes something that's happening in society right now that I don't think we're really addressing, which is a falsehood propaganda machine that we're pumping out all these other people. And to me, I don't think that's really an education if you're indoctrinating people with a belief system that's not really true. And these are like figureheads, not like students. Whether or not the student accepts this indoctrination is up to them, but that's what I'm talking about.
I just want everyone to wonder, do we think that Marte was escorted off the premises because he was, telling some deep, hard-hitting truths, or because he was an insane guy screaming on the college campus trying to get them to change their lesson plans?
No, I wasn't. So I did get into a little bit of discourse with the professor, and I said, no, that's inaccurate. And then when I said this, they got very pissed. And I said, well, if you look at this, shield maidens didn't exist. At best, they were cheerleaders, and I can actually prove this. No, I don't need to hear any of this, right? They actually got really pissed off. And I said, well, hold on. I just want to ask you some questions, because to me, I just want to get the truth, and that doesn't match up with this. And I literally showed them the info because I brought documentation with me. They didn't want to see this. They didn't want to hear it. And for some reason, they escalated it, and they got pissed. For some reason, liberals get really pissed off and emotional when you show them the truth.
You were just showing them the facts. Trend. Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, 2 more, and then we're all set. Vincent says, feminism did worse for society than good. Marte's 100% no-fault divorce, less mothers, no accountability, degeneracy, sexual promiscuity, nuclear families, all this because women don't want obligations.
I think no-fault divorce is good. I think it's weird to want to force people to stay in bad marriages. I would say less mother. Maybe less people who don't want to be mothers, which I guess is fine. No accountability. Accountability to who? Degeneracy. I probably don't care about what he thinks degeneracy is. Sexual promiscuity for one, and nuclear families can still exist. No one's stopping you from having a nuclear family. Even like 80% of the stay-at-home family or families that have a stay-at-home parent seem to be closer to that dynamic. So seems like it's doing just fine.
So hold on. Do you think that people can change their financial status if they get a job or not lose their job or all this other stuff? We agreed that this is like a temporary position that men don't want to be in when it comes to like working, right? And men can get back into the workforce because, as the lady alluded to in the previous super chat, she said, well, these people are like disabled or due to illnesses. We could say that, but these are positions that they don't want to be in. Now, granted, when we talk about the divorce rates, the majority of them are due to financial disparity or unhappiness. It's not like, and it doesn't sound like women are being forced into these positions, because a lot of this is just unhappiness, which means like this could go into things like you breathe the wrong way or he snores too loud and I'm just sick and tired of this, you know? So if we think about this, these are all problems that we can work through. But now that we've given people an easy out, they can literally say no fault, meaning like, I didn't like the way that you breathe. I don't like the way that you put your shoes on in the morning. To me, this doesn't really make any sense. I still don't hear anything where women are being forced, because this isn't the conversation that's happening right now. Because if you look in social circles today, I don't hear women saying that they're leaving because they were forced to stay. This isn't a big complaint that I'm hearing. They're saying, I left because I just wanted to, giving no reason by saying, I'm just unhappy, even though it's something that we can all agree that they should have worked through this or could have worked through this. That's why marriages lasted longer, because we promoted people working through the storms and hardships through their marriages, and just saying, well, I left because I could, and it was just easier for me to do this, and I didn't want accountability. And that's what he's alluding to.
Yeah, they left against Marte's will, sadly.
Okay, last
nice
one.
Characterization, but
fair enough. Omni Future says no stats support societal changes as per prescription, but tons of stats are clear warning signs against it. Love Marte. # be serious.
So to me, I think that we do have societal change right now, and we can see that in the metrics of divorce rates. How's that going for you? It's not going good right now, ever since the proliferation of women working out of the home and being pushed out of the workforce. To me, we can blatantly see this. So when you say that we don't see societal changes or stats, I'm like, that's a complete fallacious thing. You could even agree, and even Ryan could agree, that divorce rates are sky high. Men are opting out of marriage. Gee, I wonder why. Even women are opting out of marriage at high rates now, following suit. There's a reason why. We can see the trajectory going right now, and marital rates aren't increasing right now. So when we say this, it's like, yeah, I don't understand where you're getting this from or rational reasons. So clear stats, when we see this, the stats overwhelmingly show where we're going with traditional families are being broken up. And that's the trajectory we're going through. And prior to that, we had a super chat saying, well, there's doom culture that you're talking about that isn't happening. That's doom culture. That's what we're having.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get ready to meet your panel. Where's my remove button? There we go. Oh, my apologies. All right, let's have some fun, and here we go.
Hello.
All right. Hello, everyone. We've got Martae and Ryan are our main debaters for the evening, so they are in the safety net. Brandon, welcome back. Andre, you look new. Welcome to the show. Vinny, Modern Men Lost Again. Welcome. And Zers, I'm going to step away for just a moment to use the ladies' room. But outside of that, Brandon, you were waiting so patiently back there. If you have a question for the gentleman, I'm going to go ahead and let you kick it off, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. I had a quick question for Martae, because I'm not even sure if you and Ryan actually disagree on anything, so I'm just curious. Maybe this will at least clear things up for me. Do you think it's impossible, and I'm talking about logically impossible, for a stay-at-home husband to be the best option for a given family?
Yeah, I think that it can be possible, and that's where Ryan would say, well, I won the debate. Well, that's not what I was saying as far as like choices. So if you overwhelmingly ask people in society, because the whole prescription was for society, not an individualistic perspective of like one man. So we can't use like an anecdote. So whenever you use society, we're not going to be cherry picking and saying an anecdote. Society is like what? More than one? We're saying like a premise that we can map on to society. So if we look at men overwhelmingly, meaning if we ask society overwhelmingly, we would see a position that men would overall agree with me on and say, I would love to be the breadwinner. I'd like to be the hero that slays the dragon and comes home and stops the castle from crumbling. I think that's a good position, and that's what I was alluding to.
So you don't think it's impossible, but you think generally speaking it's the best option, generally for
societally.
Families.
That's
okay.
That's
now,
the tagline. Society, yeah.
Now, do you think Ryan disagrees with that?
So as far as that, I think Ryan would fight me for egalitarianism, even though he says like that's not my whole premise. Even though in this premise, he's literally switching women around and saying, well, it can happen, and I can say it should happen for these people. But overwhelmingly, we're talking about like societally. I think that he would disagree and say, no, they're empowered, they're boss bitches. This is something that they can do. Well, I'm saying that this is an ought claim that I'm making, and he's referring to like now because it happens, it's a prescription. I don't believe that it's a prescriptive measure that we should be able to map onto societies in general, because we're talking about society. We're not talking about like one-offs or anything else, which Ryan is saying, well, we see this percentage of people happen. Well, no, we're talking about society, right?
So you think like if there is a given family where that is the best option, that they should do that?
What are you talking about? As far as like if the man, it's more optimal for the man to stay at home?
For that given family, yeah. You think that should happen then for that family?
Yeah, but what? So I would ask this, like,
so Ryan doesn't disagree with that. I'm just trying to figure out where you and Ryan actually disagree.
That would be you, Ryan.
Well, I mean, I guess it would be the degree of which how many we might disagree about how many families we think are in that position. I would say there's probably.
Can you hear me?
There's probably a decent
test.
Yeah,
Mike test.
You.
Yeah, you sound very distant.
All right,
we can hear you cutting off everybody on panel.
You sound like you're talking into one of those cans with a string.
Martae, do you think that Ryan's opinion that it's a prescription that he wants, isn't that still a prescription, even if it's less optimal than yours?
You're talking about a choice, so it's like I'm
talking about a prescription that he believes is a prescription.
For a second, could you stop crying for a second? All right. So at what point, so are you guys all leftists, communists? So like, what are you guys?
Yeah, everybody here's a communist.
I'm a Marxist, Leninist, Satanist, communist. That's right.
Vinny actually asked a question and then got interrupted.
Pretty normal.
Saying wait. Why
hold on.
Why don't you let him answer the question?
Vinny, can you answer your question? I'm sorry, you were interrupted.
I'm just saying, everybody's going to have, no one's an expert on society, but if someone says, well, I think this is a prescription for society because I believe this is the better way of doing it, regardless if he's wrong or not, he's still offering a prescription. I mean, you're saying it's choice, but I mean, he's saying, I think a good prescription for society is that more men need to stay at home and more women. I mean, I disagree with that, but it's still a prescription. Yours is more optimal.
What do you...
Well,
like what for society?
Yeah. Vinny, I actually agree with you on this. And that's the position I was actually arguing, was saying, yeah, we can agree that it's more optimal. I think that to be honest, I'll take the onus on this for making the prompt, which should have been clarified a little bit more. So,
bro, can you just let him answer?
I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Can you figure it out while you're muted for a second?
So that's what I'm saying. I think that you're correct on this. So the problem with this is even though I think you're correct, it boils down to like the semantics. I don't think that we really reconciled like the definition of what we mean by prescription. When I say prescription, I'm saying like if a doctor was to offer something that not only like stop liabilities, stop lawsuits or anything like that, we would say that the one that increased lawsuits and liabilities wouldn't be a prescription. It would be more or less a choice, because to me, I don't think that that's something that they would teach or say that for society, we would give out like Marcazette, which is a pill that increases like lymphoma and all these other things that happen. I don't think that they would say that that's a prescription. It would be a choice. And I know this is a really semantical argument that I'm making right now, but that's why I'm saying that it's not a prescription.
Did you get
okay,
COVID?
So just real quick, just to give because I think this is addressing the actual question. being asked, I believe. Like I don't prescribe that people who are not in a position to do this should do this, right? I'm saying I do believe there's a growing number of families who are in this position where they should do it because it's the best fit for them. I think there's a growing number of those people, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But I'm not arguing that people should embrace this against their will or whatever, or like be like, hey, like we don't want this dynamic in our family, but like Ryan thinks we should. That's Marte's game, right? Marte believes that people who have some working system for their family, he thinks they should change it up because of what he believes biologically, essentially, like certain people should do.
Yeah, I think that we should fulfill a biological imperative. If men are more built for industrial positions, things like this, which 87% of men work these positions, we can then say, well, okay, we can say that there's like a universal metric, which men and women can then be nurses, teachers, and things like this. But what I'm saying, though, is if we're talking about prescriptive measure, we can look back at history and say that, okay, well, men were more outside of the home working and away from their kids. Well, what were families looking like as far as marriages? More intact, higher marital rates, divorce rates were actually decreased at that time. But if we look at now in the society where you're saying, well, just because it does happen, that can be a prescription. Well, look at marital rates right now. Look at intact family homes. The nuclear family is being dissolved as we speak right now. And to me, that's why I don't think it's a prescription. It's something that can happen.
Just before you carry on with that, do you believe that there is more than one prescription for a problem at any point, or is there always only one?
So it's going to boil down to one. So if we look at success rates, you're going to end up at one. Because if you look at a reduction, and of course, I'm going to talk about like being a reductionist here, but if you think about men, we have to come up with solutions. We're not going to say, hey, we're going to take two choices at one. You can only take one choice in the end because you're not going to be in two places at once. So it always boils down to one choice. And that one choice you're going to say is a solution-oriented optimal approach.
You're Christian.
Well, there can't just be one with what you told me.
It can be
You said it's possible for a stay-at-home husband to be the best option for a given family.
It's possible that you can take the wrong medication.
Right there, because generally speaking,
that's possible, but that goes down to choice.
So that's more than one right there. You think generally speaking, the husband shouldn't be a stay-at-home dad, but in some cases they should be.
The best option is the prescription.
Okay.
The best option is everything else is not.
Well, then he's just equivocating on. He's equivocating on.
It's really simple, right? A prescription is what do we think is best for the majority of people. However, we know the majority of people don't always fit in that scenario. What Ryan's fighting for is he says, well, not everybody fits in that. Everybody agrees 100%. But overall, this is something concerning that nobody seems to be like talking about, which is exactly what Ryan said. 20% of men are at home taking care of their children. I actually will argue that 20% of men actually don't want to be doing that. There are a percentage that do, and granted, let them do it. Let them thrive. Let them have fun taking care of their kids. But in circumstances where a man is at home taking care of his kids because he can't get employed, he feels like crap because he wants to be the provider for his family. Where did that come from? And so the prescription here, I think actually Marte wins on pretty easily. The 20%, I think Ryan loses on, because I think every man on this panel will agree with me. If you guys were just to say your gut, your feeling, do you think 20% of men want to be home taking care of their kids? Or do you think 20%?
It's not about our gut. It's not about our gut feeling. It's an empirical question, right? So if you don't have the empirics to back it up, why are we talking about feelings?
Well, then why don't we go ahead and look at the actual empirics? Who gives birth to babies? Who gives birth to babies? Don't tell me
that seems super relevant. That seems super relevant.
Birthing people do. Birthing people.
That's so.
No,
that's
women.
So
birthing
people.
Sometimes did you say? Like,
did
you mean that?
Hold on. So we have one question.
It's a very serious
Who gives
question.
birth to the babies? 2. Who's the one that feeds the babies with their bodies? Okay, not a birthing person,
women?
a mother. Okay. It's women. So
cool.
if you're going to make this link, you have to understand the biology that's here. If you're going to make a prescription, you can't say people have to.
Did you guys understand that women give birth to babies?
With the minority. Ryan, let me finish my argument.
Yeah,
let me finish my argument first.
Let me finish.
It's fallacious. It's an appeal. It's an appeal to nature. Go ahead.
No, it's not.
It's not an appeal to nature.
Descriptive facts. Therefore, they should do this. That's by definition a naturalistic.
I'm saying this is what. Okay, in terms of a prescription for society, we're talking what's prescriptive for society. You're going to use things like natural law, observable reality, things that actually happen, not people's feelings, not perceptions. You're going to go based off of that. It's not like you don't see a whole bunch of male lions deciding that they're suddenly going to go become the ones that raise the babies and do the hunting. No, you're not going to see that. So if you look at it, you have to use the generalities. You don't just go, and that's how you create a prescription. Not the exception like Ryan's
Hold on.
Okay, that was all really stupid. Can I engage with what Vibe was saying? Okay,
is there men that go out?
Over,
is there men that go out with women and women earn more than their husbands?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
I'm asking
we know it's not because you're not talking about the topic.
No, I'm asking you.
That is the topic. Quite literally, Ryan.
Are there women that have husbands that earn less than them?
Yes.
So would you not think that their prescription would be different to a normal family that would have a husband and wife
is
with a
that
husband
the majority? But
it doesn't matter if
nobody's arguing it's the majority, dude.
Prescription. That's the point.
Okay, if it's a prescription, if it's a societal prescriptive, you have to look at it as in what's best for society. Society
the fuck I do.
in general and as a whole. That's how
the prompt says society in it.
Yeah, it does. It does have society in it. Okay, please. I did chime in a little bit there, but I'd like to engage. I've been sitting back for most of this. Really.
How many of you have kids?
Who cares?
Hello.
The prompt. The prompt.
It's important.
The prompt.
Oh God.
How many have kids?
Get that guy out of here.
Dude,
how many of your?
Hold on, please.
I have
Ryan,
4.
I think you were saying something.
I'm your stepfather, and shut up. Okay.
He was saying something while I was saying something.
Hey, your mother and I need you to stop talking, please. The prompt was.
Listen, I'm trying to revive the show because what you don't know is Sarah's fucked. Okay. She fucked with the panel verse. Don't you understand? It's over.
Talk to your mother.
It's fucking over for all you beta male cucks. It's over. Okay. It's over. Don't you get it?
Pardon me.
What a crash out. Okay, so
pardon me, but this
It's only just begun.
This is a pardon me for just a second.
This guy feeds his wiener dog buttholes.
Hold
okay,
on.
I got it
Stop
clipped.
for a second. Stop.
Yeah.
So
listen. Stop. Listen. This is a debate. We're having an open panel debate. You're welcome to join in the conversation, but if you want to go off target on some kind of drama or something, that's not welcome during this stream. You're welcome to.
Well, you won't let me debate.
What?
Well, I was just. You could have chimed in when I finished.
I just asked a simple question. Who has a child? Who has a wife that goes to work?
You asked it.
I can demonstrate my point.
Okay.
That's fine. I believe you. I'm sure you can demonstrate lots of things. I bet you can do lots of cool tricks. I just wanted to speak to the point that was being made before you jumped on and started talking over everybody. So
you were talking while I was talking. All right, bitch ass.
No shit, and I'm trying to. Right, I'm trying to keep doing that right now. So the prompt was.
Why are you so angry? You're acting like a
Hold on,
female.
please
Driving
stop,
me crazy.
sir. I don't know what your name is.
You're dangerously crazy.
Pardon me. I don't know what your name is. I'm guessing it's either the number 2 or maybe it's 2 L's or something. It's hard to tell.
He goes by Rant.
A lot more L's than
Rant. Okay.
He's horrible.
Mr.
Definitely
Rant,
2 L's.
I'm going to ask you very kindly to at least let Ryan answer the question instead of just calling him a bitch outright and not letting him actually answer. Okay. Ryan, go ahead, please.
For the record, I am a bitch. I'm a bad bitch, and I will answer your question. I don't have any kids. Okay, there you go. So that's that. But anyway, I'm going to move on to what I was saying, which is that stay-at-home husbands are not a prescription for society. That's the topic tonight, not a prescription for society. So I believe that there are many prescriptions for society. There are many prescriptions for different groups of people in different circumstances. Martae believes there is one ideal prescription that society should follow and adhere to. I disagree. That's been the topic all night. So
okay, can I chime in for a second, Ryan? And I'm not trying to cut you off.
Because I was primarily responding to you, Vibe. So yeah.
Yeah. So I agree. I think for anything, we can't put everybody to the same standard, right? That's just everything. Like if there's a prompt that says this is a prescription, the prescription means this is best for the majority. That's the prescription. Now, I've never seen a debate where somebody's like, hey, any debate ever where they said everybody fits in the square hole. There are no round holes. There are no like triangles holes, right? We all agree that there are multiple prescriptions for multiple purposes. However, when we make
Marte doesn't agree with that, by the way.
I agree with that. That's what I'm saying.
The majority.
No, he does. No, he does.
Oh, he does agree? Okay, so... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Vibe, were you done?
No, I finished. I closed there.
Okay.
To clarify, I think that the issue with Marte and I would have with this, and what we were having, I think, during the debate, is that a lot of the people that I'm pointing to, who I'm saying I would prescribe this for, because it seems to be what they want to do, and it works for them, and it seems to be like what their ideal family setup is. Doesn't mean all of them. And Vibe, you brought up the men who are looking for work. That was 13% of the stay-at-home dads, according to the Pew Research. So I would agree that those people don't want to be in that situation. Disabled people, they don't want to be in that situation, which is about half, to be fair, of the stay-at-home dads. But there's still millions of families who have stay-at-home dads who are choosing to do so. And so that's kind of what we're talking about. And just to land the plane.
But that's
Marte
like a
is saying,
minority of a minority of a minority.
Please, I'm almost done flying. I'm not crashing in. It's not 9/11 or anything. Like I'm just saying that it seems like many people, they find that this is the best fit for them. Marte thinks that even if they feel that way, even if they're just choosing to do it out of their own free will, they should not do that. He's prescribing something different than what I am.
Yes.
So you know what? I'll kind of go on both sides. I'll kind of concede on both sides here, because I kind of feel like you just said, well, maybe there's 13% of that 20% that really don't want to be in that situation. But hey, I'm a man. I know the family has to be taken care of. I feel like crap that my wife's taking care of them. But I know it's the best thing for our family right now. So I'm just submitting, right?
These are the unemployed.
It's not that the wife is beating him down, making him do this, right? He's just saying, this is the best thing for my family, and I feel like crap. I want to step up. And in that percentage of America, and when you counter his argument, I fear that it's almost a promotion for saying, actually, more men should be at home. More of this should happen. More men should be depressed, right? I get worried about that prescription going from 80% to 70% to 60%. This is my worry, because I think men, and I don't think this is like a bad thing. This is not like men beating up men. I think it's a very noble thing for men to want to take care of their women. And in my marriage, by the way, I do have a bitch boss as a wife. She is freaking awesome at it, right? And I let her do it. But she's told me many times, thank you for letting me be one. Not that I let her, but I mean, in the sense that when she says letting me, meaning that thank you for making sure that if I didn't want to do this, I'm still secure, if that makes sense. And I know for like a lot of left people like yell at me. They're like, oh, I'd hate to be Vibe's wife. I'm like, I got a fucking awesome wife that makes good money. But my wife doesn't have to worry about anything. She doesn't have to make the money. She just likes doing it. And I want more men to be empowered. So what I want to look at in the end, and I'll land my plane right here. I want more men to have that empowerment. And I think some of the feminist movements and things like that, and putting so many females in the workforce, have both hurt women that were told they have to work. They have to be independent. But secretly, they don't tell their other women friends they actually want to be provided for. They rather actually be nurturing. Not all women want to. I'm not saying all women have to. I'm just saying, like, I think they want that. Martae was pointing out multiple studies. I landed my plane and I kept on going. So I'm just going to stop there.
Yeah, just quickly, Martae, just on your
hold on. Drop says, if you're going to argue for what's optimal, wouldn't it just be more optimal to be a millionaire, retire, not have to work, hire a nanny, not fuck bitches? I think.
Dude, no, Adam
either, right?
That's just so stupid. That's just so stupid.
Yeah, that's
ignorant. Oh, it sounds pog.
Oh, Vibe, can I
Can I argue my point yet?
Hold on.
Or are we just going to rabble rouse?
Should a household with 2 male parents not have a stay-at-home dad?
No,
good question.
That's not what we were. I wasn't even touching on that at all.
No, that's
what the hell does that
again?
even mean?
Now we're talking about a minority of a minority of another minority.
Yeah,
like,
it's okay to be gay
too. Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing. By the way, I go to work and I work my ass off, and my wife does things. And then I come home and I take care of my kids. I do homework with them. I teach them math. We read the Bible when they go to bed. We do our prayers. Like, I'm not an absent father. It's not like my wife is responsible for everything.
You read the Bible? Tell me how your wife is submissive to you if you read the Bible when you just said you submit to her. Break that down for me.
Wait, sorry. Repeat whoever said that. What was that?
I just said, if you read the Bible, did you read how your wife's supposed to be in submission to you? You just said you submit to her. How does that work?
When?
No,
Tell
he
me when I
meant-
said that.
Rewind the fucking tape, genius.
Lower end wanted to chime in. I want to give him an opportunity. Go ahead.
I'll challenge that, but I'll let Sarah go.
No, let you guys go ahead. I'm waiting for a place to pop in.
Okay.
Great. So here's the thing. Biologically, women are built to be nurturers, not men. We don't really deal well with children. We're not built like that. We're built to compete. We're aggressive. You understand? Men statistically have higher earning potential than any woman in any field. Look it up. The best chefs in the world, the best scientists. You ever hear about a woman being top of anything? Never. Why?
That's not
because it's a male-run world. And here's, listen, shut the fuck up. I was quiet when you fucks were speaking. Now listen to a fucking man. Are you listening? Here, I'm gonna demonstrate some knowledge.
Hold on a second, Rant. Hold on. I'm gonna.
You hold on. You fucking sunk your own channel. You don't even know it.
All right. All right. I'm not gonna listen. I was gonna give him the floor, and I was trying to quiet everyone down. I'm not here for the stupidity tonight. All right, back to you guys.
So Vibe, can I kind of co-op what you were saying a little bit? Let me go ahead and just clear this up because he was being addressed about this. So I'm going to clear this up on 2 points. Now, what Vibe is saying, if I can clarify a little bit, is that women want the option of working or not. This literally goes to my point, and this is what Vibe is saying. He's not submitting to his wife. He's actually providing her the option of choice of saying, hey, do you want to stay at home or not? Do you want to do this? He's giving her choice. So that's a prescription which coincides with what I was saying. If the man is the guy that has to be the person that doesn't have a choice in saying, yes, I am saying this, I'm funneling men into one hole of saying this is a prescription that should be universal for society that we want to lean to, is that if men aren't the one with the option of saying, you know what, I like the woman to provide me the space, if I want to work or not, this and that, you don't overwhelmingly hear about men in the society saying, I want the boss bitch freedom. You hear about women saying this because they want a choice, they want a provider. This is congruent with historical society. If we could see this, that's prescriptive measure that I'm saying for society. And furthermore, this is a comprehensive approach, meaning that men have to be the rock that their emotional waves crash into. They have to be the rock if financial, I would say, apocalypse happens at home. You want to be the one in a position of working and staying out of the home, because when it happens the opposite way, divorce skyrockets. Now society looks at you as the fault of everything else. You want to be in this position of being the rock of the relationship. You don't want the woman to be the rock of the relationship. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Martae, what you're saying is what's most optimal. You're not saying that this is the only prescription for a society that's allowed. If people want a more libertarian society where women don't want to be mothers, whether you disagree or agree with that, it's still a prescription in the other direction. You're not the arbiter of prescriptions.
But that's what my whole point was in the beginning here, when Ryan was saying, "Hey, there's many prescriptions." Yes, once again,
I disagree with Mike's way of things.
Okay.
But it's still
I agree with you. I'm going to concede there are women that are 10 times better at running a company than another man. Now, I'm not saying all men, just another man, right? There are some men that are not competent running a company or even laying a fucking brick. I've worked with some men that can't freaking figure out left from right, right? Right. Every individual is different. So, but when we're talking about a prescription, we're saying what works overall best. We're not saying let's figure out how we're going to cope with this one guy that can't fucking lay a brick when we're defending men being able to lift or lay bricks, right? Like, not every man is suitable for that. Some women excel at things that men fail at, but the majority is, our biology is, and the prescription fits. Does that make sense?
This is so dumb.
I disagree with everything
by
you said
societal
before,
prescription.
Because if you want a society that where women don't want to be mothers predominantly and they want to be out in the workforce, it's not a good thing for a society, but it's still a prescription that people want. You know, because they don't want the outcome of Martae.
No, I'm asking, what do you mean by prescription for society then? Because obviously what would be a rational step for what is a prescription for society, or the assumed what people would normally think when you make that in a statement, especially for a debate prompt, isn't what's agreed upon. What do you guys actually mean by prescription for society?
I'll tell you exactly what it is. It says that is dad staying at home a prescription. It's not alluding to if it's a good prescription or a bad prescription. Is it a prescription?
You're using the word that she wants defined. prescription.
Okay,
Yes,
you know what?
but that's what
Thank
the debate
you.
prompt is.
You know, this is
That's
the
what the debate
dumpster
prompt
file.
is.
So let's just reset it. Let's just say what the actual debate is about, and not debate the prompt, because they already did their debate. They won or lost, however they went. But let's actually get into the topic instead of just going, well, it wins because of the debate prompt, or it doesn't win because of the debate prompt. Let's talk about 20% of men and how many of them are actually freaking happy being that 20% that are not providers.
Well, if
Let's
that's
just
the
get
case,
it
we're gonna
clear.
agree because Martae was right.
Can I chime in for
I mean,
a second?
if you guys want to play just a
That'll
debate
get
prompt
clear if we
game,
had some data on.
then it's a chess game, right? If you guys actually want to move society forward, then let's actually talk about the issue.
Yeah, we
Okay,
have
well,
to talk,
to
but
be-
we have to define our. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah,
go
that
ahead.
sounds good.
Yeah, with peace and love, we're not gonna change society tonight on Sarah's panel, but at least in our small part, I'm with you.
We could. You don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe,
you don't know
maybe
that.
tonight's
There's so
the
many
night.
fence sitters at home,
Tonight's
Ryan.
the night. True that. Listen, okay, but fuck, I lost it. I think
Well, Ryan,
Deere was
since you lost it, I can then talk right now. So I can say that seppuku is a prescription for society for depression, right? But you would say, no, that's not a prescription because of outcomes.
Oh, I remember
So
what I was
really
gonna
what
say.
I'm pointing to, which coincides with Vide's moving towards what I wanted the debate prompt to be, is like, what is a prescription for society? What I meant by that is saying optimization. It's kind of built in. It's kind of baked into the prompt. So if I was to say, hey, seppuku is a prescription for depression in society, yeah, you could say that this is a choice for society, but is it a prescription? Meaning, is this recommended, or is this an optimal thing that we want to optimize society as far as the population? You'd say no, because then it leads to decimation overwhelmingly. If we say, hey, take seppuku, it's a great pill for you, meaning like it's a prescriptive measure that like literally you're arguing for the decimation of society. We would say, no, that's not a prescription. Why do we have this? Delete the prescription. Matter of fact, take this prescription off of the board, meaning like, hey, this is a choice. So if we're saying this, it leads to optimization, because alluding to outcomes, which is the end of the argument, I kept going to like outcomes. If we keep going to outcomes, it's naturally baked into the prompt of optimization. So that's literally what I was alluding to when we talked about the topic. If we're going to make a definitive measure of what this means, that's what I meant by saying this.
That is a lot of words for Martae just saying that he regrets framing the debate in the way that he did. Like, that's your problem, dude. You tweeted at me.
You know what? Shit happens, but this is what I'm saying. You're
making an
optimization
objective
for society, saying some inverse of household roles. I don't want that for society, meaning I don't want this prescriptive measure. That's what the argument was, and that's what we're talking about right now. So yeah, we can fix it now because we don't have to talk about prompts. We can talk about this right now.
Yeah. So I would say that there is an increasing number of men who are in a position where they do want to be stay-at-home dads, and Vibe and Martae and etc. These people might not like it, but like, who gives a shit if they don't like it? Fuck you guys with love, with peace and love, you know? Like, fuck you guys.
Yeah,
I also didn't realize you guys were utilitarians. I didn't know you guys cared about outcomes.
Ryan, can I just ask you something? Do you think in a society that people should be incentivized to make choices that end up that in the long run end up bad for society, or should we try and stop people from making those choices? It's a bit of a hard question, because it's like you're stopping the freedom of that person to make the wrong decision. But if that wrong decision is made too many times, it could lead to big problems in society later on.
Well, I mean, we already have.
I might hang on. Let me answer the question, right?
For that, if I can answer.
He was asking.
Ask Ryan.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not sure I'm not sure how to engage with that really broadly. Like, I don't know specific things that I would do that with. But in this case, I don't think that it's wrong for society, right? So this wouldn't really apply to this situation from my world.
That's not what I'm asking.
I don't think it's bad.
I'm asking, are you going to allow people to make choices that are bad for society in the long run?
Oh yeah.
But because of libertarian,
absolutely.
so basically it's like extinction or freedom.
Well, for example, I think it's really bad for society for people to vote for Republicans, but I wouldn't want to make it illegal for people to vote for Republicans, right?
Give them the freedom of the choice to do the bad thing.
Yes, absolutely. They should be allowed to vote for Donald Trump, even though he's going to try to literally deconstruct our Constitution in real time, and we're all watching it happen. A lot of people are pretending it's not.
Well, let's do something that's a bit more charitable. I think you're being a bit provocative. Yeah, I think if you say,
I am being provocative, but only because there's provocative things happening right now. I am.
No, I'm not being provocative. I'm just saying. I'm just asking.
No, I am. I am because because of the things I'm describing are provocative actions, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, let's say in the West, there's a lot of illegal immigration because our immigration policies suck. But should we allow a bad thing to keep happening, like illegal immigration, and just keep fighting, because between the Democrats and the Republicans, they're not fixing shit. So if we allow that to keep happening, eventually we're going to have a bad outcome. Should we stop people from doing bad decisions in order for the society to prosper, or should we allow the people to do that bad decision?
In terms of illegal immigration, I mean, I'm for giving those people like amnesty largely. So, I mean,
yeah, that's where Martae would disagree. He would say that I wouldn't allow people to do the wrong decision because it's going to lead to the collapse of society. That's the sort of thing. Because you guys are, the reason why you guys are having the disconnect is because you guys are talking about two different societies. He's got a Christian, moral, nationalist sort of society. That's what he's going towards. Whereas yours is a much more libertarian society. So that's where the disconnect is.
More liberal, I guess. I mean, like Christian. I mean, in reality, like only like 10% of Americans want to institute like Christian nationalism. Far more believe in like the Constitution as it stands, and like liberalism by and large.
Oh yeah, it's definitely died down. Yeah, definitely does. That's why I agree with you in this concept, because we're not in a Christian national society. It's about 60% Christian. Well, let's not go that far, but it's about 60% Christian, but 40% other. But because we live in that sort of diverse melting pot, your example of different prescriptions, because we've got a diverse.
I'm out there, Jerry.
Hello? What was that?
Huh? Fine, someone was calling me.
I'm losing it. Oh, but yeah, I mean, I think to try to address what you're asking, I think you're saying that like we should try to limit like certain things that could be bad for society broadly. I mean, I guess like, I mean, like, it really just depends on so many factors. Like yeah, there are a lot of things that people will do that will be bad for society and that we should limit. Like maybe like steering people towards green energy, for example. It would be good if we had regulation.
Child marriage.
Yeah, of course. Well, we should just make that illegal flat out. Like, we shouldn't like steer people away from it. We should flat out like make it not allowed. So that's a completely different thing. But
what's the prescription for why it's bad for society?
Because children are victimized in child marriages. They can't consent to being in a marriage.
Okay, so what makes that prescription more valid than the other prescription offered by Martae?
I think
not
Martae
on their
agrees
merits,
with that
but what
prescription.
makes
What are you talking about?
no, not on the merits of the arguments, but what makes the prescription for outlawing child marriage more prescriptive?
Oh my God, we're getting to what?
We're
getting to a you can't argue what's good because you don't believe in the Christian God. Oh my God, no, I don't want to do it.
I'm asking you why.
Hold on. That would only work. That would only work if the subject
was. That is a prescription.
Yeah, but it's a prescription for different things. You're making a false dichotomy here.
I'm asking what the heck you guys mean by prescription, because
a prescription means a fixing.
It means that we think someone should do it. It means we think people should do it. That's what it means.
Yeah, that's all I take it to mean.
It is a general guideline for all of us. As Ryan pointed out, there are sub cases. And by the way, this child thing, it does work in some debates, not this one. I think we just got to shut that one down. But I do have a question for Ryan. Right? So, Ryan, you were saying that 80% of men do follow this prescription, and you're okay with that, right?
Sorry. To be clear, the numbers are 80% of families that have a stay-at-home parent. It is the woman who is a stay-at-home parent. I imagine most families
of women stay at home, and the man is provider. Is that what you're saying?
For families that have stay-at-home, for families that have a stay-at-home parent specifically.
Okay, and do you think that's a good or a bad thing?
I don't think I don't really care either way. I think if people like,
it's not about whether you care or not. I actually do care if you care. I want to know if you think that's good or bad. If you actually
maybe he thinks it's neutral.
If the mother's at home,
I think it's neutral. Really I think is what I'm saying. The answer is the answer is I think it's neutral. I don't think it's good or bad. I think it's good if people are opting into that. I think it would be bad if people felt pressured into that.
Okay. I really don't want to fight you on
fight me vibe
idea of percentages. Let's just look at something really simple. Do you think that men have better outcomes when their mothers are at home nurturing them? And I don't care if or do you think it's better when they have the men and the mom working right? I mean, just gut feeling.
No, I actually am aware. I am aware of the answer to this question based on the data, and they're pretty comparable. In fact, in some cases they can be better with dad, some cases they're better with mom, but it's pretty comparable across the board.
What do you mean by comparable?
And I see why they call you vibe. You like going on vibes, vibe.
The outcomes are good when they have a parent at home. It's good.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And you think
dad or mom?
You think the outcomes of women versus men being the parent at home, that those are equal? You're saying if we were to go men at home, women working, and I'm not talking about Marte's crazy world of women all like collapsing the world. I'm just saying
that's not crazy.
It's a world where women could run the world if the men were home. You're saying you believe that the outcome of those children is going to be just as productive with the man at home nurturing them than the woman at home. You think men are just as capable at that same nurture level that women are?
Yeah,
that's your belief.
I mean, yeah, like when men have children, they actually.
And I won't hold it against you.
I mean, I don't care if you hold it. I'm telling you factually, like that's what the data I've seen says. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not. Look, you said neutral just before, but if we had to swap 80%.
Wait, hang on. To be clear, when I say neutral, I mean that I'm saying that because it seems to be the case that whether it's a stay-at-home dad or it's a stay-at-home mom, the outcomes are good. And they're not like drastically better in one case in one way or the other. They can be better in one. They can be better in different dynamics for a wide variety of reasons. But the gender is not the thing that's it's moving.
Yeah, he's not talking about the gender yet. Okay.
How when that is part of the prompt though? I don't understand. Like, I am I just understanding words in a different way than you guys are, because they have a pretty straight,
very likely
straight definition here. What is prescriptive for society? Well, that would mean it's supposed to be in a generality. Well, what you're talking about in citing is a minority of a minority. So I don't see how that works as a prescription for society that's supposed to be used in generalities, because that's how you work a society.
What minorities are you talking about?
Well, that was the.
Already...
Does someone else want to clarify it for her this time?
Yeah, that was just
about moms or dads. He's talking about a parent at home is better for kids than no parent. That's what he's saying. He doesn't want to dive into man.
Yeah,
the
prompt was. I can clear it up very simply. The prompt was a confusion about what the actual debate proposition was. Martae took it to be talking about generally speaking, and then Ryan took it to be talking about can it be a prescription? And in certain cases, it is a prescription. So they're talking past each other. They're not even debating the same proposition.
And to be fair, I will hang on. I will say, I recognize that when Martae wrote that prompt, he was thinking that we should take this as stay-at-home husbands are the prescription for society. And I am taking advantage of the fact that he didn't write that. And the reason I'm doing that is because I would not have agreed to the prompt if it were that they are the prescription for society, because I don't think they are the prescription for society. I think there are multiple prescriptions for society, and that is only one of them. So I was glad that we could use this prompt. I was thankful that Martae wrote it, even though I think he wrote it as a mistaking that it would be implying something different than what it does.
All right, great, Ryan. You just ruined every debate that we'll ever have, because if we're ever going to make a prescription and take an affirmative, you can say, well, there's a 1% group that says this affirmative is true. Therefore,
you better prompt vibe. Not
maybe you should be clear about what the prompt is ahead of time.
Hey,
no.
Are you Christian or atheist?
The big key of every debate is actually the prompt, right? Before, it's not the prep, it's not the opening speech, it's none of that stuff. It's the prompt. So I'll give you a little bit of that, but however, I don't think he really failed on this particular prompt, because a prescription, by the way, and I think everybody knows this. And matter of fact, if we're going to keep on going on the prescription instead of like talking about the topic, let's debate how debates work. Like a prescription is...
We're doing the meta conversation. We were just doing that.
In the majority of the time. And if you guys disagree with me, I'm open. I'm ready. Let's go.
Yo, what's up, man? What's up, man?
What's going on, Jensen?
All right, mate. How's it going?
Not bad. What's going on?
What's up, Jensen?
All right, man.
Yeah, but look, what Martae was saying, that what he's saying, that I reckon Christian, because a lot of people take nationalism and actually mistake it for ultra-nationalism. Nationalism is basically just a nation of people within that nation that have shared ideas. That's basically it. They don't have liberalism has got different ideas, but still work together. Nationalism is they all have the same shared ideas and they live coherently and peacefully. That's what Christian nationalism is. That's what you put any sort of descriptive word in front of nationalism. It's just they all share that same idea. That's
true. Wow.
People are confusing.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I love the nationalism, right? So nationalism and ultra-nationalism is Yahtzee, right? Our current administration is economic nationalism. By the way, the Democrats are also nationalists, and they are currently societal nationalists, right? We're all nationalists, right? But
No,
I don't
we
know.
can't be.
I don't know how we just switched the whole conversation.
Nationalism describes shared
Nationalism.
ideas. If you've got a country with Democrats and Republicans, how are we a nationalist country? We've got two separate ideas. It's not a nationalist country.
I agree, but I'm just so confused where this came out of the woodwork.
Because that's Marte's framework. Marte's framework is
both
talking
sides of the
about
medical
one
list,
objective
they're
truth.
honestly like-
Christian
Thank God
truth,
there's a
which is
reasonable voice
which is
that just
nationalism.
showed up. What's up, Grid?
I don't understand what.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me okay? I'm on a
See you,
different
Grid. How you
setup.
doing, buddy?
What's up, Grid?
Hey, what's up, fucker?
Grid One Motorsports.
Doing well.
Cool.
Yeah, so
Greetings
basically-
from TwitchCon. I have been very busy today.
Good to see you,
yeah,
man.
Hope you're having fun.
Good to see
Thank you, Testy, for the super
How is
sticker.
that
It's
out
a-
there? Like, is
it's a
it
peach.
like conference oriented, or how is it?
It's whatever you want it to be. I've spent most of the day I did a lot of tech stuff today. I met with Elgato and Black Magic Cameras and a bunch of other people. So I've been doing tech stuff today. I did meet this dude named they call him XQC. I gave him some fatherly advice today.
Good for you. Yeah, XQC's an interesting guy.
Yeah, he speaks very fast.
Yeah.
So
I got a
I will
picture. You
say
want-
this, because now we're in this post-debate session right now. What I meant to say, and Radical was actually alluding to this, he's totally correct about this. This may be a faux pas on my part. So when I did write the prompt, I was talking about a prescription for society. So yeah, I will hold the L on that. But I think that if I was to side on my end by what I intended on this debate to be, the prompt being is a prescription, meaning like this is what we want for society. And that's what I was saying when I said a prescription for society. That's what I was alluding to. And that's what I was saying, just to clear this up. But if we're going to boil this down to semantics, Vibe is totally right by saying, oh, because one person, has this, it's a prescription. I'm like, that's a really shitty debate for anybody to have. But what I meant by is like, is this a suggestion? Is this an ought claim? And that's really what I was making as far as the debate. So now we get into this semantical argument, and Vibe's right. You just ruin every debate moving forward, because that's literally what I meant, was making an ought claim with the prompt. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, that L cost me a lot of money, Barrett. Thanks. It took me like
Well-
4 super chats to get you to admit that. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be again, like, I wouldn't have agreed to the debate if he had said what he, I think, means, which is that it is the prescription, because I don't think it is the prescription. I wouldn't want to universally apply that. I think you would universally apply that women should be the stay at home parent.
Yeah,
I don't.
Well, that's the debate
and
we can
I
have.
wouldn't have taken that prompt either. I wouldn't take either direction, right? But you're saying I would have lost it. I wouldn't have engaged. We would agree that I'm sorry. No, well, I wouldn't agree that is the prescription. I would say it's not. I would agree.
So that would have been
no,
a
serious.
debate.
Yeah, the prompt is because the prompt is. I got confused by the negative for a second, but if the prompt was stay-at-home husbands are not the prescription for society, I would agree, because there are multiple prescriptions. That's what I keep saying.
That's what the debate prompt was, and I think I misworded that. But next time I'm going to talk to Sarah and say, hey, this is what I mean by the prompt. Let's go ahead and just verify this and vet this a little bit more. That's what I mean when I talk about this. Yeah. What I did was I shot her the prompt and said, all right, let's do it. That's it. And there wasn't really.
But I guess the issue you would run into is that I wouldn't have engaged in that debate because I wouldn't disagree. I would say, no, that's not the prescription for society. But it wouldn't be
so quick to jump on this.
But it
debate.
wouldn't be.
I was like,
I think the issue is
to accept this. But that's what I believe that I was accepting as far as the debate, and that's what I believe that you accepted as far as the debate. But obviously, we were kind of talking past each other with what I meant by the prompt, and then that's why you accepted the debate, because you saw it on its face. That's not what I meant, but it's in the past. Whatever.
I did.
But if it were to be what was the most optimal prescription, Martae would be right. He's saying that
I don't know about that either. I would say it's the most common one.
His prescription would have more marriages and 2-parent households, much better for kids, They would have a much more moral upbringing. There'd be less promiscuity. If you had only sex
I don't know if any
after
of that's
marriage.
true.
Well,
yeah, do you have empirics? I mean, you listed off like
100%.
5
any
things. You're going to
empirical
need
data support
empirics
that?
on all of that. I mean, that's
Yeah,
like 5 different
100%.
claims.
Kids in single-parent households are 9 times more likely to commit
We're not
crime.
talking about
They're
single
much
parent.
more
Nobody's
likely-
talking about single parent households.
Well, that's because of divorce, correct? And in saying in his society there would be much less divorce. There would be no fault divorce. There'd be much more people.
I don't know if that's true either. I don't know if there would be.
It's true. It's true.
Well, I mean, that's not an
I think
argument.
there would
I
probably
don't know,
be more.
I don't know if that is. That's not an
Well,
argument.
if he argued, well, if he did make the prompt about like no fault divorce or whatever, then there would be more marriages that don't end. There would be less divorce, but there would be more unhappy marriages.
You're saying I disagree with
No,
with his opinion. What I'm saying is that in his world there would be more marriages staying together. That's not an argument. I'm just saying that's his belief. His belief is if people stayed married for longer and didn't get married, because most divorces are initiated by women 70% of the time. Out of that 70% of the time, 40% of it is irreconcilable differences. That means I don't like this. I'm leaving. That's basically what that is. So if we took a more Christian stance, people would stay together more, which is better outcome for kids, which will have a better outcome for their school. It is true.
People who are in unhappy marriages actually have worse results for their children.
No, when you practice Christian rigorism, when people talk about these traditional values, they're actually
your
more
traditional values make unhappy marriages. Sorry,
that's not true. That's not true. So basically,
you know what would solve this debate between you guys is if you brought some empirics so we can look at it.
True, but they don't
just
believe
yelling.
empirics.
No, I'm right. No, you're right. No.
No. I'm bringing up the empirics now. So the most happiest women today are married women with children. They're about the metrics of the study of happiness. The happiest women today are married women with children. That's indisputable. The most unhappiest women are divorced liberal women in their 40s. That's an absolute fact. You can look at that in any stat. Now,
and does
with
that...
kids, hold on, let me finish, and then you can dispute whatever you want. With kids, married parents that have stayed married, that follow Christian ethics, they have the best outcome for kids. When single parent house, especially with divorced mothers, especially with single parent mothers, the worst outcomes come out in the kids. So in his society, the best outcomes would come to be. The more liberal the society, the more degeneracy actually ends up coming, and we saw that in the last 100 years.
So I mean, if I can jump in here, because I actually like what Vinny's saying here. The most happiest women are the women that are with kids, supporting their kids. I will change what he said a little bit in the sense that there are also women with kids that has a father that can't provide, and she's worried now about her kids, and she's suffering from depression. She's suffering from worriedness. And what I really worry about is what Ryan's prescribing is that men just don't have to provide. Like, we can be stay-at-home dads. We don't have to be the providers. And now all of a sudden women are worrying that they're meant, like, this is my biggest worry. What's being prescribed today is that men don't have to be men. Men don't have to provide. Men don't have to be caretakers. If our women are happy taking care of children, are they not going to be less happy if they're taking care of their children? And worry about what society man not being
let me engage with vibe. Let me engage with vibe because I would say the prescription that you're making, or specifically when you say that they're not men, I think that's actually the problem. I would say that that's something that's making the world worse. Is when you tell men.
You're making the world worse by saying
let me respond. I
I
listened to you, right? I sat and listened to you.
Okay, I'm listening.
When you tell men that because they're stay-at-home dads that they're not real men, I think you are increasing the depression symptoms that Martae was talking about. You are the one contributing to that issue. You are making society worse for them. You are making their lives worse and telling them they're not acceptable by your metric of men. You are shaming them for being a good dad. Fuck you.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, I will respond to this
because how we get
I actually have. I mean, I was on your channel the other day saying that the right is actually this is the same problem on like shaming trans men, and they make them into women. Where I mean, I think a man can wear a dress. I know a lot of people are going to hate me for this, but still be a man. I think a man can have long hair and still be a man. But your side is telling them if they're like that, they have to be shamed. They have to be this. They have to be that. And all of a sudden, we're like, you want to like make excuses for men to not be men. Why
Well,
are you?
hold on.
Why are you constantly telling men
So
not to be men?
trans people also believe that men can wear dresses. They just aren't all. It's not all men that wear dresses.
Yeah, and
are
hold
men.
on.
Many of them are just women.
And vibe, you.
Hold on.
And it's not
Go ahead. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I was just going to say vibe. I don't think he's telling them that because you just take a man to be an adult human male, right? Ryan's not telling them to not be adult human males, unless you mean something different by men when you say they're not letting them be men.
Well, in this circumstance, men means the gender role, means that the gender role that a man should take.
So, Brandon, you
This
asked for
argument is
empirics.
entirely-
Look at your private chat. I sent you a lot of empirics, so there you go.
But I think this entire argument is kind of silly and subjective because I could do the same thing and say, oh, well, stay-at-home moms are more depressed because working moms and working women treat them like absolute ass when they go out in public and they work services or whatever
I
they
think
need.
we can make it a lot
I think it's
simpler
kind of
than
like
that.
a weird what? I'm
I
sorry.
think we can make it a lot simpler than this because when we talk about this bullshit about how making fun of men who wear dresses or any of that, you're talking about 0.01% of the population, and fuck those guys. Who cares? You think that has any real effect on how children grow up? 0.01%? This is the insanity of the left, right? Ignore the majority, ignore the rule of nature or anything else, and just go with the lowest possible factor in society and say, this is what we need to pay attention to. Fuck those guys. I don't care. I don't even know why anybody mentions it. It's worthless, but it's literally 0.01% of society, and they get a lot of press for no fucking reason. You want to talk about failed families? Sure, we can talk about that. Those do happen. Again, that is not the norm. The norm in this country is still man, woman, child.
True.
Yeah,
and so the reason, let me just real quick, Grid.
So
The reason people talk,
please stop going down.
I'm trying to. The reason that people
No,
talk
you're
so
not.
much about the reason so many people talk about trans people is because you motherfuckers are obsessed with them. You keep trying to pass laws about them and telling them what they're allowed to wear.
No, Ryan,
you guys are the ones
you
obsessed with
brought it
them, you
up
fucking
so that you
psychos.
can make a statement
I didn't
about
even
it
bring that up.
and-
Fucking
and
Vibe did,
Ryan,
dude. You're not even paying attention, Grid, you moron.
Ryan.
You tried to undermine Vibe's argument, and I said, "Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. They're irrelevant."
Vibe
his
brought up
argument
people in
stands,
dresses,
and
not me.
Your argument sucks. Get used to it. Most of your argument.
Back to the prompt.
Grid, before you banned me from your channel, didn't I basically win your
You're not
fucking
banned
debate?
from my
night?
channel. Why do you think you're banned?
Oh, you acted like I'm sorry. I thought I was.
I kicked you because you were a dick.
Guys, come on, wait. Back to the prompt.
Let me ask. Let me hit the dono chat, please, if you don't mind.
I mean, I
and I'll
can't
hand it
ban
back-
you. Do you want to
then
be
I'll-
banned? I don't know.
Then I'll hand it
I don't
back
care
to
either
you,
way.
Vinny. Tom Carpenter says, "Am I the only one who heard that? Plenty of men wear dresses and are men. But plenty of them are women. Simplified, the mental construct is men are women. Reveals the real construct in the mind."
Yeah, so we're playing. The issue is that we're talking to people using completely different definitions, like Brandon was saying. So when I say men and women, generally, not always, a lot of times I am talking about biological sex because it's convenient to. Like most men are cisgender men, so it's reasonable to use the word man to refer to biological males. But when we start to talk about people in dresses and stuff, obviously we're alluding to trans people, and so we're talking about gender and gender identity, which doesn't always align with biological sex. So I mean, you can say it reveals the constructs, but again, when we're arguing with explicitly transphobic people who don't understand these things, it's easy to kind of start using their language.
So Ryan, I actually think that super chat was probably to me because most people would expect you to say something like that and not me. And I actually did say there are men that wear dresses, and I still think men that wear dresses are men. I mean, we've got Scottish guys that wear dresses, right? It's a society based. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that super chat was not to me.
You are wrong because it says, but plenty of them are women, and you never said that. I said that.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, back to the debate prompt. If you have to look at the stats, Martae's prescription for society is the most optimal one, and the stats back it up in terms of bringing children up, keeping promiscuity down by marriages staying the same and staying and not so many divorces. And by the way, just to clarify, for Ryan as well, we don't mean for women to stay in abusive relationships. We've never believed that, and it's a horrible thing. And they should definitely get divorced if they're in marriages where they get abused by alcohol and all that sort of stuff. 100%. But
real quick, what if they can't prove it?
Well, they can't prove it. But what's happened is that even though the good intention of no fault divorce was based on good intention, the outcome has been catastrophic. And so the outcome of no fault divorce has way gone past. Well, I didn't have enough proof, so I'm just going to do a no fault divorce. That's actually in the minority, not the majority. And the stats prove that. So
Vinny,
although
I agree. I like where your head's at on this, but here's what they'll say. They'll say that, do you want women trapped in a divorce where they're unhappy or in an abusive situation? Now, here's the thing. Unhappiness, in my mind, is not any reason to get divorced. That, as a matter of fact, is absolutely an unacceptable reason for a divorce. Now, abuse is certainly a reason for divorce. Correct. I mean, can we all agree on that? No, nobody's advocating for women to stay in a dangerous situation.
Or men.
Anybody,
yeah, of course not.
Anybody advocate for that? Show of hands?
No. Obviously not. Great. Thank you.
So just because you want to quit, it's not your fucking job. It's a lifelong commitment to another human to be bound together and raise a family together and form a family unit together. It's not a fucking job. Matter of fact, it's easier in some places to, get a divorce than it is to quit your employer by that. And as far as the amount of paperwork involved, and so I think this is a bullshit argument even more. I think these are arguments that are used to distract from the actual issues at hand. The issue is are men better at raising children? I'd say from 5 on up, yes, they are. I think all this evidence and science proves that men, and history, by the way, has proven that men are better at teaching children and growing children up once they're walking, basically. And then the women are helpful, but not, we don't need them.
That's true.
If empirically,
Grid just joined the radical coder side of this debate, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to ask, if empirically,
I don't agree. I doubt you agree with me on this.
If empirically it was the opposite of what you just said, would you still advocate for what you're promoting?
What am I promoting? I didn't promote anything.
Well, you want
he's doing
you would prefer stay-at-home mothers rather than stay-at-home fathers, right? Stay-at-home dads.
I would prefer stay-at-home mothers. However, I don't believe, but staying at home doesn't mean you're educating the children.
That's not what I asked. What I asked was, if the empirics
were
reversed.
What I said.
Yeah,
was,
so you didn't answer my question. So answer my question. What I'm asking is, if the empirics were reversed, would you still want that to be the case? That we want stay-at-home mothers rather than stay-at-home dads.
Specifically, which empirics?
It's better for there to be stay-at-home moms rather than stay-at-home dads.
Because you said dads raise kids better. He's now challenging you on it.
Historically, that's true.
Well, okay, if you're looking at single dads versus
hold on,
single mothers,
hold on. He's not answering.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify. Yeah. This will help out a lot, right?
No, I just want a yes or no. I just want a yes or no. If the empirics were reversed, would you advocate for the reverse of what you're saying?
If it were better for men to stay home and women go to work, is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. I don't.
Okay,
think
then why talk about empirics if you don't care about them? Why talk about empirics if you don't care about them?
Show that.
Well, you don't care about the empirics. Even if the empirics were reversed, you would still advocate for it.
Yeah, but there's a bit of a caveat there. What you're talking about is single parent households. The dads do a better job in terms of single parent mothers.
That's true.
Single parent fathers don't do better than two parent households. So that's where you've got a false dichotomy there. So
let me clarify my position.
Husbands, right? Husband doesn't mean single parent. So that's the thing, though. One argument we could say is traditional gender roles and economic pressures often favor men, which have also brought up as primary breadwinners due to higher average earnings in male-dominated fields. Potentially, Ryan, maximizing household income. This assumes that family structure doesn't account for personal preferences, career flexibility, or equitable partnerships. So when I say prescriptions, I'm also talking about the financial capability of men. So that's also one thing that you haven't refuted. But Grid, you were saying?
So let me make my position
you said
clear
prescriptions with an S on the end.
Yeah.
Because there's more.
Let me get my position on this. My position
you know what I mean by the prompt.
No.
Yeah. My position has always been, and I will maintain this, is that once past a certain age, men should be the teachers. Now, that doesn't mean that they stay home to do that. There have historically been teachers that have been male, right? It's only been the last 50 years where all of a sudden everybody thinks that men shouldn't be teachers because they're, pedophiles or something. But historically, men have always been teachers. As a matter of fact, you can go to any tribe, you can pick any era, from the ancient Greeks all the way back to the Etruscan age. Once the children were walking, they went to the men to learn how to farm, to learn how to do chores, to learn how to live life, and to be good people. Men and women to some degree. Now, obviously, women were the younger girls would more or less tag along after their mothers to learn women things. But even in their societal, men taught. It's been forever. We've always done it that way. And we've only recently done that where we've had women in these leadership roles, which they should not be, my opinion, because it fucks kids up.
So who teaches kids how to
Why
talk?
we have the fucked up education system we have now.
Wait a minute, who teaches kids how to talk?
I don't understand. I don't understand.
You're not saying, Grid, that the woman has an important teaching role. Because in my family, my wife has a very important teaching role, but she can't teach everything I do. And I teach everything else that she can't teach. We both teach things that we can't teach. It's an important dual role. Now, if it was a single parent scenario, right? You're kind of saying, right? Like now we get into the weeds, right? But I would say my prescription for a perfect family would be a man providing, still being with his children, being there after hours, after he provided and brought home the food, whether we're talking about the old days after hunting or farming, plowing the fields. If he was plowing the fields back in the old days, he'd probably have his kids doing it with him and teaching them, right? And the mother would probably be teaching them how to cook. I mean, in today's society, now a man is out there. He's going to work 9-to-5 job. He's programming. He's engineering. He's architecting.
Whatever the best chefs in the world are.
Both parents have a role. That is the best prescription. Now, Ryan, if you want to tell me
who are the best chefs,
that's not the best prescription, and there's other prescriptions because there's
a
other
physiological reason. There's a physiological reason. There's a physiological reason.
This is what always fascinates me.
No, there's a physical reason why women can't say.
Hold on, Atima. Go ahead, Grid.
This fascinates me to no end in this idea of woman's work and all of that, right? Like it used to just be work. It was fucking work. It had to get done. Who are the best chefs in the world?
Men.
Name a category other than childbirth where women are at the top of the game and men are not.
Crocheting.
Good one. You're going to a dark area, man. Like you what
Okay,
you're saying
I
is right,
but I believe
You'd
the
be
best.
surprised. I think women are good at a lot of stuff.
I
Actually,
believe the best fashion designers are men.
I think you just hate women, dude, which is fine. Like you're allowed to.
I don't hate women. I'm just pointing out the simple facts, and you are
reality. Yes.
No,
Your
I'm sure.
tonality, man. Your tonality is way bad. Like you're saying it like the best chefs are men. Fuck the women.
No.
You know that's
No,
the way you're saying
I
it.
didn't say fuck women.
Pointing out objective reality right now.
It's like a
I
little
don't
hot.
think that's the
Let me
objective
go
reality.
ahead and read this
Whatever.
super chat.
Apparently, women are just baby machines and they don't actually have any value. That's cool.
No,
Nobody
that's
else
the
said
most.
that.
That's
real.
the most valuable
They
thing
didn't
out
say
there.
that.
That is the most valuable thing that a woman could possibly do. And then but the problem is now that they're
This guy
saying that
proving the
that's
point.
horrible. The motherhood is now demonized.
You're talking to
Correct.
somebody who
Absolutely.
gave up.
Why do you think all the birth rates are low in the Western countries? Because they
Right.
believe that being a boss babe is better than being a mother. When in actual fact, being a mother is the most important thing to do.
Antinatalism.
I mean, this is.
Let me hold on. Let me read the super chat and then I'll hand it back to you, Grid. I think you were in the middle of saying something. Tom Carpenter says, "Dude, I am literally 53 years old, and 7 out of 10 of my teachers were women. Women already, probably 8 out of 10, but want to be sage. So it goes way back beyond 50 years."
He's right.
Well,
But
the
it's
way to be
gotten worse
53
in the
other
last
than
50 years.
literally.
But let me just, and obviously this is purely anecdotal, right? But I believe that this holds up in basic human, in humanity. My 4-year-old son's about to turn 5. he's a handful. He's a boy. He gets into stuff. My wife cannot discipline him in the way that I can. He will not listen to her in the way that he listens to me, and he does not learn from her in the way that he learns from me.
So you need two parents.
So she has now, and look, I backed off and I said, hey, because she was like, no, I've got this. I'm like, all right, cool. I backed off, and once again, as always, my wife's come to me and said, you know what? He needed that.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, you need two parent households.
And once again, I am providing the structure. I am providing the basis of learning that he will have the rest of his life. You guys, this is also something that's very, very important. The basis of your learning at the very beginning is the basis of the learning for the rest of your life. You can change things, but it's very hard. And so if you don't have a good platform, if you don't have a good foundation, you're fucked.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
I'm not saying that I hate women. And I don't see women as baby
look,
machines.
just hold on. Just the first 3 years are one of the most important in order to shape a child's brain structure. That's correct. But what you're saying is
and they
basically
spend
what
all
Martae
that
was
time
saying.
with the mother for the most part.
Yes, of course. But that's the point. You need both.
And that's
parents.
very
That's what I'm
important
saying.
time.
So single parent households should be completely unincentivized. We should be using shit like positive propaganda, like those health commercials that come in, and you've got an Asian kid and a black father and a disabled father. I mean, that's what's happening now. There's no like unity at all. And diversity is basically America's strength, not unity anymore. So basically, we need family structure.
Sure, I put a picture of me giving fatherly advice to the #1 earning streamer in the world tonight, in the back chat.
You spend a lot of money on whatever podcast. You know that every single time you spend $200. How
I
rich
thought
are
it's been a while since you've been there.
That's the only reason anyone knows who Grid is.
Oh, we love that.
His roasts are pretty hilarious.
Tom Carpenter sending the Big Ten to say looking better than Grid, but he also clarifies it by saying, by the way, the last chat was to answer to the one thing women are universally better than
women
men
do it
at.
better than me. Thank God.
You actually, Grid, you look like you've lost weight. Did you lose weight? You look thinner.
30 pounds.
Wow.
You do look good, Grid.
Good
nice,
for
bro.
you.
That's awesome.
Yeah, throw the picture up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see.
That's XQC, the #1 streamer in the world. I had to give him some fatherly advice.
He looks like the guy from A Nightmare Before Christmas or something.
That dude's worth $50 million.
Damn,
Wow.
man.
Yeah.
That's impressive. So
He was
you
just
got
like
to-
playing the game next to me because I had to look after some e-girls today, and I had to wrangle them. And
Were you dad one today?
I was absolutely. I'm dad one every day, and so I'm wrangling e-girls, and they were like, "Hey, we want to see you try to play this video game." I'm like, "I don't play video games, but I'll try." And I was just playing the video game. And the guy sitting next to me was XQC playing the video game, and the group of people I was with, it recognized who he was, and they like kept it completely down low and kind of surrounded it so nobody could see him, so the guy could play his game in peace and not get mobbed by everybody. And that's me just telling him like, "Hey, look, we tried to be really respectful while you were playing your game. We I don't even know who you are, but they said you're really important and really big, and I wanted to make sure that you could just play your game in peace." And he really appreciated that.
That is awesome. Well, congratulations, Grid. It sounds like you had a nice time.
It's not over. I was actually supposed to go see. I was supposed to go meet up with Soy Pill and Enemy Charlie and some other people tonight, but I don't know. Plans change. Different parties happen, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to stay here. I'll see him tomorrow." So.
Cool. So basically, Martae wins the optimal good debate because the stats prove it, and good. We should all be Christians. Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. Very bad.
What stats? When did you guys provide any stats for any of that?
They're in the
Stats
back
are in the
chat.
back.
Yeah, Martae did put some in the back chat, to be fair.
Oh, I also have a study showing that Christian wives are more happy than non-Christian wives. Another study showing that Christian religious marriages last longer with rigorism than non-Christian marriages. You can go check this out. It's all in the back.
Yeah, it's on.
Well, that has nothing to do with stay-at-home dads versus stay-at-home moms.
If
That
you
just
notice,
has to do
it
with
says
that just has
marriages,
to
meaning
that
that
just
they're
hold
wives.
on.
So-
That just has to do with Christianity and how it affects marriages.
Well,
Do you have
hold
any
on.
stats
though.
to
Does
prove
it
that
say
stay-at-home
husbands,
dads are
meaning that
more
they're
optimal?
married? This
I
is
don't
marriages
need
what
to.
we're talking about.
What do you mean you don't need to?
I'm not making that claim.
Well, that is the claim.
The claim was made
You
during
guys
this
already
post-panel
refuted
debate.
your own claim.
If the claim is
What do you mean my
stay-at-home
own claim?
dads,
When have I claimed that?
I'm
No,
talking
you
about
said nobody
them,
brought
Brian.
empirics. When I brought
So
the
you're
empirics
arguing from a
to the
stance
back,
of
now you don't
neutrality.
want
What
to see the
stance do you
empirics.
have?
No, it's not that I don't want to see the empirics. You just outlined how the empirics aren't relevant to stay-at-home dads or stay-at-home husbands.
Well,
So it says
but you've
wives,
already
right? So
undone
in the
everything
empirics,
you've
it
already
talks about
argued for.
marriages.
Hold on. So stay-at-home
But you
dads
guys
actually
undermined
have
your whole argument.
stay-at-home
Whose argument? Do you know what an argument is? I haven't made one argument.
What
Okay,
Grid
stay-at-home
just said.
guys.
It's been
Stay-at-home
completely
dads.
undermined from what the original.
Stay-at-home dads have a 30% more likelihood of getting divorced because the woman tends to date up where the men date down. That's backed by statistics. That's not an opinion. So when the man tends to make less money than the woman doesn't favor that in a good way.
What
She tends to
proposition?
look-
What proposition are you trying to prove right now? What's the conclusion?
because whoever makes
Apparently,
the
women
most
are
money,
useless, and only men should be raising kids,
No.
and women just make babies. Because that was the argument.
I just
but we're
don't
supposed
know
to say it
what conclusion he's
officially.
trying to
I
reach
don't
with this data.
understand.
What's the conclusion you want to reach? Then we can talk about the premises.
The conclusion is the whole point of a debate is to give a conclusion. I mean, I don't know what type of debates you're doing, but you need a
Yeah,
conclusion in order to get or a concession. So what the conclusion is, which is our conclusion, that based on the stats, that men staying at home and women going out and working is not optimal because it increases marriages, it increases depression, it increases
Okay, let's stick right
and
there.
that's not optimal
So the
for society.
conclusion, I wrote it down. So I wrote it down. Men staying at home is not optimal. And what do you mean by optimal? We'll just take it step by step.
Well, you know, like in Transformers, is that blue guy, you know, the leader? Him?
Oh, that's true. Optimus. That's right.
Optimal means
serious,
what's
though.
more better. What's optimal means what's the best option out of 4 options. What's
But
the
best-
best option? That's what I mean.
And
By
what
what
is
metric?
but yeah, exactly. What do you mean by best there? That just kicks the can down the road.
Well, if you want to make children the most safest, the most healthiest, the most mentally stable, the man goes to work, the woman stays at home. For children's health, safety, and mental stability. That's what I mean.
That's not true based on the data I've seen. It seems like for most of those things,
Can you
like,
show me this
kids
data,
are
please?
actually.
You
Yeah,
just admitted that the less populous of 20% are the least likely in smaller population, where it's like, oh, because this small percentage of 20%. So when you think about this, the majority aren't practicing what you're saying. The majority in societal norms are saying that we do want this. Now, Vinny's alluding to like hypergamy, aka insert David Buss into the argument. When we're talking about this, women do want somebody that makes more and is better and stronger, things like this. Men don't want a woman that can dominate the workforce and do all this. Like in the dating market prior to marriage, since we're talking about conclusions and outcomes, insert the origin of women wanting somebody that's better, stronger in this. So when I talked about the metaphor of people asking for what you do for work, men don't give a shit about what women do for work. We could care less about this. Women care about this. They care about men
Does anyone
actually
remember what the
getting
first
out
thing
and
Martae
being
said
providers.
before
Women don't date the coffee guy at McDonald's. Men date the coffee girl at
Bullshit. Those
McDonald's.
guys are fucking
That's how
manipulated.
That's how much we care. We care. We don't care about the job of a woman.
Do you guys know what women fuck women fuck homeless dudes? Like you guys have no clue what you're talking. Guys who live in their cars are fucking.
To put it on their OnlyFans.
No, like just because they're like I can fix him. Like, dude, girls are crazy. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
so
but
we figured
we're talking about wives, Ryan. We're talking about wives. Wives aren't going around fucking homeless people, although that's happening. But that actually proves my point.
Well,
If
he
you-
wasn't talking about wives, but okay, now we are okay.
Yeah. So when we're talking about this, the
poor
prompt says
McDonald's worker.
husbands. So when we talk about this, the prompt says husbands, meaning that this woman is attached to somebody in a marital situation. When we talk about these outcomes, they still want to exhibit this hypergamous nature in marriages, meaning like, why is she unhappy? Because even when Grid 1 talks about this unhappiness in marriage, they're talking about financial reasons. This is the number one reason why they're leaving, meaning money. So if men are the people that make more money in societies and then women leave, oh, guess what? This basically proves my whole point of saying
Yeah, 70% of women, 70% of women initiate divorce. 70%.
Okay, that's
And
but that doesn't really help in the situation you're talking about, because I don't understand, what is this? Are women supposed to be staying home and raising children, even though they suck at raising kids and teaching kids and doing everything? Or
No,
are they supposed to? I don't understand.
You're doing a false dichotomy.
They
Hold
just
on.
do
You're doing
everything bad.
you're doing a false dichotomy again.
Hold
Single
on.
parent household.
Fuck, dude, come on. Let me have a sentence, man.
Go for it.
I just don't understand because we started with, stay-at-home dads aren't supposed to be a prescriptive, and then Grid comes in and says, well, women basically suck at everything. So I'm not sure, are we not supposed to be
I'll explain it to you.
moms
I'll explain
then,
it to you. I'll explain it. Single parent households, the mothers don't do very well in terms of single parent households or divorced households where the
but that's not what we're talking
predominantly.
about.
Hold on. I'm going to answer your question. With two parent households, the mother and the father hold one of the most two important roles in a child's life, but they have to be together. That's where the mother comes in, which is the most important, because even scientifically, the mother between 1 and 3 years old, she's scientifically and her brain structure is designed to be with that baby for the first 3 years. That's why it's more optimal for the mother to actually stay at home instead of the father, because biologically the prenatal deaths go down, and also the hospitalizations decrease by 73% if the mother stays with the kid. Okay, so that's why it's vitally important for the mother to be staying home, but it has to be with a two-parent household, not single. You're talking about a single-parent household where the mom doesn't do so well. Yes.
No, I am literally not. Literally not. I'm talking about the difference between stay-at-home moms and stay-at-home dads in married situations.
Yeah, mothers do horrible. Sorry.
For what?
Mothers do.
For
stay-at-home mother.
Stay-at-home moms and stay-at-home dads in marriages.
Okay, can I maybe give some? Can I give some?
Actually, you're right. I made a mistake in wording. I meant single parent moms, single parent house, but they do work. That's my fault. I used the wrong term. What I'm saying is that single parent households where the mother raises the children and goes to work in that. It turns out that the outcomes for those kids aren't as good as if the dad stays at home and he's also single and takes care of the kids. But it's because of more stern discipline. It's not so much a better parenting. It's just that the empathy more goes into the side of the woman than the man. The man is less empathetic than the woman, but he goes more on the side of discipline. But it's still not optimal for the kid. The kid needs the two parents.
So I think we need to clarify a few things here.
I couldn't be more clarified than I was. But anyway, okay, go for it.
So I think we need to really sort some things out. First, when we talk about, hold on, I've got something going on here. Stand by.
Yeah. So basically, if you disagree that it's optimal to have marriages to stay married and kids have a two-parent household, if you disagree with that premise, I'd like to hear it, and I'd like to hear what stats you've got to disprove that. Otherwise, Martae is the victor in this sport.
Well, can I add some perspective on what Anthema the Hun said?
Atema.
Atema. There's double M's. I don't know why this is hard for everybody, but it's double M's.
Well, there's an H in there as well, so
it sounds Greek. Are you Greek?
It does.
Tema. No, it's a play on Attila the Hun.
I got you. All right.
Attema the
Well,
Hun,
it is important to say names
Attila
correctly. That's why I take the effort to try and figure it out.
Glad that cleared this up.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right. So I don't remember saying that women should stay home, other than the first formative years of a child's life. I believe that's optimal, but even then, if you must use preschool or something, I'm sure that's suboptimal, but it's okay. Women have always worked. What did I say? Was there at any point in time I said that women should not work, that they had no value? I said specifically that men are better at raising children. I also, when someone said, well, women are better at X or whatever, I said, okay, who's the top chef? Well, it's a man. Okay, well, who's the top of this? Well, it's a dude. Some dude pretending to be a woman even. Like right now, the most beautiful woman in the world was a dude in a dress. So apparently...
You're triggering all the liberals, man. Stop bringing that shit
up.
Don't
come at me. Hold on, dude.
I'm not a liberal.
But don't come at me with this nonsense. This is dumb. It's a dumb argument. It's a dumb position. Be better. Make better arguments. Make better positions. The correct argument would have been, why is it that one has to stay home? The answer is they don't. Once your children are old enough and you're like, well, women just stay home half the day. They don't have to. Let them go. Obviously, they can work. I don't know.
Why would it be better to outsource?
Why am I getting
parenting?
all of these arguments placed on me that I've never made?
Because you literally just made that argument.
No, I didn't. I asked.
You said
why?
why-
Is it that the prescription?
Okay. She means why does grid one hate women? That's what she means.
No, I want to.
Well, I don't
understand
hate
why
women.
The original.
She believes that.
Okay.
I think you might.
Well, the people on this fucking panel, I'm the only one that's been married 20 years. So fuck all y'all.
No, you aren't. Actually,
Okay.
I have two. I've got
Have
4
you?
kids. 3
Okay,
of them.
I'm sorry. I'm not familiar
I'm
with
home
you.
educated. All 4
Okay,
of them.
I'm
So
not
would you
familiar
like
with
to
you. I
actually keep this going?
apologize. I apologize. I will apologize. I can admit when I'm wrong. However, the rest of these people have not.
That's
So
why
great.
I
Hey, if you've been married 20 years, that's
The
awesome.
original. Okay, can I please ask the question?
Yeah,
please.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so I was trying to understand because the original was that stay-at-home husbands is not a prescription for society. Was the argument that Martae had, and then you came in and or Martae. I'm sorry, Martae was. It's not supposed to be a prescription because women are better stay-at-home parents. You were arguing the negative on this, right, Martae? You weren't saying that stay-at-home dads are a prescription for society. Yes.
I was saying that we shouldn't recommend this prescription. That's what I was implying.
Exactly.
I thought it was kind of baked in,
Okay.
but yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
what.
agree with
Okay, so then Grid comes in and says, "Well, no, women don't actually have to raise kids," and I'm like, "Well, wait a minute, but if
I didn't say that women
what's
don't
the
have to.
argument then? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like to me, it was like, wait, are we just saying that the argument is bad, or are we saying that like nobody should be raising kids, or like
It
that
just
only
wasn't
men
very
should raise
clearly
kids?
defined.
Like I didn't. What?
I made clear definitions, right? When I came in, I very specifically said, if we're talking about that women are better at raising children, I disagree with that, right?
Okay.
That was the claim that was made when I came in. So I don't know because I was out, frankly, I was out goofing off, here at TwitchCon. So I didn't catch the first part. So I don't know. I don't know what I came in and what I was listening to. I was listening to Vibe and make very poor arguments for the reason why women should stay home and raise the children. And I said, well, I don't believe that. And I don't believe that, and I believe that men are better educators. I believe that men, if you're going to outsource your children to school, I believe that men make better educators than women. When I say that this is a global thing, that doesn't mean that there aren't outstanding women educators. I just believe that I can't ignore the fact that since women have been a part of the educational system in this country, especially its leadership, it consistently is worse and worse and worse and worse. And we consistently complain about everything in our education system. So to me, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I'm just going to call it like I see it.
Yeah, well, dude, good. I agree with what you're saying completely. But the problem is, what you're doing is you're saying, well, here's a smoke, and here's a smoke, and here's a smoke, and here's a smoke. And what you're doing is you're bringing in other fires that doesn't need to be brought.
I was addressing points that were being made poorly, but I was just trying to clarify.
But if we just concentrate on the one fire, and the one fire is stay-at-home dads are not optimal for society because it leads to bad outcome. And what's his name? Brandon he called me on it, which. Fair enough. He said, well, what do you mean by bad? What do you mean by this? And what I mean is that if you want the health of children to be the best and most coherent and the best educated and have the most mental issues and not be in crime, finish school and be a good moral citizen and don't be promiscuous and don't have casual sex and HTDs, then 2-parent households and staying marriage and less divorce. And that's what Martae was saying.
Well, yeah, we agree with all. I don't know if we agree. Maybe we're agnostic about all of that. But you're talking about
what
marriage.
Don't you agree with it?
What I'm trying to figure out is because I thought we were talking about men staying at home is not optimal. And what you mean by optimal is that it's not as safe or healthy and it doesn't produce as mentally stable kids. But all of that's like, and I'm assuming you're also talking about generally speaking, not universally. But then it becomes an empirical question, right? And that, at least for me, I don't know if Ryan's looked at the data. I'm agnostic on that. But then that's where things get boring. You got to pull up the empirics. You got to go over the data. Is this good data? Is it bad?
But if you're going to call something empirical, then we have to pull up the empirics. I mean, I don't understand what you're
No,
saying.
it by definition is empirical.
Yeah, but look, what I'm saying is, if you disagree with the premise, then you have to prove otherwise. Otherwise, because I've told you the stats.
No, I don't.
Now.
Why would I? No. The burden is on you. If you're making the claim, you have to render the empirics, right? I don't have to provide counter empirics for your claim.
You're talking specifically about stay-at-home dads. When I said stay-at-home dads are not optimal because there's a biological connection between mother and baby that's neurological, biological, and hormonal that the father does not have. Second, when fathers stay home, yeah, okay. And the second one is when the woman goes out to work and earns more than the father.
Looks like
hold on. It tends to increase from 2.1% to 3.3%, which if you put it on an international scale or on a national scale, it increases divorce by 30%.
What increases?
That's the problem.
What increases?
Divorces increase, and also depression increases.
What's that have to do? Okay, so it increases. Okay, so what increases divorce?
When there's stay-at-home dads, right? Mm-hmm. And it's unclear how long the stay-at-home dads stay-at-home dads. But usually when a stay-at-home dads and they lose their job, it's exactly like a mother. When a mother's like a really good news agent or whatever, she's high up in the thing, and she goes and gets pregnant and stays at home. Technically, she loses that high position. It'll be the same for the dad as well. But the problem is it affects the man a hell of a lot more than it affects the woman, because the man has to go back out. And what happens is because.
But if they get a divorce, you're not talking about stay-at-home dads anymore.
No, I'm saying
they get a divorce.
Increased. I'm talking about divorces increased about 30% when a man decides to stay at home with the baby. There's a 30% increased likelihood of divorce.
Sure. No, I could grant that still doesn't reach your conclusion, right? I could grant that as well.
Just let me break in here for 1 second, guys.
That it's not optimal.
I'm going to go hang out.
Yeah, because
people. Are you exiting Grid?
Yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with some people. I think
I tell XQC I said hi.
I gotta go wrangle the e-girls again. They just get
find Asmund Gold. He's really good to talk to.
Anyway, guys, have a great night.
Have a good night, Grid.
Good to see you, Grid.
And guys, we're gonna go for about 20 more minutes because we started earlier tonight. So we're gonna go for about 20 more minutes, and then we'll go ahead and head into shutdown. Okay.
Sure.
Hey, Brandon, I like your questions, because what it does is it clarifies the other side to you. Like, well, what do you mean by optimal? What do you think's better? Actually, I like these questions. So what it is if you've got a mother that stays at home, there's a neurological, biological, and physiological attachment between the mother and baby. It's also access to breast milk as well, increases a 73% decreased likelihood of child hospitalization. Also, there's a post-perinatal infant death rate that increases by 23% if the mother's not the primary taker between. And Ryan was right on this. It's not 1 to 3 years; it's 0 to 6 months. It's actually the months that are the most important. But in terms of 3 years for the neurological brain work of a baby, the mother needs to be the primary carer.
There was a 25-year double-blind study. There was a 25-year double-blind study. 2 years is the optimal amount of time for a child to receive the full benefits of breastfeeding. That study has been out.
I said 1 to 3. So I mean, yeah. So 2 years. 1 to 3 is very similar. So yeah, but 6 months.
2 years.
I'm talking 6 months. I'm talking about the post-perinatal infant death rate. It's very specific. It's a specific death rate that only happens.
Oh, there's other things that are there's other things baked into that. You have to choose whether you're sleeping with the child, whether you aren't sleeping with the child, whether they have a crib and a bassinet in your room. There's a whole lot of other factors involved in that.
And women would know a hell of a lot more about that shit than the guy.
But I thought we were talking about. I thought you were talking about divorce rates. I thought your line of reasoning was, well, if somebody's a stay-at-home dad, then they're more likely to get a divorce. And when they get that divorce, it produces worse outcomes for kids. But once they get that divorce, right, we're not talking about stay-at-home dads anymore in a marriage dynamic. So I don't think that reaches your conclusion that men staying at home is not as safe, healthy for kids or produces mentally stable kids, because we're not talking about stay-at-home dads anymore at that point.
No, my point is divorce is not good for kids.
That's my point. Sure, but then you don't reach your that's fine. That could be granted. That doesn't reach your conclusion that men staying at home is not as safe, healthy, mentally stable kids, that sort of thing.
if it leads to outcomes of divorce.
It doesn't
That's
follow.
my point. Let me. If I'm saying that if men stay at home instead of the mother, there's a 30% increase. There's a 30% increase in likelihood of divorce between the man and the woman, which I said already statistically leads to bad outcomes for children. Then the optimal conclusion would be for men to not stay at home for those first 3 years. It would have to be the mother.
So we can.
But
I don't
already-
think that's formally valid, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, to make a sound argument, you need to have a valid point, and my point is valid. If I'm saying X is X, which has an outcome of B, then my point is sound. So what I'm saying is that if the man stays home, and it increases likelihood of divorce, and that's bad for kids, then the man should not stay home.
Yeah. So we can write that out. Like I said, I don't think that's formally valid, but I'm still not seeing how. Yeah, because it doesn't follow an inference rule.
It says don't do this bad thing, and which will lead to good outcome.
Don't do this bad thing. Yeah, exactly. What you just gave was not. It was not an argument for one. That was just a conditional statement.
Can you steel man my argument? Can you steel?
Yeah. I mean, I already did it once already. Your argument is that if somebody's a stay-at-home dad and then it raises their likelihood of divorce, and if they get that divorce, then it produces worse outcomes for kids. And what you mean by worse outcomes is you're talking about the safety, health, and the mental stability of those kids, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah. So once you get before the conclusion, one of those premises is when they get that divorce. But now we're not talking about stay-at-home dads anymore. We're talking about single parents.
Yes, which happens. So what happens is when the divorce.
So we're not talking about. So you're switching the proposition we're originally talking about.
No, the proposition is that stay-at-home dads can be in a marriage. First of all, stay-at-home dads would imply marriage because how else would the person provide for the kid if he's a stay-at-home dad, unless he's an OF performer? I mean, stay-at-home dad, a stay-at-home dad. It means that the woman is working. That's the implication, that the woman is working and the dad's staying home within the first 3 years. Because in this society, you can't just have a stay at home unless you've got $1 million in the bank. You can't just have one person stay at home the rest of his life and the rest and one person working.
Sure.
$80,000.
Sure.
I mean, you could.
$80,000 a year.
It's often temporary. Sure, it is often.
I've been doing it for 20 years, bro.
Well, you must have a very rich husband. Okay. Congratulations.
No. We live a regular middle class life.
Yeah, look, and I said this before. I said this before that it's not optimal to outsource parenthood to childcare centers and teachers, especially if they're teaching them about if they teach them not teaching them about math. It goes to like all these other debates and about politics and hatred and all this other bullshit that ends up by 16 years old. He's a horrible teenager. It's rather than just get the parents to teach them in the first place. So I actually disagree with that premise as well. I think that they shouldn't outlaw parenthood at all. But I'm talking about the first 3 years, which is what the prompt is inferring is the first 3 years of the child. The stay-at-home dad.
Is that what you were inferring, Marte?
Well, that's also baked into it. So I will also co-sign that and say that's in addition to my also the other premises I brought up.
Yeah, that was
more clarity on the debate prompt. Let's go.
Yeah.
Ryan, I'd like you to say something. You've been awfully.
What do you want me to say?
What's your take on what we've been saying?
Oh, I was doing my Duolingo.
What is that?
I have like an 845-day streak, and I have like 8 minutes to do it. And I realized that was happening. I thought Brandon was handling everything fine, so I just kind of.
So Ryan's basically saying he's checked out and not invested in this debate. Meanwhile, what Vinny was saying was correct.
Well, I feel like I won the debate handily like hours ago. So.
Well, right. Obviously,
you're still proud of that moment, aren't you?
Right. So that's the
thing.
I'm
really what I'm more proud of is that I've sent real quick. What I'm more proud of is that I've sent a fucking shockwave through the debate sphere that is raging out through Andrew apparently having an angry stream about Sara who did nothing involved in the things that everyone's mad about. I think this is all fucking hilarious, and it's all of this is because Rob didn't prepare for an insurrection activate with me that I prepared for, and then he pretended to know more about it than I did.
None of this has to do with this debate right now. None of this has to, and you're proving my whole point. You weren't even checked into this debate. Meanwhile, my whole prompt, which I basically clarified for you, is
basically
that
conceded on multiple times since that it was a bad prompt.
And if we're talking about optimization, that's what I was leaning for as far as a prescription. So I basically clarified that for everybody, including Brandon. Brandon, you have to agree with me and Vinny on this, that when we say that this is more optimal for society, we broke it down saying that we don't want these outcomes for society. Now, if this is bad outcomes because of the way that we're conducting marriages, and that this leads to a deconstruction of marriage as a principle for what we want in society, do you want a society that's marriageless, that we have mainly people playing house and not basically staying together? Because if we're having this, that means that we're having baby daddy, baby mama culture, not marriages. So basically it goes away from the prompt of husbands and wives, because if there's no husbands and wives, that means there's no longer marriages, which leads to what Vinny's talking about the whole time with outcomes, meaning less optimization. And that's what
if you want to contribute,
And I
look,
feel
this is
like
a bit
Vinny's just kind of arguing past it.
Yeah, I think this is. I think we're kind of.
What exactly? What? Look, I'll give you the best
Okay.
example. It's a bit controversial. It's a bit it's a bit controversial. But if you look at the African American community of a lot of fathers outside the home, it's way more than 50%. If you look at the actual outcomes, you look at the outcomes of children being raised by just their mothers, and what the amount of violence. The amount of, I mean, look, absent the racism.
Well, real quick, there's actually a really important point there. Like a lot of people aren't aware of this when they bring up these numbers and stuff, but black men are actually more likely to be involved in their children's life than white men.
I haven't checked. Look, I'll concede to that. I haven't checked that. But if you look at if you look at the black community at the moment, and also the Mexican community as well, there's a high rate of divorce and there's a high rate of promiscuity. Now, the problem with that is now, if you look at the outcomes of children, and when they come to adults, they tend to commit a lot of crime. They tend to not finish school, and it's very prominent in other nations as well. But as soon as it doesn't matter what color you are, as soon as the parents stay together, immediately the outcome for children drastically changes. Doesn't matter what religion you are, what color you are, where you come from, what God you believe in. If you stay together, married, that is the best outcome for children, which is the best outcome for society.
All right, I gotta go. I gotta go take a few more shots. Thank you, Sarah. You guys have a great night. Good talk.
I appreciate
Brandon,
having you
become
on.
a Christian,
Feel free to
right?
come back.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna become a Jay Dyer simp here soon. All right, bye.
Brandon, did
You're
you
the
want to
king,
say any
Brandon.
final thoughts before you go?
No, not really. I thought this was interesting. I think for the most part, Martae and Ryan were just kind of talking past each other for most of the debate because they had different conceptions of what was meant by the prompt, which is fair, and I think they both recognize that, which is surprising when you have people really focused on optics and rhetorics. They don't want to admit that something as simple as like a semantic dispute was going on there. So that was refreshing to see. But yeah, it was fun. It was a good talk.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thanks,
It was
man.
wonderful
Be
having
safe.
you. And let's go ahead and
Thanks,
move into our. I do have an early game for a child tomorrow, so this actually worked out to do an earlier stream. Atima, would you like to give your closing thoughts to the panel?
I'm very confused. Like I've heard like 16 different arguments that seem to be not the prompt, but apparently using good faith with the prompt meant that the prompt wasn't the prompt anymore. So, okay, yes, there is a possible minority prescription that there can be stay-at-home dads that are successful in that arena. I guess we have to make sure we say that that's within the confines of marriage, because a stay-at-home husband, as in the title, doesn't actually mean a stay-at-home husband. But that's okay. Whatever.
It doesn't say it. It implies
Ryan,
it.
What?
It doesn't say it. It implies it. It's the implication that stay-at-home dads are dads with children, with the family. Because dads.
It says stay-at-home husbands. It says stay-at-home husbands.
Well, then even
in the
better.
prompt.
Which means that they're married still, isn't it?
Yes.
Because husbands
Which
are
means-
married.
So why do you keep talking about single women? Why do you keep talking about single moms? I don't understand. We're talking about a prescription of whether stay-at-home husbands or stay-at-home wives are better, and you keep talking about single moms and women breaking up marriages. I don't see what that has to do with the prompt.
I'll
It
tell
was
you again,
supposed to
because
be
if the
closing
stay-at-home dad,
statements.
if the stay-at-home husband stays at home, it increases the likelihood of divorce by 30%, which makes them
But
not
that has
married
nothing
anymore. Oh my God!
All right,
like,
go ahead.
it-
Finish
it's
your
like
your let her go, Vinny, and finish your final thoughts, at team, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Yeah, there was weird drama that made it really hard to keep on track. So, whatever, that was really cool. Ryan, I thought it was a little bad faith to come in here and do the nuh-uh, technically, this is my prescription, even though it's only for a minority. When there was good faith, if you had read the prompt correctly, you could have had a wholehearted argument. But whatever, it's fine. Marte, I think you did fine. You brought some pretty good data. And hope to see some more of it next time.
I love women, by the way. They're amazing. It's a
Thank
disclaimer
you,
that I'm going to
Atima.
throw out there.
Go ahead, Vinny. Your closing thoughts, please.
Yeah, just I think everybody is on the same page. If you take the trigger words out, like husband and religion and Christianity and all that, if couples just stay together, I mean, even if it's not marriage, if they just stay faithful together, marriage is better. But if they stay together, the outcomes for kids are just better substantially. Divorce has increased throughout time, and it's a huge negative effect on society. But it's good that everyone, I mean, I think everyone does agree to some extent.
Perfect. Thank you, Vinny. Ryan, to you,
All right.
please.
Yeah, this was a fun one. I mean, like I said, like I wouldn't have agreed to the prompt if it was that stay-at-home husbands are the prescription for society, because I don't believe in a one-size-fits-all solution. But you know who does? Martae, my debate opponent. He does believe in a one-size-fits-all prescription, and that's what he was arguing for. That's why he picked this prompt. That's why he thought that A and the are synonymous, because he meant that it was the one true prompt. So the real debate tonight was not whether or not this is the prescription. It is whether or not there are multiple prescriptions, which there obviously are. And Martae did also concede that alongside the other more obvious prompt that's in the title. It is clear that there are men, millions of men in millions of families across the United States who are stay-at-home dads for a wide variety of reasons. You don't have to agree with all those reasons. Those men might not even always agree with all of those reasons. But for those men, they are deciding this is the best thing for me to do, at least right now. Okay. And I'm happy for them to do that. I want them to be able to do that. And I don't want to shame them for doing that. Again, unlike Martae. I think that we can increase the bubble of what it means to be a successful and happy family and society. And we don't have to shame people for diverging from our ideal fucking neurotic worldview of what men have to be, what women have to be, how they have to be in society. If they are raising children successfully, if they are treating each other fairly, if they are surviving in society and treating their neighbors well and raising the next generation healthily, who the fuck cares? I guess Martae cares. That's who cares. But in reality,
I'm not neurotic. You're neurotic.
So true. And in reality, again, there are millions of men who when I say it's a prescription for them, what I mean is it is their best option because that's what they want to do. That's what they see as their best option. And I prescribe that people do what is best for them and their families. And they're deciding that's what's best for them and their families. So obviously the debate prompt was an easy W. This has been a fantastic 24 hours for me. Radical Coder stocks going to the fucking moon. Okay. Go over to youtube.com/@radicalcoder if you want to get in on the ground floor of one of the best debate channels on the fucking internet, okay? We are just getting started. Thank you, Sara. Thank you, Martae. Thank you, Vinny. Even thank you, Atema. And thank you, everyone else who was here tonight, both in my chat and Sarah's. It's been fucking fantastic, really.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ryan. And Martae, final thoughts from you, please.
So Ryan's argument was basically boiled down to like a really bad faith argument, which the W is on me. I literally won the argument because when I gave out the implication the whole time I was arguing for what's the best prescription, although the only bad faux pas that I could say on my end is I didn't clarify the prompt good enough when I designed the prompt. That's about it. So he's arguing that the lowest percentage, which would say the minority, is the best prescription for society. That's literally what he's arguing when I made it clear and concise. So Ryan's argument goes like this. Methamphetamine has been given to soldiers most prominently by the Nazi German military during World War II. Allied forces also issued methamphetamines to their troops during World War II. Today, the U.S. military uses it strictly regulated stimulants for specific missions. That's a best prescription for society. We should just give out meth for people everywhere. While if you ask any doctor, they'd say, no, that's not the best prescription. We don't want to overwhelmingly give this to anybody in society. To me, this is not a good prescription. That's Ryan's argument. So to me, I'm just saying that for us to have a better prescription for society, let's go ahead and have men outside the home working, because not only is this a societal prescription, men are shamed overwhelmingly. And I think it's justified, because the news channel 5, if they were to come and say, hey, you guys are foreclosed, why are you guys out? And they point it to the men. I would say, yes, we need to promote this. We need to advocate for men being outside of the home and working to be the breadwinners. Overwhelmingly, we could point to Dr. David Buss's hypergamy example by saying this is what women overwhelmingly want. If you ask women, and yes, we could say this is anecdotal, and this is like, but my preferences and feelings. If you ask women overwhelmingly, even they would admit, yes, I do want a man that's a breadwinner. Yes, I do want this, because women have this, I would say, if looking for a husband, they'd say this whole 666 example, proving exactly what women want. The 666 example isn't the guy that's at home, 6 feet, 6 packs, and whatever else you want to put for the next 6, which sounds satanic, by the way. Also, this person in this model that they want, when you ask them on the streets for husbands and what you want for the future in dating market, which leads to marriages, leads to the guy that's outside of the home. They don't ever want to say in any street interview you've ever seen, this is what I want. I want a guy that's going to stay at home while I go out and be the boss babe and work. Said no woman ever. If you ever poll anybody and ask anybody, it's just rare. So these one-offs that you do see with women saying that this happens, it's just happenstance. People fall into this category of I'm ill or I'm disabled. Things like this do happen. And yes, I can agree with you that yes, this happens. That's a choice, but it's a stopgap solution that's temporary. That's not what women fight for. Even the feminists don't want this. Most feminists would say, yeah, I want to be a boss babe, but I don't want to pull all the work and all the labor outside the home. They don't fight for this. So I won the argument when it came to this. Ryan wins because it's like a misplaced, I would say a misworded prompt. That's about it. But it's like what Vibe was saying, 1% of people win. Like, because I can prove one person or one anecdote, I win the debate. That's a really stupid proposition. All I was arguing is saying, what's the best prescription for society? I win. There's no way that he literally conceded the whole debate when it came to that. So I take the W and I win. And Sarah's chat wins also too, because they showed up and they also donated too. So press the like button and also share this debate where I took the W in the end and Ryan takes a big L because he thinks some other thing that he brought into the debate with Rob and all this. I could care less about that. Let's focus on this next time. That's why he was sidetracked and thinking about other shit. That's why I take the W as well too, secondary W as well.
Perfect. Thank you to both of you, gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, please be sure to like, subscribe, and share over at Martae Ruelas, which is On the Edge, and then also Ryan at The Radical Coder. They were both live streaming this evening and working very hard to bring this debate to you. Thank you so kindly. We do have another show set for tomorrow night. And then, of course, Moderator Monday is cooking on the books right now. And then many debates lined up after that as well. I hope you all have a wonderful evening and fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Sith troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.